आसान टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम किया है। इसका लाभ असम के अनेक गांवों को हो रहा है। बल्कि मुझे तो ये बताया गया कि अब ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी छत्तीसगढ़ में, उड़ीसा में, बिहार में, कर्नाटक, राजस्थान जैसे राज्यों तक भी पहुंच रही है। मतलब ये आपकी कीर्ति पताका फैल रही है। भारत में इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी के विकास से हर घर जल पहुंचाने का जल जीवन मिशन का जो सपना है उसको एक सशक्तिकरण होगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
जल जीवन मिशन अब देश का एक एक जन भारत को जलयुक्त और सूखा मुक्त करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आने वाले 5 वर्ष में देश के लगभग 15 करोड़ परिवारों तक शुद्ध पीने का पानी पहुंचाने के संकल्प के लिए काम तेजी से शुरू हो चुका है। इसमें भी प्राथमिकता आकांक्षी जिलों को दी जा रही है। ये योजना ऐसी है जिसका संचालन आपको ही सबको करना है। हर गांव के लोगों ने मिलकर के करना है। सरकार पैसे आपके हाथ में दे देगी, फंड आपके हाथ में दे देगी। कहां से पाइप जाना है, कहां पानी को इकट्ठा किया जाएगा, उनका रखरखाव कैसे होगा, ये गांव के ही लोग मिलकर के तय करेंगे। हमारी बहनें उसमें भूमिका बहुत बड़ी अदा करेंगी।
जल जीवन मिशन, हर घर जल। जल जीवन मिशन।
देश में बहुत से क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जहां प्रदूषित पानी की दिक्कत है। कुछ क्षेत्रों में पानी में आर्सेनिक की मात्रा अधिक होती है। ऐसे क्षेत्रों में हर घर में पाइप से शुद्ध जल पहुंचना वहां के लोगों के जीवन को मिले सबसे बड़े आशीर्वाद की तरह है। एक समय इंसेफेलाइटिस, दिमागी बुखार से प्रभावित देश के 61 जिले, 60 से अधिक जिले में नल कलेक्शन की संख्या सिर्फ 8 लाख थी। आज ये बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 11 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। देश को जो जिले विकास की दौड़ में सबसे पीछे रह गए थे, जिन जिलों में विकास की एक अभूतपूर्व आकांक्षा है, वहां प्राथमिकता के आधार पर हर घर जल पहुंचाया जा रहा है। आकांक्षी जिलों में अब नल कनेक्शन की संख्या 31 लाख से बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 16 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
लोगों की सुविधा हेतु इस ऐप में जल जीवन मिशन से संबंधित सभी जानकारी एक स्थान पर उपलब्ध है। जल जीवन मिशन में हो रही प्रगति, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच एवं निगरानी, वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम का विवरण इस ऐप से सभी लोग देख सकते हैं। हर राज्य, हर जिले तथा हर गांव की प्रगति भी इस ऐप में देखी जा सकती है। ग्राम पंचायत, पानी समिति के सदस्यों, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच के लिए चिन्हित महिलाओं के नाम इत्यादि भी देखे जा सकते हैं। जलापूर्ति संबंधित शिकायतें तथा दान भी इसके माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। इस ऐप में क्षेत्रीय इंजीनियर्स तथा पानी समिति लॉगिन करके अपने गांव के जल स्रोत तथा पानी की टंकी इत्यादि की जियो टैगिंग कर सकेंगे तथा हर घर जल का प्रमाण पत्र जारी कर सकेंगे। इस ऐप को jjm.gov.in से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है।
जल जीवन मिशन।
जल जीवन मिशन के लिए भी जो 3,60,000 करोड़ की व्यवस्था की गई है, वो गांवों में ही खर्च की जाएगी। यानी ये मिशन ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को नई मजबूती देने के साथ ही गांवों में रोजगार के अनेकों नए अवसर भी बनाएगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
भाइयों और बहनों, भारत के विकास में पानी की कमी बाधा न बने, इसके लिए काम करते रहना हम सभी का दायित्व है। सबका प्रयास बहुत आवश्यक है। हम अपनी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के प्रति भी जवाबदेह हैं। पानी की कमी की वजह से हमारे बच्चे अपनी ऊर्जा राष्ट्र निर्माण में न लगा पाए, उनका जीवन पानी की किल्लत से निपटने में ही बीत जाए, ये हम नहीं होने दे सकते। इसके लिए हमें युद्ध स्तर पर अपना काम जारी रखना होगा। आजादी के 75 साल, बहुत समय बीत गया। अब हमें बहुत तेजी करनी है। हमें यह सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि देश के किसी भी हिस्से में टैंकरों या ट्रेनों से पानी पहुंचाने की फिर नौबत ना आए।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
हर घर तक शुद्ध जल पाइप से पहुंचाने का ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। मिशन का लोगो निरंतर इस बात की प्रेरणा देगा कि पानी की एक एक बूंद को बचाना आवश्यक है। वहीं ये मार्गदर्शिका गांव के लोगों, ग्राम पंचायत के लिए भी उतनी ही जरूरी है जितनी सरकारी मशीनरी के लिए आवश्यक है। ये परियोजना की सफलता सुनिश्चित करने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। साथियों, आज जिस पुस्तक का विमोचन हुआ है, उसमें भी विस्तार से ये बताया गया है कि गंगा किस तरह हमारे सांस्कृतिक वैभव, आस्था और विरासत तीनों का ही बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। गांवों में, पहाड़ों में जहां आना जाना तब मुश्किल हो, वहां पीने के पानी का इंतजाम करने में सबसे ज्यादा तकलीफ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को उठानी पड़ती थी, पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ती थी। इन समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए देश की पानी से जुड़ी सारी चुनौतियों पर एक साथ ऊर्जा लगाने के लिए ही जल शक्ति मंत्रालय का गठन किया गया। मुझे खुशी है कि बहुत ही कम समय में जल शक्ति मंत्रालय ने तेजी से काम संभालना शुरू कर दिया। पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के साथ साथ अब यह मंत्रालय देश के गांवों में हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने के मिशन में जुटा हुआ है। आज जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हर दिन करीब करीब 1 लाख परिवारों को शुद्ध पेयजल की सुविधा से जोड़ा जा रहा है। सिर्फ 1 साल में ही देश के 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। यहां उत्तराखंड में तो त्रिवेंद्र जी और उनकी टीम ने एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हुए सिर्फ 1 रुपये में पानी का कनेक्शन देने का बीड़ा उठाया है। मुझे खुशी है कि उत्तराखंड सरकार ने साल 2022 तक ही राज्य के हर घर तक जल पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। कोरोना के इस कालखंड में भी उत्तराखंड में बीते 4-5 महीने में 50,000 से अधिक परिवारों को पानी के कनेक्शन दिए जा चुके हैं। ये उत्तराखंड सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता को दिखाता है, कमिटमेंट को दिखाता है। साथियों, जल जीवन मिशन गांव और गरीब के घर तक पानी पहुंचाने का तो अभियान है ही। ये एक प्रकार से ग्राम स्वराज को, गांव के सशक्तिकरण को, उसके लिए भी एक नई ऊर्जा, नई ताकत, नई बुलंदी देने वाला अभियान है। सरकार के काम करने में कैसे बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है, ये उसका भी उदाहरण है। पहले भी सरकारी योजनाओं पर अक्सर दिल्ली में ही बैठकर फैसला होता था। किस गांव में कहां सोर्स टैंक बनेगा, कहां से पाइपलाइन बिछेगी, ये सब फैसले ज्यादातर राजधानियों में ही होते थे। लेकिन जल जीवन मिशन ने अब इस पूरी परिपाटी को ही बदल दिया है। गांव में पानी से जुड़े कौन से काम हो, कहां काम हो, उसकी क्या तैयारी हो, ये सब कुछ तय करने का, फैसले लेने का अधिकार अब गांवों के लोगों को ही दे दिया गया है। पानी के प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग से लेकर रख रखाव और संचालन तक पूरी व्यवस्था ग्राम पंचायत करेगी, पानी समितियां करेंगी। पानी समितियों में भी 50% गांव की बहनें हो, गांव की बेटियां हो, ये भी सुनिश्चित किया गया है। साथियों, आज जिस मार्गदर्शिका का विमोचन किया गया है, वो इन्हीं बहनों, बेटियों, पानी कमेटी के सदस्यों, पंचायत सदस्यों के सबसे ज्यादा काम आने वाली है। एक प्रकार की मार्गदर्शिका है। और मेरा पक्का विश्वास है, पानी की कठिनाई क्या होती है, पानी का मूल्य क्या होता है, पानी की आवश्यकता कैसे सुविधा और संकट दोनों लाती है, इस बात को हमारी माताएं बहनें जितना समझती हैं, शायद ही कोई समझता है। और इसलिए जब इसका पूरा कारोबार माताओं बहनों के हाथ में जाता है, तो बड़ी संवेदनशीलता के साथ, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ वे इस काम को निभाती हैं और अच्छे परिणाम भी देती हैं। ये गांव के लोगों को एक मार्ग दिखाएगी। ये किताब जो बनाई है, वो छोटे मोटे निर्णय करने में, फैसले लेने में मदद करेगी। मैं समझता हूं जल जीवन मिशन ने गांव के लोगों को एक अवसर दिया है। अवसर अपने गांव को पानी की समस्याओं से मुक्त करने का, अवसर है अपने गांव को पानी से भरपूर करने का। मुझे बताया गया है कि जल जीवन मिशन इस 2 अक्टूबर गांधी जयंती से एक और अभियान शुरू करने जा रहा है। 100 दिन का एक विशेष अभियान, जिसके तहत देश के हर स्कूल और हर आंगनवाड़ी में नल से जल को सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा। मैं इस अभियान की सफलता की शुभकामना देता हूं और मैं राज्य सरकारों से भी आग्रह करता हूं कि करने जैसा पवित्र काम है, राज्य सरकारें भी पूरी तरह इस जिम्मेवारी को अपने कंधे पर उठाएं और इस काम को 100 दिन में हम पूरा करके दिखाएं। साथियों, नमामि गंगे अभियान हो, जल जीवन मिशन हो, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हो, ऐसे अनेक कार्यक्रम बीते 6 सालों के बड़े रिफॉर्म्स का हिस्सा है। ये ऐसे रिफॉर्म है जो सामान्य जन के जीवन में, सामाजिक व्यवस्था में हमेशा के लिए सार्थक बदलाव लाने में मददगार है।
जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
आजादी से लेकर 2019 तक हमारे देश में सिर्फ 3 करोड़ घरों तक ही नल से जल पहुंचता था। 2019 में जल जीवन मिशन शुरू होने के बाद से 5 करोड़ घरों को पानी के कनेक्शन से जोड़ा गया है। आज देश के लगभग 80 जिलों के करीब 1.25 लाख गांवों के हर घर में नल से जल पहुंच रहा है। यानी पिछले 7 दशकों में जो काम हुआ था, आज के भारत ने सिर्फ
learning. To begin the session, I would like to welcome Shri Yugal Joshi, Director NJJM, to set the agenda of the workshop and deliver his welcome address. There is a humble request by all of us to all the guests to keep their mobile phones on silent mode to gain maximum from the session. Thank you so very much.
Good morning and namaskar. Today's national workshop on education and communication, we heartily welcome our Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Jal Jeevan Mission, Sri Bharatlalji, whose vision philosophy reflects in the progress of Jal Jeevan Mission, and his leadership from the front is showing us the path to make India, every home of India, her 2024. We also welcome Mr. Nicholas Osbert, Chief WASH UNICEF India here. We also welcome Mr. R.K. Sama, joining us from Gujarat. Mr. R.K. Sama has been a leading water professional. He is an IFS officer of repute, and he has led WASMO for many years and done excellent work in water catchment and other areas. He is an author also. So online, most welcome R.K. Sama sir. We welcome all the WSSO directors, state IEC in charges, chief engineers present here, and all other IEC experts in this very invaluable workshop on IEC. Everybody among us is very much aware about the importance of IEC. Jal Jeevan Mission believes that community engagement is the most essential part. So how to engage community in planning, implementation, management, operation and maintenance, and for long-term sustainability of and service delivery insurance. This is our foremost object, and I hope all the dignitaries, all the experts, domain experts, we all will be interacting with in today's workshop. I'll just read the list from that. There are experts from our development partner UNICEF. There are experts like Mr. Akshay Rawat, who was former Director General Swachh Bharat Mission. Mr. Vikram Chandra, former NDTV and the founder of Editor G, will be joining us in the afternoon, telling us about the role of media, how to interact with media, how to make Jal Jeevan Mission a brand. Mr. Libby Johnson will be joining Ram Vikas. He will be telling how to record grassroots level stories. We have experts from UNICEF who will be telling us, we have been facing this problem that not very good quality videos, photographs we are receiving. So there will be a little 15 to 20 minutes interactive how to do these things very nicely. Similarly, we have then directors from National Jal Jeevan Mission, Manoj Sahuji, P. Vishwakannanji, Pradeep Singh ji, talking on different themes related with IEC and capacity building and technological intervention in JJ. Once again, I welcome you all, and now I would request Shri R.K. Sama ji to start his presentation. Meanwhile, I would also like to inform all the speakers and the guests there that we have put sufficient time, 10 to 15 minutes interactive time in each and every session. I would request you to kindly get benefited from that thing. The more you will interact with the eminent speakers, that will be more beneficial for you. Once again, welcoming you all very much. I would like to invite Shri R.K. Sama to start the presentation and discussion. Thank you very much. Thanks.
First. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Bharatlal Sahib, all directors of Jal Jeevan Mission and participants. It's my privilege.
You can see your presentation. Can you start now? Thank you.
इसलिए भी संभव हो पा रही है क्योंकि जल जीवन मिशन एक जन आंदोलन के रूप में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसमें गांव के लोग, विशेष करके गांव की बहनें, गांव के जनप्रतिनिधि ही तय कर रहे हैं कि बिछेगी, कहाँ पानी का सोर्स बनेगा, कहाँ टैंक बनेगा, कहाँ कितना बजट लगेगा।
जल जीवन मिशन
युगल
जुड़ी
सर हर स्क्रीन है सर।
हाँ है,
आवाज आ रही है सर हमारी?
हाँ
सर
हेलो। Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. Welcome, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Am I audible? Okay.
yes, you are.
Good morning, Bharatlal Sahib, all the directors, my friends, of Jal Jeevan Mission and participants. The subject which I am going to focus today within a very short time would be communication strategy for behavioral change. I would like to start with with an exercise which we had done in since last 3 months. Who are the stakeholders in now Ghar, Har Ghar Mein Jal? And it's very interesting to find out 3 exercises we have done in field, that in stakeholder in accessing drinking water, first is women, second is children, third is elected members of panchayats, fourth is department, institution, designing, construction and maintaining, and last is panchayat department. Now I'll just try to set up the agenda that once we know our stakeholders, then whatever we design, whatever programs we design, we must reach to them. They must get linked. They must get engaged. Women is a stakeholder because Jal Jeevan Mission promises them reduction of drudgery, almost elimination of drudgery of fetching water. It helps her to maintain cleanliness and hygiene, for which water is available at her doorstep. It's time saving. And the exercise which we done in tribal area, we wanted to convert into what is the time saving which they do in a day by getting water, regular water. And it happened to be that if they count that 400 rupees per day they are earning as a wage, it happens to be around 70 rupees to 100 rupees saving. Something which we don't appreciate. Elected members of panchayat, and last is women as also interested and getting help with this Har Ghar Jal for her livelihood. Most of the women, at least in Gujarat and many other states, are having milk animals. It needs care, it needs water for their drinking, cleaning, and all that. So their livelihood is also connected with this. So women is the first stakeholder in all the scheme of things which we are talking about. Elected members of panchayat, yes, because they are elected, they have some responsibilities, they have given some promises, and they connect with villagers. Department, institutions, designing, construction, I will not go and elaborate on it. Simple. Panchayat departments is also a stakeholder. Unfortunately, the involvement of Panchayat Raj or Panchayat department and taking up the responsibilities is slightly vague. And that makes things slightly difficult also. Now we are talking of change. Change what? Change, we are, first word has been used, behavior of all these stakeholders. Behavior is two parts. Behavior is your perceptions also. All stakeholders may have perceptions of other stakeholders, other departments, everything. So it is a perception. Belief also, it could be a belief. They believe in it. They have been practicing it. They feel about it. Second is attitude. Attitude towards, as it has happened, the government has been responsible, department has been responsible, they would reach the water. We had different stages of development, project to project, some upgradation, something. But dear friends, JJM is the ultimate destination. I don't think there is an escape now, or there is an alibi now to tell that it needs upgradation. It needs this. Because ultimate, what need to be is that every house should have functional tape connection, which ensure regular, adequate, safe water with them. Having this, then panchayat department also becomes very, very important, because ultimately panchayats are important. Linking stakeholders are very important. Any IEC, any awareness, any communication and all that, ultimately we have to have a plan that all these stakeholders get linked. They become supported to each other and it becomes a movement. So linking stakeholders are important. We have institutional memories, record keeping, measurements, documentation is very important. I can assure you what learnings we had in WASMO, we were very good at documentation. They are all documented, even process documentation have been done. So we have an institutional memory. We know where we have gone wrong. We know where we have gone correct. So that's very important. Now it is multidimensional responsibilities. And being in a multidimensional responsibilities, partnerships, knowledge partnerships, thematic studies becomes very important. And all that institutions which you require for, which we call WSSO, has to have not only capabilities, not only in manpower, it has to work as forging partnerships with different players. And I think knowledge partnerships are also very important. Now I have given this presentation for the purpose of very simple thing, that it can be a reference material. It will be shared with each of you. And then it becomes a reference material where a sequence has been maintained. I have just tried to set in that what exactly JJM requires as far as stakeholders are concerned, their behavior change, their roles, responsibilities. Yes, it needs policy change. It needs rebuilding or redefining institutions, especially CCDU or CC or WSS or whatever we call it. It has manpowers, it has responsibilities, and it has its mandate clear. Now, with this background, the engagement of these stakeholders into the scheme of things becomes very, very important. Fortunately, what we had started 12 years back or 20 years back, reform process had started right from 1999 as a sector reform. And it's not a new one that panchayat and community has been in the scheme of things and in all guidelines that they will be responsible for designing, planning, and ultimately they will operate and maintain, so that ultimately whatever for objective this scheme has been made, that scheme will give a regular, adequate, safe water and for the period for which it is designed. So Gram Panchayats at that time, we were talking that 3F have not been given to them: functions, funds, and functionalities and functionaries. Fortunately now, functions have been transferred to them by most of the states, some state I don't know. Funds, yes, a lot of funds. 15th Finance Commission has given funds earmarked, tied only for water. and so funds are available. There are many untied funds, state funds, Manrega, many things. Functionaries also is being designed into that there would be some functionaries which will able to operate, have skills to repair, maintain, and all that. So it is also being tried under JM that all these three F are with Gram Panchayat or likely to be with Gram Panchayat. Before I get into the presentations, I would say that it has become much more important to complete all the objectives of JJM, that there has to be a system by which the funds available at Gram Panchayat are usefully utilized for the purpose of Jal Jeevan Mission. Source sustainability, important. Grey water management, again funds would come from this, and everybody of us understand that what grey water management, if we don't do, what happens then? It is not complete. So convergence is very important, and all these fund happens to be with Gram Panchayat. Until unless we don't empower Gram Panchayat, we don't have link with them, we don't communicate, we don't support, then ultimately there is likelihood all these funds may not be used for the purpose or may not be usefully used for the purpose for which it has been given. So with that, convergence is also becoming very, very important, and Gram Panchayat becomes an important function. If I will go to subject because I have only 5 minutes. There are 4 slides. I have tried to recollect Gram Panchayats, what are the duties. Next, essential water management and community level have been put into. Formation of Pani Samitis are very important. Pani Samiti is then a functional, empowered law as a subcommittee of Gram Panchayat, and it gets all its power and decision from Gram Sabha. So that's why formation of Pani Samiti becomes what does it do? I have just tried to put into that what Pani Samiti would mean. Next. Objective of community communication strategy. I just go through. This will set the objective which we are talking about today. Objectives: extensive IEC program are conducted to create awareness about the program, process and output, encourage community participation at all stages, develop the necessary support and momentum for the scheme, address conflicts, create enabling environment for community members to share their experiences, knowledge, wisdom, and skills, promote suitable technical options, receive information and feedback about the program, and take action wherever required. This is very important. There has to be a live support system, hand-holding continuously even after completion of project or schemes. And there has to be a system where we receive information and feedback that where they need help, what need to be done, so that it may not collapse, corrective steps are taken. Impart education values about the importance of water, hygiene, and linkage between water and sanitation is very, very important. The whole involvement start building up when we connect health and drinking water. What can be the implications? What has happened in those villages because of bad water? One village which I can quote in Baroda district, very near to Baroda, Khanderaupura, the whole village 3 years back or 5 years back had a cholera outbreak. The whole village had to be hospitalized. The hospitals were opened there, and ultimately the culprit was the unsafe water. They realized And that happens everywhere. It may be epidemic, it may not be, it may be slow, but then it helps shorter and longer term illness, especially for children with unsafe water. That if we establish, then it becomes much more easier to connect and engage the community. Next. WASMO, I will just go through. It was created in 2002, bringing perceptible systematic change through a paradigm shift in the role of governance from provider to facilitator, citizen engagement in drinking water service delivery at user level. I think it's very well defined. Bharatlal Sahib is there. It was designed by him. And these only 3 lines is the essence of JJ. This such type of organization, wherever it will be dispersed or centralized, is very important. Next. Now, WASMO mission, I will not go through. Almost, I have already told the objective. This was the mission. We were very clear that what we are going to do with this, what exactly need, and every meaning of everything, what need to be done for this. Next. Processes, yes, very important. Keeping at center of all efforts in letter and spirit, using the lowest rung of local governance panchayat to deliver drinking water through water committee, ensuring participative, transparent, and accountable. It's very transparent, participatory, accountable. These 3 things are non-negotiable. Unless you don't empower or don't build a capacity of those organizations at the panchayat level, then it becomes very difficult. Then representing governance at the village level, strengthening the community, facilitate the villager to plan for drinking water and catering to the drinking water need of livestock as well. It's very important. WASMO had taken into account, and that's why 70 liters were done. 2006, we revised it to 100 liters per day. And I can assure you, whatever measurements we have done, in developed village where animal husbandry is part of that, they need much more water once it goes through a pipeline than 55. So there has to be that we don't do upgradation, that is the minimum 55. How exactly? By integrating the new system with the old system. We don't abandon the old system. We integrate with that, and it can be a dual water supply where those both water can be used for the different purposes, and it can satisfy for all the time to come, all the growing needs of every village. It will not need any upgradation. And I will just give an incident. With all that, what we have done in Gujarat, 75% tape connection we had attained in 2011. 2018, we did a survey. And that survey, 2017, we did a survey, and we came with a surprise result that around 4,000 villages are not accessing water from water grid. Or it is inadequate, it is not regular. And then the very question came. Question was that why these villages didn't agitate when there were Pani Samitis in each of those villages. People were already empowered. Pani Samitis were functional. The reason was very simple. That the message of WASMO was that local water is important. Water which you get from outside is only a supplementary water. So dual water supply was promoted, and most of these villages had dual water supply. If this supply is not coming, their water, which is slightly maybe higher in fluoride, is used in morning for the purpose of cleaning and other things, and evening they use to supply the water which is filtered, chlorinated, without chemical contamination, without bacterial contamination. So I am emphasizing, and it's very, very important, that what we are doing today is upgrading, retrofitting, making a new system, but integration of the old system have to get integrated. Otherwise, the water security will not be obtained. Next. This is important. WASMO had a lot of flexibility. It built itself. The leadership was within. And with felt need, with their learnings, they started changing, but their non-negotiable and objective never changed. Objective was so profound that still today, it means same thing. No words need to be changed. And non-negotiables are also defined by WASMO. And those non-negotiables are very, very important.
Recording in progress.
Got it. So this was important. Next. This is what the center of WASMO was. Ultimately, it meant a good governance in the water sector, drinking water sector. So, accountable, transparent, responsive, equitable and inclusive, effective and efficient, follows the rule of law. That means you make some rules, follow it. It's not vague. So that's very important. Participatory and consciousness oriented. It's oriented that everybody has agreed to, and they have taken their own roles and responsibilities seriously. They understand it and they are able to do it. Next. I will not get into, most of the experts today are going to talk about community participation characteristics. Next. Benefit, yes, everybody of us know. I'll not get into. Now, this is also important. Operation and management, which WASMO ultimately could do it, and WASMO in that sense that Gram Panchayat and Pani Samiti were able to do it, was we had trained for operation, equity, regular timing, hand holding every time. Fixing water tariff in Gram Sabha is very important. The community, the stakeholder, the women, everybody, even children, they become, they take an active role. Once you have a process of Gram Sabha, where all these people meet together, not one shot, but at many times, and they fix the tariff. And that fixing tariff gives them the responsibility and owning it, and the feeling that it's their own. So this fixing water tariff is very, very important in Gram Sabha. Method of collection, yes, they did monthly, quarterly, half yearly, annually. Some of the villages would say when crop is there, we will give one part of crop and we have money at that time. Somebody says monthly, and then who will collect it? That's more important. Most of the collections are not done when there is no collection methodology adopted by a village. Efficient use and care of the system, this was maintained. Handholding with a lot of trainings were done. Maintenance and repairs, skilled tools and spares. This is very important. Most of the repairs in village level for the system, neither tools are provided, nor spares are provided, nor skills are provided. And these three things must be done. Water quality surveillance, I will not get into this subject. It's a subject in itself. It's very important. Keeping records, daily supply and financial, this is missing many places. And this is very important because records creates documents, creates responsibility. Grievances redressal system, yes, very important. Next. Role of IEC, most of us know, but then I'll just go through. I'll take 2 minutes. I think I have exceeded my limits. I'll take another 4 to 5 minutes. education and capacity building for making informed decisions about technological option and community organization through Pani Samitis. This is what exactly this sequence is, the emphasis is, and there is a education and capacity building, awareness and education. Developing message and strategy that can generate interest in all to willingness of pay of facility. My experience says that once community has been mobilized to contribute for capital cost 5% or 10%, that's a process. If you have gone that process, people start owning it. It is not a shortcut. It is a guarantee that your project is going to be fruitful, owned, maintained, operate properly as desired by the people. It would happen once you get into a process of contribution collection. Same way, willingness to pay, tariff collection, if that is gone, that's the way community come together, the self-help groups come together, women come together, they start raising their demands, voices, and ultimately everybody wants it. Addressing challenges and barrier to sanitation and hygiene practice is very important. Actually, quality of water drinking and hygiene and this are interlinked, and it demands each other. Next. Need for IEC, yes. Social transformation, participation and involvement of citizen, awareness generation. Next. Reaching out to community and masses is very important. An exhaustive campaign to undertake to match out to masses through a wide range of its truth. Feedback mechanism, I have already talked. Capacity building, most of us know. Information sharing is also very important. Transparency, yes, I have talked about. Reforms, yes. For sustainable drinking water supply system for its design period 30 years, what exactly reforms need to be done? They are all have to be taken into, there are sequencing, and that's very important. Bridging the knowledge gap is very, very important. Knowledge, reaching to each of them as required is very important. Next. This is last and very important. WASMO had exclusive professional team for IEC. And that gave us a result. Every district had documentation and communication members to provide information to the community, gather feedback, document the process at local level, and also to collaborate with implementing support agency NGOs. So there were players. Community mobilization were being done by NGOs as in ISAs, and here every district had documentation and communication members. Very well, I would say, with good needed background education, an environment to grow, and an environment to ultimately getting capable to do it. So this was, every district had it, and we had a separate documentation and communication unit at WASMO head office. We had a development communication, master in journalism, study diploma in software engineering programs, and so on. So we had not put any limitations on ourselves, even MBAs, engineers. We had made a team and specialists who came together, brought out a team, and we emphasized on that IEC material has to be not only captured, that what need to be done, what messages are to be given, converted into different formats, reach to the people, and do its purpose, and again get feedback. Yes, it is received, they know about it, they have engaged, and they are now doing it. Next. This is a social mobilization framework: information, consultation, involvement, collaboration, and empowerment. We use word empowerment every time, but these are the things, these are the steps where we did. When we give information, they feel, the community feel need not perceive, need perceived, not interested, interested, not keen to contribute, positive, willing to contribute but limited, enthusiastic and wider contribution, yes, and then they become champions and performers. This is the very basic of reaching to our objectives of JJM, that information, consultation should get converted into involvement, engagement, collaboration, partnerships, and then ultimately empowerment. And these are the steps the leaders or the community start taking. At what stage we have reached would decide that how much they get engaged or how much they get involved. Next. Strategy, I'll not get because many of the experts are going to talk about it. But we had, I have put it only for the purpose that let us not miss it. Whatever WASMO has done it, so this we have put it. Need assessment, creation of IC material. I'll tell you, IC material creation is an art. It's an engagement. It's a full-time occupation. It's a consultation. It doesn't happen out of the sky. No. Capacity building, awareness creation, periodic feedback with impact. Strategies, yes, these were the material we used. Personal communication with interactive meetings, personal communication, wall paintings, print medias, brochures, this, that, mass media, and all that. This was used. Next. Folk media, we did it very well. There were street plays done by Doordarshan players. So many people got involved, and those street plays, dairas, this, that, whatever folk dramas are there, they are great changer. They influence and try to give message, and those messages are very profound. In one of the villages which were not willing to give contribution, they have done ready for that. One night drama was done. By morning at 11 o'clock, they collected 2,86,000 rupees in that small village. They were so motivated. So this has its own importance. Next. Yes, impact of IC is very important. Transparency and trust is made. Formation of Pani Samiti becomes very effective. Local innovations counts, and that's very important. If people start suggesting, innovating, trying to tell that this can be done like this, it means they are getting involved. They are concerned about it. There is some leadership in it. Honorary services they give, emergence of invisible leadership, emergence of invisible leadership. This is very important. Some of our Pani Samiti members are MLAs, they are sarpanch, they are leaders, they are educators, they have gone on the ladder of leadership. And I can assure you that once you reach and engage the community and panchayat, leadership would emerge, and that leadership would take lead, and I would say that they will make the change. Yes, impact, social audit is very important. Gram Sabha. Gram Sabhas are very, very important. Unfortunately, Gram Sabhas are not conducted. WASMO used to conduct Gram Sabha. Even if participation of women is not that, we will have a special group of women to come separately, talk with them, and then very effective Gram Sabha, conduction of it, how to do it, what are the agendas, how much it can be discussed, and all that is an art. Engagement into Gram Sabha is very, very important. And Gram Sabha, I assure you that once you do in a good Gram Sabhas, then people get involved. This I have already. Important pointer for communication, everybody of know, but this I have tried to build up. Target is important. Health workers and ASHA workers we addressed. Health workers and ASHA workers are already there. They can take lead in a program because they are connected with this. Pani Samiti member and villager, school groups, teachers and students. This is a very important group, target group. We must address schools, students, and I will tell you, they become big change in it. they change the habits and everything. Self-help groups, member of milk cooperatives, GW staff, Gram Mitras. Next. Tools, I have already talked. Next. That's all. Thank you. I'm sorry I have not been able to. I try to cover the points. It's a very exhaustive subject, and that's why I have given one note, and I have given this presentation. This presentation, I feel that Mr. Joshi would share with the participant. Thank you. Thank you.
Immensely benefited. Thank you so much, sir. You talked about the communication and its importance. Communication is Samvad, Jal Jeevan Samvad, and in that series we are doing here this national workshop on IEC. So it's all part of Jal Jeevan Samvad. And thank you so much, Sama Saab. We are so grateful for your words of wisdom. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Mr. Sama. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Nicholas Asbert, who is Chief WASH UNICEF, to talk about UNICEF support to states on JJM. Thank you very much. Nicholas.
Shri Bharatwal, Shri Yugal Joshi, Shri R.K. Sama, and the Chief Engineers, WSSO directors, nodal officers, IEC consultants, esteemed colleagues from UNICEF, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here today. In UNICEF, our mandate is children, and we all know the importance of safely managed drinking water for children to survive and thrive. Hence, the importance of this mission, of the Jal Jeevan mission, for UNICEF as a whole, not limited to the water and sanitation team. If you look at what's happening in the water sector globally, this Jal Jeevan mission in India, driven by the head of the government, with resources, vision, good guidelines, monitoring system, is really for us one in a lifetime opportunity to bring a change, something historical at this point in time. So all of us know the importance of behavior change to achieve the objectives of the Jal Jeevan mission and ensure improved water governance and understanding what's at stake. I really enjoyed the formula from Mr. Bharatwal on that, creating water enlightened citizens in India. And broadly, what's happening in India is also looked at from abroad. So again, this is a very important mission. As we know, water is becoming a more and more scarce resource in the world, and this is being accelerated globally by the climate changes. In many parts of the world now, we have conflict just because of water. And so this behavior change approach is about governance and usage, but it's also to prepare the resilience of communities to what is coming their way because of the climate changes and climate deterioration. And for this, Jal Jeevan mission is also very important. So it is hoped that through your engagement with the support of UNICEF and many other partners, we will manage to bring that shift among communities. What are the two types of caveats we see there in terms of attitudes? On one hand is coping. People accept that they don't have the service, they don't know about the quality of water, they accept that water is available 30 minutes per day, and they don't demand their rights for sustainable, affordable water services that meet all the criteria, available when needed, on premises, and free of contamination. The other attitude is wastage. A lot of India extracts more underground water than the USA and China combined. 80% of it is for agriculture. And I don't think the country can sustain. And here as well, the Jal Jeevan mission is a game changer. So we want the communities to change their mindsets. How about us? if you want to change people, maybe start with yourselves. I'm talking about me as well. And how ready are we to shift our mindsets? Working by ticking the box and not looking at what's the change for the communities, lack of empathy, seeing what's the struggle for people to fetch water going far away, and shift the roles in behavior change approach. It's important to us educated people put our shoes and become learners and understand that the expertise is local and learn from the communities. This is the essence of the participatory approach, which can really empower communities. But that shift within ourselves is also important. So building infrastructure is difficult, but yet I feel this is the easy part. The difficult part is really this behavior change around sustainability. And it's on us to ensure that there is regularity in behavior change, multiple channels and regularity. It won't change in the snap of a finger. It's a lot of time. Hence, the importance of investing, nurturing on the workforce at the grassroots level who brings the behavior change through interpersonal communication. The ISAs, this is a great innovation at scale, something that really many sectors could learn from. Use them. The PRIs, their staff, the GP staff, women's self-help group, PANI Samiti, we heard in the presentation. So if they are motivated, trained, equipped, and they have this mindset not to lecture, but to make people participate, there is a great potential to achieve the changes with regard to considering water, using water, managing water. And it's very important that we focus on this layer of the workforce. I will end my quick introduction remarks with what are the key challenges that we anticipate for effective behavior change. Number one is perhaps information overload. We are not the only one willing to reach the communities. We have seen this with the COVID-19 and all the work around COVID appropriate behaviors, and we did some analysis and there is a fatigue. So we need to see what type of messaging, change them regularly, and make them aspirational. Some research show that the most influential people in rural India are the young people in their 20s. Use them and use the creativity so that the messaging rotates and is also entertaining, aspirational. The second, it means as well contextualization. We will talk about general principles here, but you are all experts and how to change and to translate that in the reality of the context in which you work, right? Who are the leaders? Who are the people influencing? So the second key challenge is a capacity for this IEC workforce at the grassroots level. I have met very skilled people who know very well how to trigger. Others, they just follow. And in the same way, number three, let's not go for the easy one. Behavior change is not just about posters and wall painting. You can spend money there, you will spend your IEC budget, but what impact does it have? If there is no interpersonal communication, if we don't hear the messaging on radio, on TV, and by this workforce day by day. And finally, something often missing is the monitoring of behavior change. We do the activity, we have no clue about knowledge and practices. At least there is a very simple indicator, it's the recall. When was the last time you received a message on water conservation or on water resources? At least that, on a small sample basis, so that you see if your plan is effective at the grassroots level. So this is what I hope will be discussed today. And it's very important that it comes at this point in time. The Jal Jeevan mission, third year. So it's very important to go back to the guidelines, go back to the core objectives and translate this into this very important behavior change approach. Um, we are very happy to see that the type of engagement there is around this thematic. And of course, UNICEF is here to support. We are duty bearers. We have 3 teams in the field who can help you: the water and sanitation teams, the behavior change specialist teams, and the external communication teams for social media. So please use us, demand what you need, and we will be there, because this is a core accountability of UNICEF. With this, I wish you an insightful and successful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osbert. Thank you very much for highlighting the key challenges in behavioral change communication. You also talked about washed enlightened citizenship. We call washed enlightened villages, washed prabuddha Ghar. This is a very important concept given by our esteemed AS and MD sir, and we are greatly honored that he is between us to talk about responsive and responsible leadership for assured service delivery and developing washed and enlightened society. Sir, we are honored to have you here. May I now request you for your keynote.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. First and foremost, I think I welcome you on behalf of the Department, Government of India. And of course, quite delayed. This program was launched in 2019, and I wish we had planned that we'll start this activity in 2002, but unfortunately, because of COVID, we couldn't take it forward. Nevertheless, maybe slightly late, but I think it's good to see you all here, that we are assembled under one roof. And this is an occasion to discuss few things. And more importantly, I think we all should be on the same page. We should know the big picture. We should know how to move forward, which you people have been doing. I think WSSO was, started in 2009. So 11, 12 years journey is a very, very long journey for any organization or any setup. So it's a golden opportunity. I think this thing today is not only IEC workshop, but I think this is also an occasion to introspect who we are, what all we have done, what is the challenge ahead, and what we should be doing. This is the occasion, I think, when so many bright young boys and girls, men and women have assembled here. I think this occasion should be used for that kind of. First, just from my understanding, how many of you are unable to comprehend, understand Hindi so well? How many of you? Very large. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to speak in between, in somewhere in Hindi, so I'll stop myself. The subject is so vast. Honestly speaking, I don't know from where to begin. And I must thank Mr. Sama and Mr. Nicola, because they have made my job much easier, because they have covered what needs to be done. So I'll be not covering those points. I think first we must understand who we are. Water and Sanitation Support Organization. I think we must internalize it. And I'm sure you have internalized it. You must understand very, very clearly. Every job, every organization, every role has its own, most of the time what happens, there is so much confusion in our mind. We don't know who we are. And once we know who we are, it becomes much easier to perform our duty. So first and foremost, water and sanitation. Second important, support organization. So our success or failure will also be measured It will also be measured. A, in a very material terms, what kind of support we provided, and of course to whom. But more importantly, because of your support, what was the end result? What was the outcome? So I'll request that each of you must have on your dashboard, on your home page, this flow diagram should always be there. I'm here for support activity, support our nation, and I start thinking that my job is to construct this dome or no, my job is not this. Just think about it. Let's take any day-to-day scenario. How many of you have purchased a flat or apartment? How many of you? Anybody had purchased? And the word purchased. Anybody? Kindly raise your hand if somebody has purchased. Okay. And how many of you have purchased that apartment or flat from a government body, housing board? Anybody has experience? You have experience. Anybody else? You too. 2%. Anybody else? No. Can anybody answer all those who have purchased apartment, why they didn't purchase it from government housing board? Was it not available? Or well, you are not satisfied about its quality, its design, what? Anybody? Anyone who has purchased it from private people, private builder, private this thing, why he or she has not thought about it purchasing from a government body? Anybody can answer? You will answer? Yeah.
Two reasons.
Oh. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Please. Pardon me? Later maintenance. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Don't advertise it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. 3. Anybody else? Okay. आपने गवर्नमेंट से परचेज किया. Tell me why. Why?
Sir, because the space is much more in a government flat as compared to a private.
Pardon me, I can't follow.
So the area that they provide in a government accommodation is far more than what you get in a private, and plus the parking facilities are there inside it.
Anybody? Yes, sir. Mic DJ. Everybody should hear.
So actually, government bodies don't provide latest technology.
Who provides latest technology? Government.
Private parties provide latest technology.
Okay. Okay, you have answered many things, but let us think about it. Somebody says that government doesn't advertise us, doesn't give opportunity, doesn't share information, doesn't get, right? Somebody said quality. Okay? Somebody said it's a design. Of course, there are certain pluses also, as Krishna said that there are certain pluses also. Everything has some plus and minus. So that flat, that apartment, come to next stage. That structure is more important, or the people who are going to live that life, the way they are going to live, the way operation and maintenance will be done, the way it will be kept. What is more important? Any of you? Raise your hand and say, any of you. Don't be silent. Silence is not a very great thing. Yes, sir. No, I'm not into that. You have taken a flat, okay? One structure is there.
Right.
So whole life, that structure is more important. Or the people who are going to convert that flat, apartment, house into home, and living the way you live, what is more important? Right? Okay.
The way where we live, sir.
A hospital building. Every day, new university is built, new hospitals are built, isn't it? What is more important? The doctor, the paramedics, the instrument, the way they welcome the patient, the way they comfort the patient, the way they treat the patient, the way they take care of the patient, or that building per se. So building is basic. No. Without building, you can't move forward. The building is the basic. But the real joy, the real benefit, living in that apartment, the way we live, the way we keep it, the way we operate and maintain it, what road you are using, or hospital, or school, or university, anything. And second, in a very lighter way, like no gender bias or stereotyping, but I think we all say that, home is from, because women are there. They build that home. House anybody can construct. Good, bad, ugly, anybody can construct. In Asian context, home is always built by women because they have that sensitivity. They have that understanding. They have that. I think in water supply and sanitation and hygiene, the same thing is applicable. A structure can be built by anybody. Anybody can build a structure. But when it comes to giving life to that structure, when you give that support, that it becomes life-supporting structure, there can't be more important thing than water. After air, I think probably the most critical service. So, WSSO is doing that job. WSSO is doing that job. And keep that in mind, that we have to do this job. We can give life to this structure. This, what you do or you don't do, that has a bearing, that has an impact on the lives of people. Imagine those children, those pregnant women, kind of water they don't get. This is one part of the story. So who we are, perhaps this answers who we are. But I think we should have this pride, who we are. This pride, if you don't have, I think we have to have. And imagine, in any program, you must have seen so many programs in your life. 5% of the fund, 3,60,000 crore rupees, 5% fund this one, and 2%. Right? For water quality monitoring and surveillance is also part of support activity. So all those people who are involved in formulating this program, this project, they kept 7% of the money for this activity. Right? So I think you can for 5 years, more than 25,000 crore rupees has been kept for this support activities. And if we are not planning properly, if we are not executing properly, I think, well, it will remain like an empty apartment. It will remain like an empty hospital. And I think you have to give that life. to the whole sector. And don't forget this. And I think verbatim, I don't remember, but there is a very famous, he had so many roles. I think many of you must have heard about Benjamin Franklin. Very, I think one of his most beautiful quote for anyone is that if you don't plan properly, I mean, I don't remember verbatim, but it's something like this, that if you don't plan properly, you are planning for failure. If you don't plan properly, you are planning for failure. Kindly keep this thing in mind. Yeah, please go ahead. Might be easier.
Sorry, if you fail to plan to fail.
So I think we have to keep this in mind. So if water, sanitation, hygiene, waste sector has to be given life, it has to be made functional. We have to ensure that everybody, like hospital, like university, like school, like house, everybody should get benefit of that. It means it is the WSSO and its activities, its execution of work that will give it life. So criticality of this support activity, I think we all have to understand. I wanted to say only this. Your job starts from here in this context. What all should be, you should understand, realize the criticality, the importance of your job, of your work, of your team, the way it needs strengthening, the way it needs its own capacity building, and the way it has to work. So first thing is who we are. And I think second most important thing, I think we should have clarity. What do we want to achieve? Or what do we want to contribute? Again, I will give the same simile. A woman, a lady in the initial years might be thinking that I'll have my home. That might be the goal, my home. But you will realize that once you enter into that apartment, for her it's not like my home. It's a well-being of the whole family, the whole excellence. And in that, she always thinks what kind of contribution she's making to make it that success. Hospital. And the doctors, paramedics, everybody to think collectively. See that mindset. Out of those 24 hours, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, they might be thinking about my salary, my promotion, my job. Fair enough. But 99% times they have to think by this patient, his or her well-being. And I think during pandemic, we have seen that so many paramedics, so many doctors, so many, had they been thinking about themselves, there was no need for them to go to any ward or any. So what we are aiming at, what kind of contribution we want to make. That is second. And third part is how. So our clarity, we can define our parameters, what kind of contribution we want to make. Like Mr. Sama has said, and I was listening to Nicola, the way he was putting perspective. You can decide. Like in case of our children, many of you have reached that stage when your child qualifies in Indian context again, some competitive examination. Any professional courses come. I think you derive more happiness than your child, isn't it? I can see that, right? So I think WSO, we have to see that part. the success of that water supply scheme, the success of VWSC, Gram Panchayat, or Pani Samiti to operate, maintain, manage, that is our success. I think this part we have. End of the day, the most important thing is that what you did, which led to that A, B, C villages or Pani Samitis, they are able to operate, maintain, manage the system. The success is that in that village, in that school, in that Anganwadi center, no one got, let's say, hepatitis. No one developed dysentery, cholera, what kind of waterborne diseases. Nobody has to deploy tankers, train, whatever you call it, isn't it? In that village, somebody comes, and especially from city or somewhere outside, don't feel ashamed in offering water from your own, this thing. You must have seen, right? Anywhere you go, everybody gives you bottled water. Isn't it? Nobody dares to give you tap water. I think in this country, to me, there can't be a bit bigger failure as matter of shame than offering this bottled water, sealed water. That tap water is supposed to clean, supposed to drink. But at least in cities and towns, we are seeing that everybody is having, because we don't have that faith in tap water. Everybody is having his own small filter. Whatever water goes in that, we don't know. Whatever comes out, we don't know. But whatever comes out, we drink. Whatever goes in, we don't have faith. I think WSSO has to think about it. Why and what we should be doing. What we should be doing. Imagine this was limited to, pipe water supply, tap water supply was more or less a kind of urban phenomenon. And it is going to be in the whole country, everywhere, every household. And imagine that you are giving water, system is giving water, but nobody is drinking. Don't have faith, don't have trust. So what we have to do? To build that trust, that faith. In real sense, not for optics. Isn't it? What we should be doing, that if people like us or anybody comes to your capital, your district and your place for conferences and seminars, you are not buying sealed bottled water. You feel confident. What you have to do? If in a village, if we have to construct a water tank, overhead tank or some or this, or we have to do pipeline, or somebody has to do plumbing, or somebody do electrical work or this thing. What we should be doing at WSSO, that those kind of skilled manpower, human resources are become available for regular operation, maintenance, and if any of you are staying in any kind of gated community, you must have seen or this urban ladder or something like that today. Life becomes so easier that colony has arrangement with plumber, electrician, all those things. Or urban ladder, you can get the services of those people. Imagine there is a pipe water supply system in a village, in a particular village, and there's some leakage take place. There is nobody locally available to fix it. Isn't it? Just think for a moment. Most of people who are assembled here must be staying, let's say, a reasonable size of city or bigger towns. I think everybody. I hope everybody is from city town, or anyone is from living in typical village. Anyone sitting here? Nobody is living in typical village. in your own city or town, wherever you are living, your supply might be plus minus something, 2 to 4 hours in the morning and 2 to 4 hours in the evening, average. Most of you. In your tap, you also get only, when you open only in the morning and evening, this water comes, or in your tap, most of the time, water comes. Anybody whose tap, whole day, water is not coming? Anybody here? One. Anybody else? Okay, 2%. 24/7 water doesn't come. So 98% people, 97% people's house, 24/7 water comes. Anybody here, out of those 97%, minus these two people, from the supply side, from the overhead tank or whatever the system is, in anybody's city, it is 24/7 supply from the overhead tank? Anybody? Anyone? No. So let's understand this, and let's analyze it, and let's find a path. Today, in our home, we get 24/7 supply. But supplier from there is supplying not 24/7, let's 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours daily. But in our homes, we get 24/7 supply. How? See the management, try to understand, and this will show the path, what we all have to do. So you have built your own overhead storage. Okay? This is the one answer. And for paucity of time, let me add that another answer also helps. That suppose you have 2, 3, 4, 5 bathroom, kitchen points, everybody behaves responsibly. So whatever little water you have in your overhead tank, your own overhead tank, that doesn't get, so everybody behaves responsibly and then you get water. These are the two things. Do you agree broadly? If you agree this broadly, then in village scenario, now go back to village scenario. What is going to do? What will happen? Is it possible that from that overhead tank, 4/7 supply can be done, should be done? The person, first let's start that no, then we'll come to yes. Okay? Let's take urban phenomenon and go to rural area, that no, not possible. So it means what? It means if the whole village become one family. So this family doesn't have, this family, whole family, one village is one family. So they have overhead storage, one common storage. In that family, like in your own family, in every bathroom, we behave responsibly. If whole village start behaving responsibly, so it means you can have water in every tap 24/7. Isn't it? Because it is next to impossible that in village-like situation, you ask everybody to have their own overhead tank. I think it's a criminal waste. But it is equally criminal that if 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 persons or people are not behaving responsibly, water is less. So nobody will listen. It means this constitutional principle, fraternity, brotherhood. I think WSSO has to have this kind of knowledge and understanding and explanation to prepare people. If you get certain facility, so enjoy that facility, you have to behave responsibly. If you want to avail flight, you have to stand in that queue, you have to get frisked, you have to, put seat belt, you have to do. If you want to travel in metro, you want to hospital, you want to go to, your child should go to, it means certain non-negotiable principles have to be followed. And I think in water supply that has to come. And who will bring that discipline, that knowledge, that sensitization, that information? You people. Think about it. In a village, every family average getting 300-liter water. Out of that, 220-liter, 230-liter water coming out as a grey water. This 220 to 30-liter water can become huge health hazard, has the potential. But it can also become a source. Just simple, proper collection, simple treatment, and for secondary, tertiary purpose, reuse. Who will sensitize people for this kind of management? Somebody has to. Last year, one survey was done. I think many of you might be aware. The countrywide survey was done. All 700 plus districts, in every district 10 villages, in every village 15 households. And we found that 39% samples, 39% water samples are not passing prescribed parameters. They are failing on 1 or 2 or 3 parameters. Imagine, TDS is beyond this thing, or chlorination, basic chlorine residue is not there, XYZ parameters. 39% samples, isn't it? Means contaminants or whatever is beyond permissible limit. Who will sensitize? You have pipe water supply system, but somebody has to chlorinate it, somebody has to filter it, somebody has to do it daily. Like us, we are doing in the morning, we get brush, go to washroom, brush our teeth, take bath, get ready, go to office. I mean, there has to be that, very responsible. In our life, if anything we miss, it has certain consequences. Don't go and brush your teeth, it has a consequence. Anything you don't do. So who will bring this kind of awareness, this kind of reorientation of people's mind? Isn't it? So I think your role is very clear. Your role is very clear. It means we have to also acquire that kind of knowledge. We have to equip first ourselves. How many of you have read at least once? How many of you have read at least once operational guidelines for the implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission? How many? So roughly 40, 50%? 50% people have read. How many of you have read Margdarshika for VWSC Pani Samiti? How many of you have read? Again, 15-20%. How many of you have read 100 days campaign guideline to make provision of water in school, Anganwadi center, ashram shalas? How many of you have read? I'll be asking few questions from you, whosoever has read. How many of you have read? This, how many of you have read? One person. Then I leave, I don't want to say anything. Kindly introspect. That is the only word I'll say, and just leave it here. This is the biggest shame of this country, including me. The job I am going to do, the responsibility I have been given, I don't prepare for that. We are becoming a society of ignorant. And please don't forget, this power of ignorance is very powerful. If you have not read, if you have not internalized, not understood, you feel extremely powerful, extremely knowledgeable. You feel, I know everything. So, power of ignorance. And second, if you also cap it with power of arrogance, that I don't need to acquire knowledge. My dear friends, just think about it. If your child start behaving like this, your family is doomed. And if you behave like this, sector is doomed. Okay? I think we should not be so unethical. The job which gives me money to run my family, to send my children to school, to get my parents and me some treatment, we should not be so insensitive towards that. I'll not say much, but don't be, I'm not surprised. This is the kind of shameful conduct we all, including me, don't believe in reading. Tab chalta hai, tab chalega. Thank God people are you are not running an aircraft. Without reading manual, somebody said, "Main jahaz chala dunga." Nahin? Thank God you are not a surgeon. Otherwise, heart ki tarah, you could have opened my brain. Don't waste your life, my dear friends. Don't make yourself laughing stock. Start reading. Start developing skills. Start developing this thing. Time is not far off. Aur mera bas chalega, to within no time, we are going to have that kind. Like any doctor. A doctor does MBBS. Today, a lawyer does his or her LLB. An architect does his BArch. A chartered accountant, a company secretary. After that, he or she has to take examination and qualify. And then only he or she gets practice to license to practice. A doctor straight away must having degree cannot start practicing. From nationalized schools, lawyers, they can't start directly practicing if they don't clear Bar Council of India's examination or the State Bar Council. I think have some pride in yourself. Don't have this arrogance ki aapko padhne ki zarurat hi nahi. You don't need to read. You don't need to understand. More than 2.5 years. Nahi? More than 2 years, not 2.5 years, more than 2 years. Imagine that guideline, operation guidelines. It was issued in December, already available on your net, website, everywhere. You are not reading, you have not internalized. I hope you understand the difference between a thinking man and slave. Anybody here has seen the film Spartacus? Anyone has seen the film Spartacus? Spartacus, Spartacus. Anyone? No, haven't seen. My humble request and suggestion is please go back and see this movie. This movie will tell you what is the difference between a man and a slave. In the mindset we are reflecting here, still is a slave mindset, not a thinking person. Spartacus is all about how a slave becomes a man. The moment he or she becomes a thinking person, not just, kisi ne kaha aise kar do, kar diya. Somebody says like, do like this and just kar diya. No, that is slave. But the moment you start thinking, you are become a true human being. I'll urge all of you, and no offense, please start. Convert yourself. Please. Since you have not read, it is futile for me to talk about various guidelines and certain issues. I thought you are at that level, then I can talk. If you are not at that level, there is no point in talking to you on those issues, because it will not make any head and tail. So I think that I have to stop here, because it's a very, very, very pitiable situation, very sad situation. That we are not in pursuit of excellence. We are not want to. My humble request is that, well, please don't do this with your family. Don't put your child on this path. It will lead to kind of destruction of whole family. And if you feel that it is important to read, to understand, to improve our knowledge base, start setting example for your children, for your family, for everybody. I think kindly do it. And my request is that if anybody, any of you are still not interested in reading, please don't carry these guidelines. Leave it here. While going, please leave it here. You have been given a hard copy of, I was told that hard copy of the guidelines, operational guidelines, hard copy of the Margdarshika, and 2 years Jal Jeevan Mission. So if you are not interested, at least allow somebody else to read it. Because I thought that I would be discussing that the kind of provision have been made, what you can do, what you should be doing, and how to do it. Since you have not read the guideline, you can't appreciate that. You have not read the Margdarshika. That is the basic Bible for water supply and sanitation. How you are going to do it? How many of you are getting from some sources monthly Jal Jeevan Samvad newsletter? How many of you? How many of you, after getting with anybody and everybody like that? Now think about it. Think about it. Our failure, we have not been able to form a kind of group or, this thing. It's humanly not possible. I think on our part that we should go and force it. No, you have to drink this water. Nothing doing. No, I must take this water to you. And then you will drink. Second, you don't feel thirsty. Because as I told you, this power of ignorance and power of arrogance, there's no need to read. So on our website, always it is put. So you will not source it that you download it and read it. You don't feel need. You take your salary, you go this thing, have gala life. Time chal raha hai, zindagi like a stone in a river. Lुढ़कते जा रहे हैं, लुढ़कते जा रहे हैं, लुढ़कते जा रहे हैं. Don't feel urge. That is a good thing. I have that involvement in the sector. I should share with that, How many of you, if you are working in the field, have some kind of WhatsApp group for working purpose? Listen carefully. Working purpose with your colleagues, A, and B, with secondary stakeholder, who are primary, basically village panchayat or pani samiti or village water samiti. So first I will tell you about colleagues. How many of you are having a part of, you are part of, or you are administrator, part of a group? 10%? Okay. And how many of you are having a group of, let's say, I'm in this district. So all Sarpanch or all VWSC chairman or all Pani Samiti chairpersons, we are having a group. Anybody that has? You have 2, 4. You have group. Great, hats off to you. How many of you, and I'll ask you to please tell me, how many of you know that for potable water, there is a BIS standard and it has this kind of 13. How many of you know? And who can tell me that these are the parameters? How many of you are having A? You know that this first part is how many of you know? How many of you know that this kind of parameter is there for drinking water? 1, 2, 10 people, 10, 12 people. How many are? Don't feel. How many you can straight away get up and narrate the whole 13 parameter? How many of you? And they're no need. Wait. उनको तो मालूम ही है भाई. I know that. How many of you can stand up and just tell me that these are the 13 parameter and this is the range? This is the. How many of you? Anybody? You can, anybody else? Okay. Think of friends. How many of you here sitting here have a child who is going to school? School. 5, 6, 7. And how many of you have child who is going to college? Okay. Think about it. You have such fortunate teachers for your child. Would like to have this kind of teacher for your child? Can you be a role model teacher for your child? You can think about it, the sad state of affair. And you have been tasked to give support. Imagine with this government, 3,60,000 crore rupees on your shoulder, taxpayers' money. This is the cream of from a state sitting here who are supposed to provide support activity. Eh? I think we have to go back on drawing board. We have to think about it. Right? We will work out some strategy for this thing. Because we don't need disinterested people, incompetent people in such a high performance mission. I think they have to be knocked out. Such indifferent, incompetent people cannot be kept in Jal Jeevan Mission. They cannot be part of Jal Jeevan Mission. Because you will kill the whole program. No, sorry. Sorry. I think within 10 days, 15 days, please shape it. Otherwise, trust me, I'll ensure that, this kind of test, this thing is carried out and people should be weeded out. They don't have knowledge, they have no business to be in Jal Jeevan Mission. We are not going to continue with this kind of stock. Now I'll be sitting with I think every state with your principal secretary and assistant chief secretary. And I think immediately we have to do some kind of exercise that people's competence should be judged, and then decisions should be taken to return, because they can't be. You can anywhere you be, I'm not concerned, but you can't be part of Jal Jeevan Mission. Because this high performance mission cannot afford to have people who don't have sincerity, commitment, knowledge, appetite, and resolve to do something in life. Those who are wasting life are just for them, it's just like any other job. No, we don't need such people. We would not like to waste our life because our focus is those common people. We don't need this kind of intermediaries. We need very knowledgeable people with drive and energy. Who can be intermediary? The people who themselves need this kind of pep talk or support or this thing, how and what they are kind of support they are going to give. So you will sit with me. I think today itself, but tomorrow, I think I should be having a chat with all principal secretary and additional chief secretaries. I think they have to revisit everything. Let's do that. So friends, as I said in the beginning, this is the place, today is the occasion. Introspect. Kindly. And all those of you who are competent people with full of sincerity, commitment, and read and understand, talk to others during lunchtime, between tea break. One thing which we are very sure, without any doubt, we will not like incompetent, disinterested, sensitive people, non-committed people as a part of Jal Jeevan Mission. We are very clear about that. And I think we have to immediately evolve a system where such not only knowledge test, but aptitude and attitude must be carried out. And such people should be weeded out from that. No, we cannot afford to have. Nevertheless, try, still time is there. First, make yourself capable of advising and supporting somebody. If doctor is not competent, what support he can give to patient? If a nurse is herself is not competent, what kind of support, what kind of care she can give to a patient? If a teacher himself or herself is not competent, doesn't have temperament, knowledge and temperament, what kind of support he or she can give you to your child? If you want to build a good society, better society, I think the action start at our own end, with us, at our home. Not that har aadmi lecture de raha, nahi. Politicians should behave like this, journalists should behave like that, TV channel should behave like this, actor should behave like this. What about yourself? I think we have to look inward, we have to improve, we have to start working. And I'm pretty sure that at least all those of you who have some conscience set, whose soul is alive, you will start acting right now. Please, my humble request, make your own life meaningful. Because kahin na kahin wo guilt rehta hai. If you are not sincere, wo guilt rehta hai. If you are not committed, wo guilt rehta hai. If you are not performing and free mein salary le rahe hain, to wo guilt rehta hai. And no family, no individual in our society, at least, we believe in that kind of thing. If we work like this, earn money like this, no, you can't prosper. So I'll stop here. We have assembled really eminent people. All are very busy people. We have especially requested them to come here, share ideas, thought, all those things. Kindly use this opportunity to learn something, make your own life meaningful, become better professional, and then contribute. Kindly use this opportunity and wish you all very best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting this much needed, this need for introspection and telling us who we are, how we can contribute, and what we can contribute in simple words. Ultimately, the task for the team here, support teams here, is to work with discipline, knowledge, sensitivity, and pride, so that they can build trust and faith in water service delivery, and ultimately to realize that their success is ultimately the success. If Pani Samitis, VWSCs become successful, it is their success. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, as a token of appreciation, sir, and gratefulness, it plant. Thank you very much, sir.
See, very apt, very apt plant, right? Such difficult situation, this grows. Thank you all very much. Have a nice day. Have a wonderful session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take leave. Parliament is going on, so I have to go. Yes. So look forward to catching up maybe. Okay, thank you.
We have a tea break for 15 minutes. And the facility is managed, is at the outdoors. No, it's not in 15 minutes. I think this one.
Yeah. So, regarding the presentation, I was not very clear about it because it says from 11 to 9.
नहीं जूम पर
All. Hello, everybody. Myself, Amit. If you have the pen drive having, IC materials, you can please give it to me. I will copy it in my laptop. All the IC materials.
जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं तो गुजरात जैसा राज्य से हूं जहां अधिकतर सूखे की स्थिति मैंने देखी है। मैंने ये भी देखा है कि पानी की एक एक बूंद का कितना महत्व होता है। इसलिए गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए लोगों तक जल पहुंचाना और जल संरक्षण मेरी प्राथमिकताओं में रहे। हमने ना सिर्फ लोगों तक, किसानों तक पानी पहुंचाया, बल्कि ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि भूजल स्तर बढ़े। ये एक बड़ी वजह रही कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों पर लगातार काम किया है। आज जो नतीजे हमें मिल रहे हैं वो हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर देने वाले हैं।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
अब जैसे मुझे बताया गया कि आपके डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिकल साइंस ने पीने के पानी को साफ करने के लिए एक कम कीमत वाली आसान टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम किया है। इसका लाभ असम के अनेक गांवों को हो रहा है। बल्कि मुझे तो ये बताया गया कि अब ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी छत्तीसगढ़ में, उड़ीसा में, बिहार में, कर्नाटक, राजस्थान जैसे राज्यों तक भी पहुंच रही है। मतलब ये आपकी कीर्ति पताका फैल रही है। भारत में इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी के विकास से हर घर जल पहुंचाने का जल जीवन मिशन को जो सपना है उसको एक सशक्तिकरण होगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं तो गुजरात जैसा राज्य से हूं जहां अधिकतर सूखे की स्थिति मैंने देखी है। मैंने ये भी देखा है कि पानी की एक एक बूंद का कितना महत्व होता है। इसलिए गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए लोगों तक जल पहुंचाना और जल संरक्षण मेरी प्राथमिकताओं में रहे। हमने ना सिर्फ लोगों तक, किसानों तक पानी पहुंचाया, बल्कि ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि भूजल स्तर बढ़े। ये एक बड़ी वजह रही कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने पानी आर्सेनिक की मात्रा अधिक होती है, लगातार काम। ऐसे क्षेत्रों में आज जो नतीजे हमें मिल रहे हैं वो हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर देने वाले हैं।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
अब जैसे मुझे बताया गया कि आपके डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिकल साइंस ने बुखार से को साफ करने के प्रभावित देश के 61 जिले, कीमत वाली 8 से अधिक जिले में आसान नल कलेक्शन की संख्या सिर्फ 8 लाख थी। आज ये बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 11 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। अब ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी देश को जो जिले उड़ीसा में विकास की दौड़ में सबसे पीछे रह गए थे, जैसे राज्यों जिन जिलों में विकास की एक अभूतपूर्व आकांक्षा है, वहां प्राथमिकता के आधार पर हर घर जल पहुंचाया जा रहा है। आकांक्षी जिलों में अब जल पहुंचाने नल कनेक्शन की संख्या 31 लाख से बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 16 लाख से ज्यादा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
लोगों की सुविधा हेतु इस ऐप में जल जीवन मिशन से संबंधित सभी जानकारी एक स्थान पर उपलब्ध है।
जहां अधिकतर
जल जीवन मिशन में हो रही प्रगति, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच एवं निगरानी, वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम का विवरण इस ऐप से सभी लोग देख सकते हैं।
एक बूंद का कितना महत्व होता है।
हर राज्य, हर जिले तथा हर गांव की प्रगति भी इस ऐप में देखी जा सकती है।
लोगों तक जल पहुंचाना और
ग्राम पंचायत,
संरक्षण,
पानी समिति के सदस्यों,
मेरी प्राथमिकता
पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच के लिए चिन्हित
हमने
महिलाओं के नाम
ना
इत्यादि
सिर्फ
भी देखे जा
लोगों
सकते हैं।
तक, किसानों तक पानी पहुंचाया,
जलापूर्ति संबंधित शिकायतें
भूजल
तथा
स्तर
भुगतान भी
बढ़े।
इसके माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। इस ऐप में क्षेत्रीय इंजीनियर्स तथा पानी समिति लॉगिन करके अपने गांव के जल स्रोत तथा पानी की टंकी इत्यादि की जियो टैगिंग कर सकेंगे तथा हर घर जल का प्रमाण पत्र जारी कर सकेंगे। इस ऐप को ggm.gov.in से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है।
ये एक बड़ी वजह रही कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों पर लगातार काम किया है। आज जो नतीजे हमें मिल रहे हैं वो हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर देने वाले हैं।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
अब जैसे मुझे बताया गया कि आपके डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिकल साइंस ने पीने के पानी को साफ करने के लिए एक कम कीमत वाली आसान टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम किया है। इसका लाभ असम के अनेक गांवों को हो रहा है। बल्कि मुझे तो ये बताया गया कि अब ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी छत्तीसगढ़ में, उड़ीसा में, बिहार में, कर्नाटक, राजस्थान
राज्यों तक भी पहुंच
रही है। मतलब ये आपकी कीर्ति पताका फैल रही है। भारत में इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी के विकास से हर घर जल पहुंचाने का जल जीवन मिशन को जो सपना है उसको एक सशक्तिकरण होगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं तो गुजरात जैसा
राज्य से हूँ अधिकतर सूखे की स्थिति मैंने देखी है। मैंने ये भी अब जैसे कि आपके डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिकल साइंस ने पीने के पानी को साफ करने के लिए एक कम कीमत वाली आसान टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम किया है। इसका लाभ असम के अनेक गांवों को हो रहा है।
मेरा नाम निशा देवी है, मैं रियासी में रहती हूँ और मैं आपको पानी के बारे में कुछ बताना चाहती हूँ। हमें सबसे पहले पानी की इतनी समस्या थी कि पूछो मत। हमें पानी लेने के लिए काफ़ी दूर दूर तक जाना पड़ता था। कभी दरिया में, कभी बोली में, कभी कहीं हमें जाना पड़ता था। तो हमें बहुत परेशानी हुआ करती थी। लेकिन हमारे घर में कोई अगर गेस्ट भी आ जाए ना, हमें सबसे पहले बस यही टेंशन थी हम पानी की मैनेजमेंट कैसे करें। चलो पानी तो लाना हमारी मजबूरी है, हमें तो जाना ही है, लेकिन कई बार हमें डर भी लगता था रास्ते में कि अब शाम हो चुकी है, कैसे हम जाएं। सांप, कीड़े, बिच्छू, इन सबसे तो डर लगता ही है, लेकिन हमें तो फिर भी पानी लाना ही पड़ता था। लेकिन हम पानी जब लाते हैं घर में, लेकिन कभी कभी उससे भी हमें थोड़ी कमी की परेशानी हो जाती है। कपड़े धोना, कभी कुछ करना, बहुत सारे काम होते हैं पानी से, जिससे हमारी समस्या मतलब बढ़ती जाती थी। लेकिन अब ये कुछ स्कीम ऐसी हुई कि अब हमारे घर में नल लग चुके हैं, 2 टाइम पानी अब आने लगा है। और
मेरा नाम पल्लवी राजपूत है और मैं बेसिकली गन कोलसिर की रहने वाली हूँ। यहाँ पे एक गांव पड़ता है और हमारे टाइम उस समय पानी नहीं आता था क्योंकि नलका नहीं लगा था घर पे, तो इस वजह से हमें काफ़ी घर से दूर जाना पड़ता था पानी भरने के लिए, जिस वजह से हमें स्कूल जाने में भी काफ़ी दिक्कत आती थी क्योंकि पानी भरना होता था तो लेट हो जाते थे स्कूल जाने के लिए। तो घर वाले कहते थे पानी भर के लाओ, तो वो लाने के चक्कर में हमारा स्कूल मिस हो जाता था। इस वजह से हमारी पढ़ाई भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा ख़राब हो रही थी। और अब जो है हमारे घर में नलका लग चुका है, 2 टाइम पानी आ रहा है सुबह शाम। ये जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हो रहा है, तो अब हम टाइम से पानी भर लेते हैं क्योंकि सुबह शाम आ रहा है।
मेरा नाम नीलू है, मैं बांदा जिले के ग्राम पलेरी से। और ये जो सरकार की योजना चल रही है, जल मिशन योजना, अगर ये धरातल में सही अच्छी तरह से उतर रही तो बुंदेलखंड वासियों के लिए ये वरदान साबित होगी, क्योंकि बुंदेलखंड में पानी की बहुत ज़्यादा कमी है। यहाँ गर्मियों में तो ये हालत हो जाती है कि दूर दराज से पानी लाना पड़ता है और ज़मीन में नल भी जवाब दे जाते हैं। इस वजह से अगर ये घर घर योजना जल मिशन तहत के से पहुँच रही है तो मेरी समझ में कि ये वरदान साबित होगी बुंदेलखंड के लिए।
मेरा नाम नेहा है, मैं रियासी की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे मोहल्ले में जो है पानी की बहुत ही ज़्यादा समस्या थी। पहले हम लोगों को नहाने में बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती थी और भी जो पानी के जो भी काम है बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती थी। हमें दूर से पानी लाना पड़ता था, चिनाब से, नदियों से। लेकिन अब जो है सरकार की एक स्कीम आई हुई है जल जीवन मिशन, जिसके तहत हमें पानी की समस्या से निजात मिल चुकी है और हमारा जो जल जीवन है बहुत ही सरल हो गया है।
मेरा नाम सीमा रानी है और मैं छोटे तलोकपुर की रहने वाली हूँ। ये जो जल जीवन मिशन चलाया गया है, इससे हमें बहुत सुविधा मिल रही है। 2 वक्त पानी आता है और हमारी सारी समस्याएं दूर हो गई हैं। पहले पानी की कमी से
हम नहा भी नहीं पाते थे, बर्तन भी नहीं मांज सकते, पीने के लिए पानी भी हमें नहीं मिलता था। मगर अब हम अच्छे से पानी यूज़ करते हैं और हमारा जीवन बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है पानी की वजह से।
जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं तो गुजरात जैसा राज्य से हूं जहां अधिकतर सूखे की स्थिति मैंने देखी है। मैंने ये भी देखा है कि पानी की एक एक बूंद का कितना महत्व है। इसलिए गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए लोगों तक जल पहुंचाना और जल संरक्षण मेरी प्राथमिकताओं में रहे। हमने ना सिर्फ लोगों तक, किसानों तक पानी पहुंचाया, बल्कि ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि भूजल स्तर बढ़े। ये एक बड़ी वजह रही कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों पर लगातार काम किया है। आज जो नतीजे हमें मिल रहे हैं वो हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर देने वाले हैं।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
हेलो।
आज एक तरफ
We'll start our next session in another 5 minutes.
ज्यादा से ज्यादा अधिकार
Also
दिए
will be
जा
the
रहे
first
हैं, दूसरी तरफ पारदर्शिता का भी पूरा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। ग्राम स्वराज को लेकर केंद्र सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता का एक बड़ा प्रमाण जल जीवन मिशन और पानी समितियां भी है।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
साथियों, मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि पानी का उपयोग हमें प्रसाद की तरह करना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ लोग पानी को प्रसाद नहीं, बहुत ही सहज सुलभ मानकर उसे बर्बाद करते हैं। वो पानी का मूल्य ही नहीं समझते। पानी का मूल्य वो समझता है जो पानी के अभाव में जीता है। वही जानता है एक एक बूंद पानी जुटाने में कितनी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। मैं देश के हर उस नागरिक से कहूंगा जो पानी की प्रचुरता में रहते हैं, मेरा उनसे आग्रह है कि आपको पानी बचाने के ज्यादा प्रयास करने चाहिए और निश्चित तौर पर इसके लिए लोगों को अपनी आदतें भी बदलनी होगी।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल
Welcome back. We start our next session with the state presentations on their IEC strategies and components adopted for implementing it effectively. So the first state to present their presentation is Assam. There's a time limit attached to it, around 7 minutes.
Good morning, friends. It's a pleasure to be presenting our work in such a august gathering. So without further delay, let me take the presentation forward. So here we are discussing the IEC plans that we have in Assam. The agenda that we've set are the water situation, the IEC plan, IEC activities undertaken, and key challenges and enablers. So we begin at the very onset. We start with the water situation that is there in Assam. So if you see the slide, a bulk of the districts in Assam are fluoride affected, arsenic affected, or iron affected. At the same time, the groundwater levels are also receding. You will notice that there's a high level of groundwater dependence in Assam with around 97% of the schemes and 84% of the PWS systems dependent on groundwater sources. So this sets the tone for why we are using Jal Jeevan Mission. There is a very high prevalence of diarrhea diseases in the state. Coming to the plan that we have developed. So if I may go back to the previous presentation, you'll see that, this Assam per se has a lot of problems with regards to water. So that is why Jal Jeevan Mission is very important for us, and that is why IEC holds a very important role in the state to play. So taking forward to the plans that we have for Jal Jeevan Mission, we have divided the plans into two broad categories. One is the targeted IEC plans and the mass IEC activities. The targeted plans, you will notice there's a lot of interpersonal communication happening, announcements that are taking place in the village, wall writings, community level meetings, focus group discussions, and participatory rural reprisals. Now this is being supported by the mass activities that you'll see on the other side, which are hoardings and bus brandings and newsprints and radios and social media. But the basis of this entire activity is explained in this slide, where we are trying to create messages that encourage people to take action. So once we've put our plans in place, we realize that the feedback that we've received from the people, we are again further communicating and customizing our communications with them. You'll notice that there are three other important aspects that we have in our messages, which are the audience, as to who we are putting the message forward, whether it's the individuals, the village water supply schemes, service providers, or the policy makers. The audience, the approach that we've taken is of advocacy, interpersonal communication, community mobilization, message dissemination supported and reinforced by mass media. And ultimately, we have the message. So the message is very important for us because we want the message to be action-oriented, accurate, just so that the people understand what the messages that we're trying to put forward, that it elicits action from the people at the ground level, rather than we telling them that this is what you have to do. Moving on, these are certain IEC activities that we've taken over a period of time. So we have around more than 100 hoardings in the state, which is giving out the messages of IEC of Jal Jeevan Mission. We have about 75 buses that are branded because we find buses go to these buses are rural services. So they go from the urban to the rural areas. So they're going to the nook and corner of every state of the state where these important messages are going. So they go and stop at every stoppages. So people get the message through these buses. We have TV spots, then radio broadcasts that are happening. One is the FM level, which is more urban oriented. So they happen mostly through the occasional occasions like Independence Day or 2nd October. And we have the All India Radio, because All India Radio has very good reach in Assam. There are certain areas where we will see that, people listen to the regional news that is being read out perhaps at 7:15 in the morning or 8 in the evening. But that is when our messages are played out. So this is also helping us reach out to the larger rural audience. We have been using newsprints, and one of the biggest enablers we have today is the social media platforms that we have on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So the IEC activities that we've accomplished so far are about 3 lakh interpersonal, more than 3 lakh interpersonal communications. We've done announcements. We have done wall writings. Wall writings, for that matter, are going on as we speak. Then there are community level group discussions, which are more than 20,000, and participatory rural appraisals, we have about 5,000. This slide shows you the number of hoardings and activities that we've been doing. So there you'll see how we've branded ourselves in the rural areas, how PRA activities have been taking place. But you will notice that on the right-hand side of the slide that we've been very strongly growing on the social media sector, because we feel that is where the rural audience is also moving to. So technology has a major role to play. So these are some of the updates that you will notice in the Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook of JJM Assam, where you will notice how we are taking participatory appraisals, how we are taking community activities, and how we are taking results to the various people. And so people should also understand what can come to them as what has gone to many. We have a very good IEC ISA convergence, because we have around 138 ISAs and around 1,300 ISA staff, which are the people who are the main people who are encouraging, interpersonal communications, one-to-one communications among the people. So there we have interpersonal communications, participatory rural appraisal, miking and announcement, focus groups, and messages that are disseminated by the women FTK group. So these are, each one of them form a very important for us, where we are taking forward the communications of Jal Jeevan Mission to these people. Now, the entire ISA team that you see, that we have, the 38 ISAs are being handled by our IEC coordinators at the district level. They are guided by these IEC coordinators, and this has brought us very good results, as the case study that follows will show you. Now, these are some of the snapshots of the activities that we've been doing. And this is the case study that we were talking about. So this case study is that of a couple of around 40 villages of Sibsagar, which did not have land to start their public water supply scheme. So the ISA operating in these areas was Gramin Vikas Trust and Fort Dona. And these two players and the ISA coordinators, along with the other stakeholders, were very important in taking forward the JJM guidelines to the people. So what happened was that they were in constant touch with the people. They summarized the JJM guidelines in Assamese language and circulated among the people, among the villagers. So then what happened over a period of time, over more than a year of hard work in the field, 40 villagers came out and gave their land to create this PWSs. Legal formalities for the same have been completed, and one member from each of these 40 families will be utilized to operate and in the operation management system. So this was a very good success story. No doubt the implementation is still on, but it is a success for us because we feel that we've been able to communicate our message across to the people and having convinced them that see, this is an opportunity for you. It's not just about water, it's also about livelihood. This idea gives you about this present slide gives you an idea of the budget that we have and the work that we've done. So you see, this is something that we've already mentioned, the number of hoardings, the bus brandings, TV spots, radio broadcasts that we've done. This is the funds usage status. So we have not been able to utilize much of our funds having due to various reasons, which we'll get into later. But this is our present status right now. So let us look at the enablers that we have. So one of the biggest enablers is our Chief Minister, Honorable Himanta Biswa Sarma sir, who has been taking personal interest in going to the field, understanding the PWSS functionalities there and ensuring that these activities are moving at breakneck speeds. At the same time, the Minister PHE, Shrijit Ranjit Das, has also been very instrumental in IEC as well as in other activations of the state where we are where he's becoming a supporter enabler for us. The rest of the enablers in the team include our mission in the state level. We have the mission director and the additional mission director, assistant mission director, who's also with us today. And the state level executives. Then we have the district level people who are the district coordinators and implementation agencies. And finally, the most important people that we have are the Jal Mitras, 351 of them who are taking forward the message of Jal Jeevan Mission to the people in the state. Now, I also bring another case study which is very important for us, given that, we want to emphasize on the IEC coordinators and their hard work that they've been doing in the field. The pictures that you see are real life pictures of, so the lady in the red kurta out there is our district coordinator for Kamrup, and her name is Johnny Kalika. She is a person who has shown extraordinary resolve in taking forward the message to the people. See, in our state, the sowing season is very important. So that is the period of time when people go to the field and sow the rice saplings. So, and people were not really interested in listening to what we had to say when in that period of time. So she took that initiative to tell people about this message, not in the PRAs, not through the normal structure that we created. So she went right down to the field and became participant in the sowing and sowing activities herself. And that created a bond between her and the villages, where these villages who were not very interested in our schemes initially have resolved to come back and have started working with us now. At the same time, if you see the picture below, she was instrumental in involving school children in PRA activities, which brought a lot of emphasis as our previous speakers have always been mentioning, that school children and school teachers become very important for us to spread across the message, and that is what she did herself on the field. Now, there have been challenges, a couple of challenges that we face in Assam, where we have a very diverse state with around 20 different tribes speaking different languages. So generating message is a very difficult task for us, though we are trying to customize these messages for them, and we're ensuring that we're engaging local resources so that messages are passed on to the people in the field. So social media we find that much of the activity that happens are of of social interest. Not a filmmaker film will have much more attention than our mission. So what we're doing there is that we're deliberately engaging children in videos so that these children ask their parents, and it's a peer activity that keeps happening. So, if we have a child saying that class 11 or 12 going child who put forward these messages, and we realize that their reach is much higher and their communication is also better. Yes, ma'am. Also, we have in our lot of issues with regards to the PRIs, then Jalmitras, and also the biggest problem that we had was of pandemic and election, both of which played a big role for us to stop our activities for the major part of the year. However, we've started picking up solutions now, speed now. Another key challenge is the newspapers, because there is a restriction in newspaper publications. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is my last slide. So I thank you so much, sir, and ma'am, for this great opportunity. We take and we hope that I've been able to put forward the work that we've done in Assam.
Thank you very much. We got more than 15 presentations, and it was very difficult due to paucity of time to pick 5 or 6 from them. So what we decided that we thought that we will take one from each zone or each region. So that's why we have taken Assam, Karnataka, Gujarat, Bihar, and from North Punjab and Himachal Pradesh being Vili state. So now I only 2-3 requests. There will be many questions. Like in Assam case, we don't know. Number one reason is that why IEC spend is so low. Why we are not doing any outdoor activities. Why all our water tanks or walls, public places, those walls are without KJM logos and messages. These things now, I think it is time that we should expedite. Plus, like Assam case, we saw that they emphasized a lot on radios, but we don't know whether community radio, how much popular is there. Assam is using all this. So my request to all of you will be that, we enrich from learning from each other. So whenever you have time, these all PPTs we will be sharing to all the participants. But whenever you have time during the tea breaks or lunch break, you please ask each other what different things they are doing. So my request will be to all other presenters here that kindly stick to time. We are running a bit short, and tell us the specific, different innovations which you have done, how you have surpassed some challenges. These are things so that we also can learn from. Thank you very much. Devina, we are calling now Bihar.
So now the next team is Bihar.
Kindly be brief.
सभी को नमस्ते. मैं खुशबू स्टेट कोऑर्डिनेटर आईसी फ्रॉम बिहार. मैं अपना प्रेजेंटेशन जो बिहार की तरफ से आईसी पे है, उसमें सबसे पहले जो मेरा फोकस है वो कि हम लोगों ने जहाँ से जर्नी शुरू किया वो 2% था जब हर घर नल जल योजना बिहार में शुरू हुई थी, और अभी हम लोग
and now they are almost around 90%. ये हम जानते हैं.
सर जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रैटेजी हम लोगों ने अपनाया वो मास अवेयरनेस कैंपेन जो हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर लेवल पे हुआ, फिर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और ग्राम पंचायत जो कमेटी के साथ हम लोगों ने उसकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग ऑफ इंजीनियर्स एंड कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, मैन्युफैक्चरर और सप्लायर मोबिलाइजेशन जो हुआ, फिर ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी थ्रू थर्ड पार्टी सुपरविजन जो था वो हमारा एक मेजर इंटरवेंशन था. जो सीएम का कॉन्टैक्ट ड्राइव हुआ वो हमारे हर घर नल जल के अचीवमेंट में बहुत ज़्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट किया इसने, क्योंकि चार उस तरह के ड्राइव्स हो चुके हैं। पहला तो निश्चय यात्रा हुआ था 16-17 में जब लॉन्च हुआ ये, और सीएम साहब ने खुद हर जिले में जाके जनसभा किया। फिर 17-18 में उसकी समीक्षा के लिए एक समीक्षा यात्रा हुई। फिर 18 में जल जीवन हरियाली यात्रा, और दिन अभी 15 से फिर से 21-22 में ये प्रपोज्ड है। तो ये जो टॉप लेवल इंटरवेंशन है ये हमारे यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा मायने रखता है कि हम लोग आज इतने कम समय में यहाँ तक पहुँच पाए। दूसरा जो हमारा इंटरवेंशन था, कम्युनिकेशन इंटरवेंशन, जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग था, वो ग्राम पंचायतों के लेवल पे WIMC और कमेटी में वो हम लोगों ने किया, जिसमें ग्राम सभा में ये तय किया गया कि WIMC के लेवल पे, वार्ड लेवल पे, छोटे छोटे पे हम लोग दे के स्कीम्स जो है वो एग्जीक्यूशन करेंगे, ताकि कम समय में जो है ज्यादा टारगेट अचीव किया जा सके। PFMS के थ्रू फंड मैनेजमेंट को ज्यादा ये तवज्जो दिया गया। फिर WIMC में WIMC चूंकि इसको एग्जीक्यूट कर रही थी, तो उसके हिसाब से मॉडल एस्टिमेट्स बनाए गए स्कीम्स के। फिर वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स के एस्टिमेट बने, और उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जो है वो, और सिंप्लीफाइड जो मेजरमेंट बुक था वो बने। कम्युनिटी लेवल पे विजिलेंट कमेटी है जो इटसेल्फ वहाँ के गवर्नमेंट बॉडी की है। टोल फ्री नंबर जो ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल सिस्टम में हम लोगों ने वहाँ डिस्प्ले किया कि किसी भी तरह के प्रॉब्लम होने पे, लीकेज होने पे, अगर नल की टूट फूट या कुछ भी होता है तो वो टोल फ्री नंबर पे कॉल कर सकते हैं। मॉनिटरिंग ड्राइव्स और प्रोएक्टिव डिस्क्लोजर्स जो है हम लोगों ने लगातार किए न्यूज़पेपर्स में। जब वार्ड क्रियान्वयन समिति भंग हो गई थी वहाँ पंचायत इलेक्शन में, तब भी जो निकल रहे थे कि किस तरह से वो काम करेंगे, इस तरह के डिस्क्लोजर्स जो हैं वो लगातार पेपर्स में, पूरी ONM पॉलिसी को पेपर्स में दिया गया ताकि सब लोग जान पाए उसको। और टाइम टू टाइम इस तरह के की जानकारियां, महत्वपूर्ण जो दिशा निर्देश थे वो लगातार आ रहे थे। दूसरे फेज में जो अभी ONM पे लॉन्ग सस्टेन कैसे करे हमारा हर घर नल जल, उस पे हम लोगों ने फोकस किया कि कैसे 100% यूजर्स चार्ज कलेक्शन पे ध्यान दे। फिर रियल टाइम फंक्शनैलिटी मॉनिटरिंग हो, कम्युनिटी ओनरशिप हो, तो उसके लिए WIMC को पूरी जिम्मेदारी दी गई है कि 100% यूजर चार्ज जो है उन्हीं को कलेक्ट करना है, क्योंकि वो समुदाय के बीच के ही लोग हैं। रियल टाइम फंक्शनैलिटी मॉनिटरिंग में IoT डिवाइस जो है वो लगाया जा रहा है। अभी तक लगभग 80% स्कीम्स में IoT डिवाइस लगाए जा चुके हैं, और अभी हम लोग खुद से उसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं। अभी कुछ दिनों में ये कमेटी के साथ भी इसको शेयर किया जाएगा। कम्युनिटी ओनरशिप में बहुत सारे एक्टिविटीज चल रहे हैं, जैसे जल चौपाल है, ट्रांजिट वॉक चल रहे हैं, फंक्शनैलिटी असेसमेंट हो रहा है। फिर से जब ONM का फेज चुके चल रहा है, तो स्टेट ने ये भी डिसाइड किया है कि ONM में जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को पेमेंट कर रहे हैं हम लोग, वो भी कम्युनिटी के सेटिस्फेक्शन के बाद ही हो रहा है। जो लॉगबुक पंप हाउस पे रखा जाता है, उसमें हर महीने 2 महिलाओं का जो यूजर एंड पे यूज कर रही है उसको उनका साइन होना जरूरी है। उनके सेटिस्फेक्शन के बाद उनको पेमेंट किया जाता है। तो ये एक इनोवेशन वहाँ पे किया गया है। वहाँ बिहार में आप देख रहे हैं इसमें कि WIMC है वहाँ समुदाय में, फिर जो पंप ऑपरेटर, WIMC इटसेल्फ काम कर रही है वहाँ पे। पंप ऑपरेटर है जो खुद एक स्किल पर्सन है, जिससे कि वो हमारे यूजर्स जो है डायरेक्टली कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं अगर उनको किसी भी तरह की समस्या होती है। उसके बाद जो यूजर्स जो है डायरेक्टली GP लेवल पे हमारी RM टीम है, रिपेयर एंड मेंटेनेंस टीम है, उसको भी वो कॉल करके बता सकते हैं अगर किसी तरह की प्रॉब्लम हुई, या फिर हमारे पंप ऑपरेटर भी उसको डायरेक्टली बता सकते हैं। तो अगर वो RM टीम काम होती तो फिर RM मॉनिटरिंग टीम है डिविजनल लेवल पे, वो काम कर रही है। फिर से ट्रेंड वुमेन है जो अभी हम लोग जीविका के साथ NRLM की विलेज लेवल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो उसके साथ टाई अप कर रहे हैं, जो फील्ड टेस्टिंग किट में, तो वो लोग टेस्टिंग करेंगे और फिर डिस्प्ले करेंगे। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में जो इंटरवेंशन हुआ वो बॉटम अप अप्रोच पे हम लोग चल रहे थे, जिसमें हर स्कीम को जानने के लिए सारे ऑफिसर्स को जिम्मेदारी दी गई है कि जो भी जाए वहाँ पे उनके साथ बात करें, पंप ऑपरेटर के साथ, यूजर्स के साथ बात करें, इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन करें उनके साथ। हर दरवाजे पे जाके पंप ऑपरेटर्स जो हैं वो क्वार्टरली उनकी ट्रेनिंग हम लोग जेई लेवल पे कर रहे हैं, ताकि उनको टाइम टू टाइम ओरिएंटेशन उनका होता रहे कि उनकी जवाबदेही क्या है, उनको क्या करना है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट की ट्रेनिंग लगातार ITI गवर्नमेंट के साथ चल रही है। ये कुछ ग्लिम्स हैं जो हम लोग अभी जल चौपाल और ये कर रहे हैं। ग्राम पंचायत लेवल पे भी ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल रिव्यू सिस्टम है हमारा, जो पंचायत भवन में भी RM टीम के पास कर सकते हैं, और पंप हाउस पे भी हमारी एक शिकायत पुस्तिका होती है जिसमें ग्रामीण जो है वहाँ जाके कर सकते हैं। हम लोग लगातार रिड्रेसल सिस्टम का भी कर रहे हैं कि किसी को अगर प्रॉब्लम हो जल चौपाल के दौरान भी ये बताया जा रहा है कि हमारे टोल फ्री नंबर पे वो कॉल करें, और इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज लगातार चल रही है। फिर वाटर टेस्टिंग लेबोरेटरी में डिफरेंट पर्सनल की हम लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग की, जूनियर इंजीनियर लेवल पर ट्रेनिंग हुई, और ये सारी IECs जो डिस्प्ले हमने किया वहाँ स्टेट्स में वो सारे हैं, और ये कुछ ट्रेनिंग और जो IEC एक्टिविटीज चल रही है। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Ms. Khushbu. Now the next state is Gujarat, and next in line is Himachal. Gujarat team.
Good morning. My name is Madhu भाई। मुझे लगता है हिंदी में ही करूँगा तो ज़्यादा मैं भी कंफर्टेबल रहूँगा और आपको भी थोड़ा समझ में अच्छा लगेगा। वैसे वास्मो के बारे में अभी सामा साहब ने पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन तो किया है कि वास्मो क्या है, 2002 से लेके काम कर रहा है, ठीक है। 2002 से लेके वही जो JJM का अभी जो थीम है, JJM का जो सिद्धांत है, गाइडलाइन है, उसी के ऊपर हम लोग 2002 से काम कर रहे थे। तो ये है कि गुजरात इज द पायनियर ऑफ जल जीवन मिशन। जो जल जीवन मिशन शुरू हुआ क्योंकि भरतलाल साहब ने वास्मो की शुरुआत किया था, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये था कि भाई वास्मो की शुरुआत के जो फाइंडिंग रहे थे, क्योंकि वास्मो ने 2002 से लेके 2012, 15 या 18 तक जो रिजल्ट हुए थे, उसमें से ऐसा था कि भाई पानी समिति जो है वो की है, और हमको योजना को सस्टेन करने के लिए लोकल लेवल की जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, यानी लोकल जो कमेटी है, उनको हमको ज्यादा स्ट्रेंथन करना चाहिए, और हमारी जो स्कीम है वो उनके चैनल थ्रू जाना चाहिए। तो इसलिए जो है गुजरात में पानी समिति का ज्यादा है, हम लोग पानी समिति की रचना करके उनके थ्रू ही काम करते हैं। तो उसी बेस पे वास्मो की रचना हुआ था। तो तभी से लेकर IEC जो है वास्मो कर रहा है। 2002 में वैसे तो जल बोर्ड था गुजरात में, काम कर रहा था, वास्मो की जरूरत तो थी ही नहीं, तो फिर भी क्यों किया वास्मो का फॉर्मेशन? तो बेसिक जो है, बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट वही था कि भाई हम पानी समिति के थ्रू लोग जो है वही योजना अपने हिसाब से चलाए, यही नहीं कि भाई बोर्ड आएगा हम पानी देंगे वो चलाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है। तो इसीलिए जो है वास्मो ने वो कामगिरी शुरू किया और फर्स्ट से हम लोग 2002 से लेके अभी तक जो है वही, अभी तो वैसे जेजेएम है, इसके पहले भी एनआरडब्ल्यूपी थी, वास्मो के सेक्टर रिफॉर्म स्कीम थी, उसके अंदर हम आईईसी और कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन की एक्टिविटी जो है वो लोग हम करते आ रहे हैं। अभी हमने ये जो नया किया है, वैसे तो टेक्नोलॉजी है, तो सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर हम लोग काफी अभी एक्टिव है। अभी क्या करते हैं, सोशल मीडिया हमारा वाटर सप्लाई डिपार्टमेंट का एक फेसबुक पेज है, ट्विटर है, उससे हम ये करते हैं कि पानी समिति के मेंबर को भी इसके अंदर हमने जोड़ा, ताकि क्या है कुछ गांव ऐसे है कि जहाँ पे कम्युनिटी कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं हो रहा, वहां पे क्या करे कि उनको लगे, वो देखे, ताकि उनको लगे भाई पास वाले गांव ने तो कम्युनिटी कंट्रीब्यूशन कर लिया है तो मेरा गांव बाकी है, तो उसको भी वो देख के उनको लगे कि नहीं मुझे भी करना चाहिए। इसीलिए जो है सोशल मीडिया में हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उनकी एक्टिविटी जो है डाल रहे हैं, बाकी अलग अलग लोग जो है उसके अंदर जोड़ रहे हैं। तो ये एक जो नया है सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर हम कर रहे हैं, अवेयरनेस थ्रू आउट पोस्ट। अभी ये लेटेस्ट हमने थोड़ा किया है कि स्कूल के अंदर नहीं, अभी तो नहीं है, पर वो चाहिए तो हम लोग भेज देंगे आपको। हाँ ठीक है, चलो। ये 15 फाइनेंस में भी हमने वो किया है, एफटीए विलेज लेवल का जो ट्रेनिंग है उसके ऊपर भी काफी हमारा फोकस है, ताकि वाटर क्वालिटी में जो है हम अच्छी तरह से वो ठीक कर सके, इसीलिए है। वाटर क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग में जो है अभी हमने 18 गाँव में किट दे दिया, हर गाँव में किट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया है। एफटीए जो स्कूल जो है 6000 स्कूलों में हमने किट दिया है, ताकि जो स्कूल में जो है उनका भी टेस्टिंग हो सके, इसलिए। फिर एफटीए के टेस्टिंग के लिए हमारा जो 5 वुमेन ग्रुप है, खास करके उसमें आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर है, आशा बहन है, ठीक है, पानी समिति के 2 मेंबर है, उनको भी हमने ऐड करके ऐसे 9800 जैसे ग्रुप बनाए हैं और वही उनका टेस्टिंग अभी कर रहे हैं। उनको ट्रेनिंग भी दे दिया है, अभी 9000 जितनी ट्रेनिंग हमने दिया है। सैंपल टेस्ट थ्रू आउट जो है एफटीके के लिए हमने 19000 जितना किया है। लैब के जरिए भी काफी टेस्टिंग अभी चल रहा है। ये ट्रेनिंग और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का है कि 3 डे आईएसए का हमने वर्कशॉप किया था, ओरिएंटेशन वर्कशॉप, दूसरा एक लेबोरेटरी और वाटर क्वालिटी के हमारे जो स्टाफ है उनके लिए किया था, ट्रेनिंग फॉर पानी समिति का किया था। ठीक है, अभी ट्रेनिंग फॉर पानी समिति के हम लोग क्या करते हैं, वास्तव में ये है कि 3 ट्रेनिंग हमारे फर्जियात है, हम लोग कंटिन्यू उसको करते ही है। जैसे कि प्लानिंग के लिए हम प्री ट्रेनिंग एक करते हैं, जब उनका काम चालू होता है तो प्री कंस्ट्रक्शन ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, पहले ओरिएंटेशन करते हैं, फिर प्री कंस्ट्रक्शन करते हैं, और लास्ट में जो है कि जब भी उनकी स्कीम खत्म हो जाती है तभी उनको ओएनडीएम का ट्रेनिंग करते हैं। वास्तव में एक क्लियर है एक मैसेज कि जब हेड से लेके एक मैसेज जाता है कि भाई ये करना है, तो हर स्टेक होल्डर, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का स्टाफ हो, ब्लॉक लेवल का स्टाफ हो, फिर पानी समिति का मेंबर हो, सभी जो है एक ही मैसेज बोलते हैं, ताकि हमारा कम्युनिकेशन जो गैप है ना, वो स्किल जो है ना वो कंटिन्यू रहे और गैप उसमें ना रहे। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग हमारा वो है। तो एक ट्रेनिंग जो है अभी लेटेस्ट में हमने एक्सपोजर किया था, 3865 गांव को हमने एक्सपोजर में अभी रिसेंटली किया है, 3 महीने पहले। उसका मकसद यही था कि गुजरात में जो है ज्यादातर सरफेस वाटर भी है, ताकि काफी ऐसे गांव है, 14000 गांव है जो पीने का पानी जो है सरफेस से ले रहे हैं, ताकि कहीं ना कहीं उनको लगता था कि भाई ये पानी तो अच्छा नहीं है, इसमें तो ट्रीट होके नहीं आ रहा है। तो हमने सोचा कि नहीं, हम ये क्यों नहीं करें कि भाई वो वहां देखे और कि भाई ट्रीट कैसे होता है पानी। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं है, इसलिए हमने ये किया था। 3800 गाँव को हमने खास करके विमेन को वहां पे भेजा था कि भाई आप देखो, वहां पे जाओ कैसे ट्रीट होता है, उसी हिसाब से हमने एक्सपोजर किया है। फिर पार्टनरशिप विद आईएसए एनजीओ, वैसे तो हमने देखो तो 2002 से लेके अभी तक गुजरात में आईएसए का एंगेजमेंट चल ही रहा है, पर इस बार हमने ये किया था भाई सपोर्ट एक्टिविटी के लिए ही हमने आईएसए को एंगेज किया था। जो एक्टिविटी है 2-3 पार्ट हमने, एक तो कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट यानी मोबिलाइजेशन की एक्टिविटी है, पानी समिति मीटिंग है, ग्राम सभा है, पीआर है, वुमेन यूथ मीटिंग है, कम्युनिटी कंट्रीब्यूशन ड्राइव जो है, तो वो सब जो कम्युनिटी इन्वॉल्वमेंट की एक्टिविटी है, मोबिलाइजेशन की एक्टिविटी है, वो सब आईएसए को करना है। ठीक है, तो उसके लिए हमने ये सपोर्ट एक्टिविटी उनको दिया है। टोटल 24 फर्स्ट फेज में आईएसए थे। पर आईएसए को हमने 45 विलेज का एक क्लस्टर डेवलप किया था। टोटल जो है 2160 गांव हमने एलोकेट किया था। अभी ये दिसंबर में इसका खत्म हो रहा है, इसके बाद हम नेक्स्ट फेज थ्रू कर रहे हैं। फिर ट्रेनिंग कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग है और आईसी एक्टिविटी, खासतौर पे जो है आईसी एक्टिविटी में क्या, स्कूल रैली है, कंपटीशन है, स्ट्रीट प्ले है, पपेट शो है, ड्रामा है, एक्शन है, डिस्प्ले मटेरियल है। तो ये जो आईसी की एक्टिविटी है वो सब एक्टिविटी उनको करना है। उनके मटेरियल उनको जरूरत पड़ेगी तो हम उनको प्रोवाइड करेंगे। फिर ये फेज 2 के अंदर जो है अलग अलग आईसी एक्टिविटीज हमने दिया है। खास करके ये थोड़ा नवतर प्रयोग हमने किया है कि भाई अभी क्या है, गुजरात में 14,000 से ज्यादा गांव जो है खत्म हो गए हैं, यानी 100% वहां पे एफएसटीसी है। पर ये जो है कंटिन्यू रहे, वो गांव सस्टेन रहे, पानी समिति एक्टिव रहे, तो उनके लिए कहीं ना कहीं हमको ये करने की जरूरत पड़ी। तो इसलिए हमने ये किया है कि टोटल 65 आईएसए को हमने एंगेज किया है। उसको हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट ही देना है। जैसे सुबह सामा साहब बोल रहे थे कि भाई हम एक बार स्कीम बना दिया, गांव में से निकल गए, फिर कोई मतलब का नहीं है, हम कितनी भी आईसी कर ले, ठीक है, पर इनका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन विलेज लेवल पे जो ठीक तरह से नहीं होगा तो फिर इनका कोई मतलब। तो इसीलिए हमने ये किया है कि 65 आईएसए को हमने हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट के लिए लगाए हैं। तो उसके लिए वो ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, O&M ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस के लिए, खास करके जहाँ पे वाटर टैरिफ नहीं है तो वहाँ पे वाटर टैरिफ फिक्स करना, ये करना। अभी वैसे देखो तो गुजरात में 100 से लेके 1200 रुपए तक हर गांव में वाटर टैरिफ ले रहे हैं, और करीबन 80% से ऊपर जो गांव है वो भी वाटर टैरिफ ले रहे हैं। स्किल मैन पावर का ट्रेनिंग है वो उनको दिया है। फिर वाटर ऑडिट गुजरात में जो है, ये द गुजरात वाटर सिक डोमेस्टिक एक्ट जो है, उनके तहत एक वाटर ऑडिट करना है, वो भी उनके थ्रू हमको करवाना है। फिर ये जो वाटर ऑडिट है उनके प्रोविजन क्या है, क्योंकि उसके अच्छे भी है, कुछ कायदे है, नियम है, वो भी लोगों को पता चले, ताकि उनको कि भाई नहीं, ये गुजरात में वाटर एक्ट है, हमको पानी नहीं बिगाड़ना है। मानो पानी बिगाड़ेगा हम तो 100 रुपये इतना दंड लगेगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो है पानी का बचाव हो, यानी लोग नल खुला ना छोड़े, तो वो सब सारी आईसी एक्टिविटी जो है उनके अंदर रहे। इसके लिए हम लोग ये भी अभी करवा रहे हैं। क्लोरिनेशन में जानो कि वहां पे नहीं हो रहा, तो लोगों को क्लोरिनेशन का इम्पोर्टेंट हम समझाए और क्लोरिनेशन रेगुलर हो, उनके लिए भी एक्टिविटी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। फिर एक है बेनिफिट ऑफ डेली वाटर सप्लाई। वैसे देखो तो गुजरात में अभी 88% टैप कनेक्शन है। हम मान रहे हैं कि अभी कुछ टाइम में, जैसे कि दिसंबर 2022 में गुजरात में 100% हमको करना है। इसके बाद जो है हमें आगे ये करना है कि भाई अभी 100% तो हमने कर दिया, फिर एक तो ये स्कीम सस्टेन हो, और दूसरा जो है कि भाई ये गांव की जो स्कीम है कहीं ना कहीं हमको 24/7 है और डेली वाटर ऊपर जाना है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये उनको समझाना है कि भाई आप 3 दिन से पानी लो, इसके अच्छा है कि आप डेली वाटर सप्लाई करो। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो पानी का लोग स्टॉक कर देते हैं ना, उसके फिर दूसरे दिन पानी आता है तो निकाल देते हैं। तो ये जो पानी का बिगाड़ होता है वो ना हो, उसके लिए भी हम लोग अभी काम कर रहे हैं। फिर स्ट्रीट प्ले है, वो सब एक्टिविटीज है। प्लानिंग का तो है 22 तक हमको 100% करना है दिसंबर में। ये कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स है, जैसे कि देखो अभी तो क्या है कि अभी गुजरात हम लोग कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, हमारी तो सारी टीम है, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेटर है, हर ब्लॉक के लिए एक सोशल पर्सन है जो एक्टिविटी विलेज लेवल पे करते हैं, ठीक है, काफी आईएसए भी है। पर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो वास्तवों का है वो ये है कि भाई आपका सेटअप है, पर सेटअप वो एक्टिविटी जाके जो हमारे नॉर्म्स से, हमारे मॉड्यूल से, उसी हिसाब से कर रहे हैं या नहीं, या उसी हिसाब से हम उसी दिशा में जा रहे हैं नहीं। हम कितना भी वो टूल्स बना ले, ये बना ले, मॉड्यूल बना ले, फिर भी नहीं होगा। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं ये है कि हर एक्टिविटी उसके वो जो उनके जो सिद्धांत है उसी के ऊपर हम डायलॉग करें, ताकि उनको लगे, वो ट्रिगर करे, तो उसी हिसाब से जा रहे हैं नहीं। तो इसी से हम लोग ये एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं। तो कुछ ग्राम सभाएं है, ये ट्रेनिंग के कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स है। ये ऐसे ही हम मीटिंग करते रहते, कभी कभी डायरा भी करते हैं, नाइट ग्राम सभा भी करते हैं, तो वो सब अलग अलग टाइप की एक्टिविटी है जो हमें करना चाहिए। भले प्लानिंग में नहीं है पर फिर भी कहीं ना कहीं वो एक्टिविटी हमें दूसरी एक्टिविटी के प्लानिंग के लिए मदद करती है, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग वो सब भी करते हैं, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हमको करना चाहिए। ओके, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Madhubhai. Now the next state will be Himachal. The PPT will be presented by Ms. Kanchan Sharma. And after Himachal, we'll ask Karnataka to present their PPT.
नमस्कार। कुछ भी कहने से पहले मैं एक लाइन जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि हमारे हिंदू धर्म में 16 संस्कार हैं और मैं समझती हूँ कि जल जीवन मिशन ऐसा महामिशन बन के आया है कि जल संस्कार को अब उन 16 संस्कारों में मिला के हमें 17वां संस्कार जो है अपने हिंदू धर्म में पैदा करना है। और इसके लिए जल जीवन मिशन के तहत जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज हैं, जो भी प्रोग्राम्स चल रहे हैं, उस जल संस्कार को हमारे जहन में लाने के लिए, बच्चे बच्चे के जहन में लाने के लिए आईसी एक्टिविटीज जो है वो एक महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा कर रही हैं। जैसे कि बाकी स्टेट्स ने अपनी अपनी प्रेजेंटेशंस यहाँ की, मैक्सिमम मैं समझती हूँ कि सभी स्टेट्स में सिमिलर एक्टिविटीज चल रही हैं, बट इन कॉन्टेस्ट ऑफ हिमाचल, जहां तक मैं अभी भी WSSO से जुड़ी हूँ लास्ट 2 मंथ से, तो हिमाचल में इससे पहले मैं फील्ड में थी, तो फील्ड का एक्सपीरियंस प्लस WSSO का एक्सपीरियंस, हिमाचल में IEC एक्टिविटी जो है एक बहुत तेजी से और एक जो ग्रास रूट के ऊपर काम करते हुए, आंगनबाड़ी से लेके हमारे जितने भी PSC सेंटर्स हैं, हमारे PRIs हैं, पंचायत हैं, स्कूल्स हैं, एवरी इंस्टीट्यूट, सभी जगह, सारी की सारी जगह किसी ना किसी तरीके से इस जल संस्कार को, चाहे वाटर कंजर्वेशन को लेके हो, चाहे रेन हार्वेस्टिंग को लेके हो, चाहे वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्ट को लेके हो, वो सारी की सारी चीजें जो हैं IEC एक्टिविटीज के तहत की जा रही हैं। और हमारे स्टेट एनुअल एक्शन प्लान के तहत जो चीजें बहुत ज्यादा हाईलाइट हो रही हैं, हम कहते हैं कि कोई भी एक एजेंसी होती है जो अपना प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में लाती है, तो वो उस प्रोडक्ट को जब हम टीवी में एडवर्टाइजमेंट देखते हैं, जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा वो बोलते हैं, उतने ज्यादा से ज्यादा चीज हम समझते हैं। और IEC एक्टिविटी हिमाचल में वही काम करी है। वी आर एडवर्टाइजिंग इट मोर एंड मोर बाय wall writings, hoardings, flip books and charts, posters, locations, schools, Anganwadi centers, GP buildings, laboratories, PHC office, TV spots, advertisements through HRTC, radio jingles, etc. ये सारे के सारे जो है, अब मैं सारा पढ़ना नहीं चाहूंगी क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम का भी थोड़ा वो है, लेकिन ये जितनी भी चीजें हैं, जैसे हमारे टारगेट्स इस साल के वॉल राइटिंग में 18079 थे, तो मैक्सिमम हम 12,000 तक पहुंच चुके हैं। और बहुत ही सुंदर और प्रेरक जो वॉल राइटिंग्स के थ्रू जो है हम लोगों को वाटर कंजर्वेशन और जो वाटर क्वालिटी का जो है वो संदेश दे रहे हैं। चाहे हमारे जो जल जीवन मिशन के जितने भी कार्य हो रहे हैं उसके ऊपर जो वाटर टैंक्स हैं या हमारे पंप हाउसेस वगैरह हैं उसमें भी। इसके साथ ही हमने 30,000 मार्गदर्शिकाएं जो हैं वो छपवाई, जो नेशनल जल जीवन मिशन की मार्गदर्शिका है, जिसके लिए आदरणीय सर से अभी हम सब ने डांट खाई। मैं समझती हूँ कि हम सब ने मार्गदर्शिका पढ़ी है। एक चीज जो मैंने आज सीखी वो ये है कि हमें जो आता है हमें अपना हाथ रेस करना चाहिए। जरूरी नहीं है क्वेश्चन परे से, हम इसलिए डर जाते हैं कि कोई क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा तो पता नहीं हम दे पाएंगे कि नहीं, बट वी शुड ऑलवेज रेज आवर हैंड्स इफ वी हैव गॉन थ्रू इट। दूसरी इन्हीं एक्टिविटीज के साथ जो हिमाचल में एक महत्वपूर्ण हम एक और काम कर रहे हैं, हम नेशनल जो NHMA नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन के साथ मिलकर उनकी जो 5 लैब वैन्स हैं उसमें अपने मोबाइल टेस्ट किट्स भी रख रहे हैं, जिसके थ्रू वो जो NHM की मोबाइल वैन्स हैं वो हमारे हिमाचल के जो बहुत ट्राइबल एरियाज हैं जहाँ पे जाना बहुत मुश्किल है, जहाँ पे उनको हेल्थ की सुविधाएं भी आसानी से नहीं मिल पाती हैं, वहाँ वो वैन्स पहुँचती हैं। तो उसमें अपने मोबाइल टेस्ट किट्स रख के हमने वहाँ के जल को भी एक क्रॉस चेक करने के लिए, क्योंकि जितने भी डिसीजेज हमारी हैं 80% डिसीजेज जो है वाटर बॉर्न डिसीजेज होती हैं, और इसलिए हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट और पब्लिक हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट जो हमारा जल शक्ति विभाग है वो आपस में कोरिलेट करते हैं। तो ये चीज अब हमने एक MOU इसका ड्राफ्ट किया है जो NHM के साथ करेंगे, और ये मुहिम शायद 24 जनवरी को इसको फ्लैग ऑफ करेंगे। तो एक ये नया हमने काम किया हुआ है, एक IoT के तहत जितने भी हिमाचल में टूरिस्ट प्लेसेस हैं वहां पे हम एक ऐसा मैकेनिज्म तैयार कर रहे हैं कि वहां पे वाटर टेस्ट किट्स रखे जाएंगे, और जो हिमाचल की शैली में एक छोटा सा वहां पे एक स्ट्रक्चर बनाया जाएगा, और टूरिस्ट लोग वहां पे पानी पिएंगे और वो चाहे तो उसकी वाटर क्वालिटी भी चेक कर सकते हैं, और उसी टाइम वहां पे उसका सेंसर लगा होगा और वो उसको देख सकते हैं कि वो पानी शुद्ध पानी पी रहे हैं। जैसे कि हमारे आदरणीय सर भट्टलाल सर बार बार कहते हैं कि हमारी जो है विश्वसनीयता जो है हमारे नल के पानी से और हमारे गिलास के आने तक, एक जो टीन का डिब्बा बीच में हमने उसको हटाना है, और हिमाचल प्रदेश उस टीन के डिब्बे को पीछे हटाने के लिए, उसको हमारे घरों से नदारद करने के लिए जो है कृत संकल्प है। और इसके लिए वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्ट में हिमाचल की महिलाओं की जो भागीदारी है थ्रू BRCs, थ्रू ISAs, इवन थ्रू जो डिविजन्स एंड सब डिविजन्स लेवल जो 5 वुमेन ग्रुप्स हैं उनको FT के फील्ड टेस्ट किट्स दिए गए हैं, और वो इसमें बहुत ज्यादा रुचि दिखा रही हैं। वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्ट करने के लिए बहुत ज्यादा उत्साहित होकर आगे आ रही हैं, और हमने 26,000 से ज्यादा महिलाओं को FT की ट्रेनिंग दे दी है। साथ ही VWSEs जो हम सब लोग एक्टिवेट कर रहे हैं उसके लिए भी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का काम चला हुआ है, ताकि जो हमारी पंचायतें हैं और जो हमारी VWSEs हैं, जो जल जीवन मिशन का जो हमारा एक मेन मुद्दा है कि लेट जो हमारी स्कीम्स हैं उनको आगे चलकर उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है हम पंचायतों को दें, वो उनको खुद चलाएं। उसके लिए जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम है, लास्ट ईयर हमने 1200 प्लम्बर, जल शक्ति विभाग ने 1200 प्लम्बर्स को जो है ट्रेनिंग दी है, और इस साल एनुअल जो एक्शन प्लान है 6000 प्लम्बर्स, पंप ऑपरेटर्स, फिटर्स एंड इलेक्ट्रिशियंस हैं, ताकि उनको 6 डेज की ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है, ताकि जब वो जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो हम अपने जल शक्ति विभाग का किसी भी पानी समिति पंचायत को जब हम सौंपेंगे तो उसी गांव के अंदर स्किल्ड लोग हों जो जिनको उसको चलाने के लिए जिनकी जो मदद ली जाएगी, और साथ ही उनको एक रोजगार भी मिलेगा। इसके साथ ही एक जो चीज है जो दूसरे जो हिमाचल के लिए नई है वो है स्टेटहुड गोल्डन जुबली सेलिब्रेशंस भी हम लोग मना रहे हैं, जिसमें हमने 22 मार्च को तो सबने वर्ल्ड वाटर डे मनाया। उसके बाद इसी के तहत हमने 1 से 15 जून तक IC एक्टिविटी के तहत जो है वो वाटर क्वालिटी एंड अवेयरनेस फोर्टनाइट जो बनाई है। 174 रेन हार्वेस्टिंग साइट्स हमने सिलेक्ट कर ली हैं, जिसमें रेन हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर बन रहे हैं, और एक मास कैंपेन हमारा 2 अक्टूबर को चला जिसमें वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्ट किए गए, बैक्टीरियोलॉजिकल और दूसरे केमिकल टेस्ट। और अब जो हमारा ये लास्ट मंथ है गोल्डन जुबली ईयर का, इसमें अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जयंती से लेके 25 दिसंबर से लेके 24 दिसंबर तक, जो 24 जनवरी तक जो एंड डे ऑफ द गोल्डन जुबली ईयर है, उस दिन प्रपोज्ड है कि स्टेट लेवल जेजेएम स्टेक होल्डर्स एक बहुत बड़ी मीट होगी जिसमें 10,000 लोग होंगे। इसमें जेजेएम का एक किस्म का मेला टाइप होगा और उसमें हमारे ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर भी जल शक्ति they shall be cordially invited to join and grace the occasion. Thank you very much. जय जल जीवन मिशन, जय हिमाचल, जय हिंद।
Shri Akshay Rawat, former Director General Swachh Bharat Mission, former Director General Election Commission of India, is with us. He is in fact an authority and he is the best person who can tell you about the IEC and behavior change communication. We will invite him a little later. Before that, Punjab and Karnataka IEC presentations are there. I request them to kindly honor the limitations of the time and take 6 to 7 minutes each. Thank you very much.
Delegates on the dais and my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. I am Parmeshwar Hegde, Director ISA, Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department, Karnataka. Karnataka has an effective IEC, ISA strategy rather. We are having multi-pronged approach to address the implementation support activities in the state. One is we have empaneled about 33 ISAs in the state, and we have more ISAs. And we are also coming out with some branding strategy, branding for all our water supply infrastructure, which keeps reminding all the villagers community, saying that there is some kind of uniqueness and there is some kind of discipline, there is some kind of behavior change needs to be taken up. We have also empaneled community radio stations. There are some video ISAs. There is a grievance redressal system, some social media campaigns and social media activities which we are. In the next 7 to 8 minutes, I will try to cover these things. As I mentioned, it's been about 1.5 years since we have empaneled 33 ISAs. It is one per division or per district. So each ISA has about 7 to 8 members, including team leaders, IEC and social development specialists and water supply engineers. We are also planning to propose to empanel additional 81 ISAs. Just for the namesake, we are making it as ISRAs, just to differentiate the activities from existing ISAs to the coming ISAs. There is no actual difference between the agency per se. So these ISAs the new ISAs will have block level or taluka level community organizers. So how are we monitoring it? Once these ISAs are on board through tendering process as per KTPP, that's Karnataka Transparency Public Procurement Act, they have been empaneled, and we actually assess each staff in a diligent manner. If we find that they are fit, then we engage with them. Otherwise, we will ask the ISA to replace these specialists. Every month, we have the state level review with each ISA. Weekly, district level team headed by executive engineer and district project manager, they review the ISA activities. Some of these activities number, I will not go into it. Some photos, again, I will not go. This Kalyani rejuvenation, it's an interesting activity which we have taken up during NRDWP time. Villages are having, religious places are having some of these old Kalyanis or water bodies. they were not maintained properly due to negligence. So during this NRDWP and JJM time, we are actually trying to take up this activity by involving community. It's a kind of festival wherein small kind of kumbhas will be taken by the women, and they come to these locations and do voluntary work to rejuvenate these water bodies. Further to our queue, MGNREGA has taken it up in a mass scale. They have revived thousands of such Kalyanis in the state. Self-help groups, there's another way of our approaching the Jal Jeevan Mission awareness session in the villages. This COVID-19 also, we try to conduct some IEC activities. You can see in this photo, wherein our ISS went to the field itself during COVID-19, conducted this Gram Sabha then and there itself, because we were unable to conduct the Gram Sabha in the villages. This is an MGNREGA work happening in the field. We took about 1 hour permission from the MGNREGA support officers in the field and conducted these sessions. Some of these rainwater harvesting structures, again, we are trying to do it selected locations as a model in public buildings like Gram Panchayat building or schools or Anganwadis, so that this can become a model for the individuals to replicate it. Yeah, Kalyan rejuvenation, which I told you. Yeah, community radio stations. We have empaneled 8 community radio stations. These are also acting a kind of ISS. They cover about 500 to 600 villages in various parts of Karnataka. We are planning to empanel more such radio stations. It is a fixed activity given by the department to these stations. Every month they have to deliver X number of activity or for X number of hours. This is fixed, and they will be delivering this in consultation with the district offices. They are not only sticking to the stations, but also they are going to the field, outreach activity, participating in the exhibition, conduct campaigns as well. We have empaneled professional video ISS. 6 video ISS are working with us. They prepare videos for us for Swachh Bharat Mission and Jal Jeevan Mission as well. So far, we have produced more than 40 ranging from 1 minute to 25 minutes. Either they are using for training purpose or IEC purpose. So all these videos, where are we using? We are using in our social media. We are using in our cable TV or TV promotions. We are using in our audio-visual promotions in the villages, in the vans, wherein they are going with the LED TVs by ISS. This is an interesting interventions which we have taken up since March 2020. Parihara, a grievance redressal system. Parihara means a solution. This is being monitored in our setup in our department. Since last 1 year, we were able to capture more than 59,000 calls, of which about 14,000 water and 2,500 complaints were registered. You may ask why there is a big difference, many of which are inquiries as well. Literally, the complaints were about to the tune of 16,000. We have a systematic way of addressing this system, wherein our call center person, whenever they get a call, the complaint is registered in this web portal. As soon as the complaint, an SMS goes to the grassroots level Panchayat Development Officer or an engineer, section engineer. Then they have to take immediate action. If the action is not taken within 48 hours, it gets escalated to the next block level executive officer or assistant executive engineer. He has about 7 days time. If it is not resolved there also, it will get escalated to executive engineer or CEO. Further, it will come to commissioner as well, who is the head of the department in Karnataka. So far, we are able to manage these or address the complaints within the timeline, barring some of these instances. We have developed this support activity guideline for Swachh Bharat Mission and JJM as well. This is an interesting one, wherein we try to define each of these activity, and we did it, and all of our ISAs are following these guidelines. We were able to publish some of our accomplishments in national and state level magazines. Social media is our buzz in the state. We have these are some of the posters which are there in our website. I request you to kindly go to our website Swachhameva Jayate. It's available in section in English as well. You can translate it into your local language. Yeah. Facebook, we have 1 lakh followers. YouTube, we have 18,000 subscribers. Along with that, Twitter and Instagram, we have a robust WhatsApp network in our district as well as state offices, including Gram Panchayat. And also we have a Telegram wherein all the PDOs have been made groups. Yeah. Some non-skippable ads, some innovative things in the YouTube, 15-second ad. Nowadays you are seeing those ads. We actually tried experimenting. So other IEC materials, some campaigns. This is the branding which you can see in all of our FHTCs and overhead tank along with the JJM branding. Some IEC material which I have displayed there, kindly look in, you can actually use it for your learning purpose as well. Yeah, this is our FHTC. This is a grey water management. Last year, MG and RIGA in convergence with them, we have constructed more than 3 lakh grey soak pits to manage the grey water. Some school water. This year, our department got the FICCI award for best digital communication about 1 month ago, sir. This is the Rural Sanitation Strategy Policy Bylaw. First time in the country, a department has formulated this rural policy, and our districts are, Gram Panchayats are following it. Along with this, the last one, we were doing a lot of IEC HRD activities. We wanted to understand where are we? Are we going in a right way or wrong way? Is there any improvement required? We hired 2 independent agencies to conduct an impact assessment, IEC HRD impact assessment. We got a good feedback. Based on that, we were able to modify our activities also. So currently we have impaneled 2 agencies. They will be there with us for 5 years. They will be independently giving these studies across state. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Hello.
Modi. Now the next
Hello.
state to present their PPTs, Punjab. And please 7 minutes. The moment I come here and stand, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. सबसे पहले मैं थैंक्स करूंगी कि आप मुझे मैंने अपॉर्चुनिटी कि पंजाब स्टेट में कैसे हम काम कर रहे हैं. So, I am Mamta Bakshi, working as an IEC specialist in Punjab. So, I think इससे पहले जो स्टेट्स ने किया है सिमिलरली हम कैसे काम कर रहे हैं, बट टू स्टार्ट विद अगर IEC प्लान की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहले जो आई थिंक हम सब सभी कर रहे हैं और हम लोग पर्टिकुलरली को फोकस कर रहे हैं, दैट इज मैपिंग ऑफ स्टेक होल्डर्स. किसी भी एक्टिविटी, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम और कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन एक्टिविटीज को करने से पहले हम लोगों का सबसे पहले होता है कि विच आर द स्टेक होल्डर्स, क्योंकि यहाँ पे हम ग्रास रूट की बात कर रहे हैं, हम कम्युनिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, तो वहां पे हम सबसे पर्टिकुलरली देखते हैं किस विलेज में कैसा होना चाहिए, स्टेक होल्डर्स हमारे कौन से होने चाहिए, और उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमारे जो बीसीसी हमारी एक्टिविटीज हो गई, प्री प्लानिंग की, प्लानिंग की और पोस्ट प्लानिंग की हम लोग प्लान करते हैं. सो आई थिंक इसके बारे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और सोशल डेवलपमेंट एक्टिविटीज कर रहे हैं, बट जनरली जो देखा गया है और जो मैं आपके साथ सबके साथ आई थिंक मैं शेयर भी करना चाहूंगी, ये जो एक्टिविटीज और जो हम जितने भी हम ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम करते हैं उसका अगर हम आउटकम से रिलेट करें, ये जो आउटकम्स होते हैं, अगर हम चाहे सीधा हमें कुछ चीजें होती है तो FHTC टारगेट्स हो गए, हमें आउटकम्स दे जाते हैं, वेरस अगर हम ट्रेनिंग्स की बात करते हैं, किसी विलेजेस में आपको रिजल्ट्स बहुत अच्छे आ जाते हैं और किसी विलेजेस में आपको रिजल्ट्स थोड़ी देर बाद पता चलते हैं. सो दीज आर द बेसिकली सम ऑफ द ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जो हम करवा रहे हैं बिहेवियरल चेंज के साथ. पंजाब लाइक आप पानी समिति की बात करते हैं, पंजाब स्टेट्स हम इसको ग्राम पंचायत वाटर सैनिटेशन कमेटी बोलते हैं. और उसमें डिफरेंट जितने भी हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस वहां पे हैं, लाइक वी हैव GPWSC, वी हैव स्कीम लेवल कमिटीज. सो आवर फर्स्ट फोकस इज स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं. और जैसे सर ने जो बात अभी सर ने की थी, आई थिंक सर चले गए हैं, तो दैट वाज की व्हाट इज अ इनोवेटिव थिंग और हम लोग डिफरेंट क्या कर रहे हैं. सो सबसे पहले अगर हमें इंस्टीट्यूशन बनानी है तो ग्राम सभा पे उसकी एक सिलेक्शन होना चाहिए. दिस इज आवर प्री कंडीशन हो जाती है. और हमारे जितने भी फील्ड वर्कर्स हैं उन पे ये सीधा और स्पष्ट ये कहा जाता है, जहां भी अपने ग्राम में आपने कमेटी बनेगी, जहां पे आपकी पानी समिति बनेगी, वो एक ग्राम सभा में होगी. और ग्राम सभा का है कि जो प्रॉपर कोरम हो, उसके अंदर वुमेन्स की जो पार्टिसिपेशन इन पंजाब पर्टिकुलरली हम 50% को एम्फेसिस कर रहे हैं. सो कोई भी हमारा जो भी एक्टिविटी हम किए जाते हैं उसमें वुमेन एंड चिल्ड्रन को हम फोकस रखकर हम इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से काम कर रहे हैं. और उनकी ही कैपेसिटीज को आगे हम, हमारा जो ऑब्जेक्टिव एम है उनकी कैपेसिटीज को बढ़ाना. और एक जो हमने बहुत अच्छा जो इनिशिएटिव किया है, हमने पायलटिंग की है पंजाब में. हम लोग जो कमेटीज बना रहे हैं, ऑल वुमेन मेंबर्स कमेटीज बना रहे हैं, जहां पे सारे की सारे लेडीज सरपंच से लेकर जितने भी मेंबर्स होंगे वो वुमेन मेंबर्स होंगे. एंड इवन द पंप ऑपरेटर्स एंड रेवेन्यू कलेक्टर्स आर फ्रॉम द विलेज और ऑल आर लेडीज. सो इन पंजाब आई कैन से वी हैव आई थिंक 12 आर बीन देयर एंड दे आर रियली डूइंग वेरी गुड वर्क. और पीछे हमारे संवाद में आई थिंक 2 हमारी जो स्टोरीज थी दैट बीन कवर्ड इन द नेशनल फोरम पे. और उसके बाद दीज आर द सम ऑफ द आई थिंक एक्टिविटीज. आई थिंक हम लोग सारा जो है प्लान की बात, IEC प्लान की बात करेंगे. सभी ने डिस्कस किया है. Other innovation thing we are doing is we are converging with various other departments. Whenever we do an activity, हम convergence पे ज्यादा फोकस करते हैं. अगर ऑलरेडी वहां पे कोई प्रोग्राम चल रहा है गांव के में, कौन कौन से, पहले तो identify which are the village level institutions and the functionaries which are very much active. These are being tapped. उनको टैप करने के बाद what type of activities they are doing, we try to converge it. So I think these all things already have discussed किया हुआ है, तो ऐसे टाइम लिमिट दिया हुआ है. So now what our focus is? Focus is institutional sustainability plus जितने भी हमारे जितने भी हैं रेगुलर मीटिंग्स वो लोग करें. उसके बाद जो हमारा मेन आया था फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात आ जाती है. बिकॉज इन पंजाब वी हैव नियर अबाउट 12,000 विलेजेस, रूरल विलेजेस. उसमें से हमने आई थिंक 11,000 से मोर हमने सब विलेजेस में हमारी GPWS बन गई है. और उसमें हम लोग का ये कोशिश है कि फाइनेंशियली जो जहां जहां GPW मैनेज स्कीम्स हैं वो फाइनेंशियली सस्टेन करें. और हमारा जो मेन उसमें आएगा फाइनेंशियली तभी होगा सस्टेन जब वहां की जो हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं वो प्रॉपर तरीके से स्ट्रेंथन होंगी और मोटिवेटेड होंगी. सो उसके लिए नो डाउट वी हैव अ स्टाफ, वो सब कुछ है, पर वी ट्राई टू आइडेंटिफाई प्रोएक्टिव वर्कर्स, प्रोएक्टिव कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स जो हमारे एक तरह के और हमारी आर्म से ऐड हो जाए. क्योंकि गांव वाले आप नीचे फील्ड में जाएंगे, आप मानेंगे कि जो एक गांव का एक कम्युनिटी मेंबर या सरपंच जहां और लेडी मेंबर अपने नरेशन किसमें बताते हैं, दैट इज वो लोग दूसरे लोग उसको इजीली उसके साथ अडेप्ट कर पाते हैं और उसको जल्दी समझ जाते हैं. सो दिस इज आवर मेन आई थिंक जो है. और उसके साथ जो उनकी स्टडीज हैं, केस स्टडीज हैं. और पंजाब में हमने एक हमने और इनिशिएटिव से किया है, लाइक हमने 600 के करीब की रिसोर्स सेंटर्स बना दिए हैं, जिसको हम पंजाब में सेक्शन ऑफिसेस बना दिए गए हैं. उसमें ये क्या है कि वो 40 विलेजेस उसके अंदर आते हैं. उसके अंदर जो टेक्निकल एंड द सोशल फील्ड दे कलेक्टिवली वहां पे जितने भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम हैं उन गाँवों का किस स्टेज में गाँव है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली वी प्लान इट. सो ऑल आवर मटीरियल्स, all our IEC materials, all our planning that has been displayed in this section offices. और जहां पे कोई भी एक्टिविटी हमें प्लान करने, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम करना है, अगर हमने ब्लॉक लेवल पे 40 विलेजेस करना है तो इजीली जो सरपंचेस को हमें टारगेट करना इजी हो जाता है. और जो फोकस मैसेज है एज फार वाटर क्वालिटी इश्यूज की बात कीजिए, और अगर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात कीजिए, ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस की बात कीजिए, तो वो क्लियर एंड कट मैसेज, एरिया स्पेसिफिक मैसेज, फोकस्ड मैसेज हम उस की रिसोर्स सेंटर के थ्रू हम दे रहे हैं। आई थिंक दिस इज अ डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ हम मटेरियल जो यूज कर रहे हैं। आगे स्लाइड्स में आपको these are the creatives, like in I think सबने डिस्कस पहले भी किया है कि सोशल, आई थिंक कोविड के टाइम पे सबसे जो हुआ है कि हम लोग सोशल मीडिया में बहुत सभी आई थिंक स्टेट्स एक्टिव हो गए हैं, और पंजाब का हमारा जो विजन है सोशल मीडिया के लिए, नो डाउट हम जो एक्टिविटीज करते हैं, बट इसमें हमारा जो मेन फोकस है कि अल्टरनेट डेट्स, और आई थिंक आफ्टर 2 or 3 days one post is from the water side and one post is from the sanitation side. So and the post का जो हमारा मेन होता है कि विलेजेस को हम लोग ज्यादा फोकस करके करते हैं, कौन सी स्कीम्स, कौन सी कम्युनिटी, कौन से सरपंचेस, कौन सी ग्राम सभा, कौन सी जीपीडब्ल्यूएससी प्रोएक्टिव है, उनका व्हाट इज द स्टेटस, व्हाट इज द फाइनेंशियल situation is there. So this is our main focus. और जो सुबह हमारी बात भी हो रही थी कि WhatsApp group, how we are using it. So जौन सा मैसेजेस ब्लॉक का पड़ता है, आउट ऑफ द 606 जो मैंने आपको सेक्शन ऑफिसर्स किए हैं, वहां के जो स्टाफ है अपने, उनको ये टारगेट दिया जाता है कि यू हैव टू मेक सम गुड रोल मॉडल विलेजेस अमंग दिस 40 विलेजेस. सो इट्स लाइक ना, एक जिसका ज्यादा होता है, जिसका नहीं होता, उसके लिए पुश फैक्टर आ जाता है कि अच्छा टाइम, उसके लिए वो हो जाता है कि आई हैव टू आल्सो डू इट, और मुझे भी जो अपना गांव है एग्जाम्पलर गांव बनाना है. सो मैं थोड़ा सा करूंगी. सो आई थिंक वेरियस टाइप, वन थिंग इज व्हाट भी पंजाब एवरी संडे हम लोगों ने अपने एक प्रोग्राम किया हुआ है दैट कम्स ऑन एयर आल्सो एंड दैट कम ऑन डीडी चैनल्स आल्सो, दूरदर्शन आल्सो, दैट इज वहां के जो कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स हैं वो अपने अपने अचीवमेंट्स, व्हाट आर द प्रोग्रेस दे वहां पे बताते हैं. एंड आई थिंक जो भी हमारा मंथली कोई अच्छा इंटरनेट कोई भी वीक होता है, इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट होता है, वी ट्राई टू सेलिब्रेट विद द कम्युनिटी, और इसमें हमारा फोकस रहता है कि वहां की जो एक्टिव लोग हैं उनको हम वहां पे रिकॉग्नाइजेशन करते हैं, उनको अवार्ड देते हैं, ताकि they feel very good. So I think these are the various exposure with us. I can tell you that one of the good learnings which I want to share is that in Punjab, very difficult village जहाँ पे हमें को ग्राम पंचायत हमें साथ नहीं जुड़ पा रहे हैं, कोई कंसेंट नहीं देते हैं, एक्सपोजर विजिट रियली वर्क्स वंडर्स. आप उस गांव में ले जाएं, गांव वाले खुद ही उनको समझा देते हैं, this is how, this were the challenges, how we did it. So this is a regular feature and it really brings very good results. I think मैम मुझे और टाइम नहीं दे रही है, so this presentation is there. और मैम ने मुझे शुरू में प्रेशर डाल दिया था, तो so one thing and the last I think चले. So I will take a minute and I think I will just, मैं आपको this slide पे मैं end करना चाहूंगी. This slide, I think this is a self-explanatory slide. और अगर IEC की बात करते हैं तो हमारा फोकस क्या है, हम गांव में घर घर जो पहुंचाएंगे, पर हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि पानी उनके किचन तक जाए, वहां की जो वुमेन को ईज हो जाए, लिविंग उनकी कंडीशन अच्छी हो जाए, और खासकर पानी हमारे ड्रिंकिंग के लिए भी यूज हो, हमारे सैनिटेशन पर्पसेस के लिए भी यूज हो. So this I think speaks all the things. So thank you ma'am, thank you. I'm taking.
We once again welcome Shri Rawat ji amidst us. जैसे मैंने पहले बोला था, आपकी जो भी जिज्ञासा हो, any queries, any doubts, you will not find a better expert than him on IEC behavior change communication matters. So once again, I welcome you, sir, and request you to please speak to the audience on behavior change communication, use of various media or WASH campaigns. Kindly एक बार फिर से जो भी queries हो आप बोलिएगा और आपको उससे बहुत benefit होगा. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. So, how is the Josh? Yep. Are you hungry? You can wait for 45 minutes, huh? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jal Jeevan Mission. Thanks, Minister. And thanks all of you for giving me this chance to speak to you. Let's take some ground rules for the next 45 minutes. One is how you would like the format to be. I'll give some choices. I just stand here and you shoot questions. Because I have some gray hairs on the top of my head, I'm obliged to answer whatever you ask. That's one format. The other format is routine. I put a few slides, then you ask questions. Because normally I would have asked just to come and speak, because I have lived life long enough to speak something out of my experience, and that would have been the story. But I just got a little conscious that these people will expect to put few clips on the screen. So that's why I brought, but that's not all that I would like to share with you. And then the language. Who of all of you do not understand Hindi at all? Will you kindly take the trouble of raising a hand? 6. Okay. So I largely confine myself to English for this reason, that because communication is not what we speak. Communication is what you hear, what anyone hears. And that's their freedom to receive it in the language, format, platform, the content that they want, not what I want to speak. That's the least important thing. So the first lesson is that I would confine myself largely to English, because we have 6 friends here who do not understand Hindi or do not access Hindi. Okay, so that's one handicap I like to take. You will have confined myself in some what we call media use and all that. So kindly forgive me if because I am more a believer in the spirit of communication. I would feel guilty if I leave without sharing some of that. And media, I have only a partial belief as one of the stakeholders with its own limitations and all. So I will less time on this. But picking up phrases from what you gave me, I have put this strange title in front of you. So, wash behavior change, IEC campaigns media. We'll touch upon all these things in the next few minutes. And I would try to leave maximum time so that you can, if you have any rejoinders and anxieties, anything to say, add, question. But there is another privilege I would like to extend to you also. Privilege and responsibility. I'm a pretty selfish man. When I come anywhere, I take more and give less, right? So I would like to take from you. I would like to know your things, what you think on various things. So please give back in terms of questions or interjections. I love it. People who disturb me during the course of a presentation, I love them. So please kindly do that, because I'm pretty garrulous by nature. Otherwise I'll speak on and on till the time you're bored to death. So please stop me on between, and I love that. Right? Okay, now, so this is first things first. Congratulations. Congratulations. These figures are unbelievable. 32 crores to 86 crores connections in households in 2 years' time. From 17% to 40%. And almost 6 states are saturated. 2 states. Marvelous job. Proud to be a part of this. So, Jal Jeevan Mission, you guys have done it. So, congratulations. Well done. Whatever we may do, demand, supply, buy, procure, as message, social, technical, but the pride of this achievement in 2 years, the pride to be a part of Jal Jeevan Mission, that's big. It's an action, doing greatly, and I'm privileged that I'm speaking to those people who have done it, and the people of India, of course, right? How many times in these last few years we have heard these 2 phrases? How many times? Jan Andolan, people's movement. Many times, isn't it? Too many times, rather, to the extent of it becoming a bit of stereotype, tiring. Jan Andolan, anything that comes Jan Andolan, it let us have the pride to remember that some of us who have been, I think many faces who are here, I remember them having been associated with Swachh Bharat Mission as well. I think in the contemporary history, these words evolved in the context of Swachh Bharat Mission. They're not completely new phrases in Hindi or English, no. But in the current context was in the last 7 years, it evolved. And that's why it has been mentioned. But now every large number of programs, every writing, every speech, see me, I have also put these 2 words. Jan Andolan and People's Movement. Are we serious about it? Then connected are 2 phrases. The largest behavior change program in the world. What's that? What's that? Swachh Bharat Mission, largest behavior change program in the world. Then something more very contemporary, unfortunately, mask, hand wash, social distance. In what context? COVID-19. These are protocols, behaviors one had to do. In that, we have used something called Do Gaj Ki Duri, Dawai Bhi, Kadai Bhi, right? In Swachh Bharat context, we heard something like Darwaja Band. Did you hear? Did you see? Yeah. Did you anytime? I think this must be a little more confined people who come from Bihar here. मुझे शौचालय चाहिए. बच्चे, हम लोग इस चंपारण में थे तो मुझे शौचालय चाहिए. All school children lining up. So I am trying to build a context between Jan Andolan, People's Movement, and this description like largest behavior change, mask, hand wash, social distance through 2 gaj ki duri, dawai bhi, kadai bhi. So they are extremely relevant. They are not frivolous. They have proved themselves. And there is an interconnection. Now, your own Jal Jeevan mission. I thought I am coming to you guys, so I must update myself and open the website. In the website, there are the introduction. The 5 sentences are only there. The first 5 sentences which introduces Jal Jeevan mission. Nothing new. In that 5, 3 belong to what we are here for in this one. What we are here for. The Jal Jeevan mission will be based on a community approach to water and will include extensive information, education and communication as a key component of the mission. Of course, after that there is an error. Mr. Yugal Joshi and team, the sentence has been repeated in the 5 sentences. Maybe it's a Freudian slip. Maybe they wanted it so much emphasized that they have stated this sentence twice. That is why I have put it in lower fronts. But the last sentence again is connected. JJM looks to create a Jan Andolan for water, thereby making it everyone's priority. So these, okay, if not 3, at least 2 are among the 4 sentences which define Jal Jeevan mission officially, the first introduction on an official statement on your most famous website, right? That means there is something very important about what all of us are engaged in this room and what you people have been doing. So IEC, because these are related to behavior change communication, we are not going to change behavior by flogging people or by putting them on hanging ropes. No, we have to change them. We have to change their behavior by communication. That's what it is all about. So if it is so, if Jan Andolan is related to this, Jal Jeevan mission is related to this, Swachh Bharat mission was related to this, COVID-19 addressing that relates to that, then IEC is not a support activity. It's an essential activity, my friends. It's an essential activity. If WASH has to proliferate in this country, in the context of the scale that we have, 1.4 billion people, and very little resources, and social milieu is what we are. And that we are these days, we are putting sunset clauses. For Swachh Bharat, it was October 19. For Jal Jeevan mission is 24. If today's limitations, or rather this huge amount of task, if you are adding sunset clauses, then you are making your task more difficult, to which only IEC, which reflects itself in behavior change, is the central one, not a support one, right? Agree? Anyone wants to say no, please can say no. I love no's, please. Yep. You have in your guidelines, you have your task laid out. I saw certain things, I had a look at the guidelines. It is perhaps in chapter 57 or something, page 57. And the first one is the most important one. It makes the case very clear. Drive positive behavior change among stakeholders with respect to judicious use of water, safe handling and storage, ownership of water supply system, etc. And there are certain things, the rest of the objectives are somehow a part of it, directly or indirectly. Some cover it on that. To conserve water resources, health and hygiene, sense of responsibility, which is very important. I just red flagged them just for you to sense of ownership. क्या मैं जैसे मेरा शौचालय सोच सुंदर शौचालय, can I go to say that my tap? Is it a my tap situation? Unless the ownership comes, nothing succeeds. To measure water and promote water tariff, these are the things which you want them to do, so that these are crucial components of individuals having stake in terms of giving out some money and looking after some maintenance. This is again behavior. Only when behavior is steady, they will spend money and they will look after, they'll become. So now, when we do this enormous task, this central activity, we have to address the mind. We have all Swachh Bharat mission, foot soldiers who have learned it. We learned it before, we learned it during the program. And we have to address the mind. I have always said in the last 7 years that toilets are first made and constructed in mind. It's the sand and the brick that is rolled on the ground, that's it. But toilets are first. Otherwise, you do any survey. And believe me, unlike what you are doing, you are privileged, because for water there is a demand. But for toilet, there is no demand. It's not a congenital thing. It's something which doesn't come like hunger, sleep. It doesn't come like that. It's a behavior which push in. But in water, you have at least an adventure, because there is an established need. A lot of people in the initial surveys would put their marriage and the family more important than the toilet. If I say that, okay, 12,000 rupees goes for a toilet and 5,000 I'll give in cash, and I do a survey, perhaps people will ask for 5,000 cash. Because many still, even after the realization of fulfillment of Swachh Bharat mission to a large extent, there are still people who still would think, oh, why a toilet? Okay. But water is not the same. At least you have a need, you are privileged. But in this case also, if you have certain things to be done by people, you have to address their mind. You get the children involved, they feel the need, they say that I'll not return from the school if I don't have a toilet. And in COVID time, it was made much easier, because what was at stake is life and death. That's why they'll mask up, they'll do social distance. Even then it was difficult, because the question, the stake was life and death. Here in case you have a great need which is there, but that doesn't solve all your problem, you have to still work. So we have been talking now, I think, I have to ask a little bit. I have dwelt on the spirit of behavior change, the spirit of IEC in the limited time that we have. Now, we have been asked to say what media we can use. I was telling at the coffee, some of my friends, what is so big about media? It's overhyped. You have all stakeholders, you have people, you have political leadership, you have own implementation powers, you have the corporate, you have the civil society. Also we have it. I'm not saying that they are not useful, but you must not have unreal expectations of media. And while media use kar diya bhai, I think that we have done something, we have put something, and we have given something to the media, they will run it. No, it's not like that. And doesn't give you anything back, really. So, in the context that you work in, that should decide both the medium and the message. That you must understand very clearly. That is why I was happy to see in some parts, many of you have done so much good work, and I have been lucky only to see few. I think I find some people understand that the context only decide both the medium and the message. Who? Communication is what they hear, and I started with that. What they hear, read, and see, not what I speak or what I draw or what I do or what I perform. It is actually, by the time it lands into the mind of people, it has gone through so many polluting systems, isn't it? So what I say is not, I'm not God's word. Even if I am God's word, doesn't matter much. What they see, what they see in it. If you think that it is 3 P's, painting, poster, and promotion, these are the way some of us unfortunately do understand IEC. No, it's not. It's not painting, poster, and procession. That is IEC. It is participation, which is a scientific thing to do. Very scientific thing to do. Painting लगा दिया, poster बनवा दिया, बच्चों को घुमा दिया, उसके बाद समोसा खिला दिया. No, sorry, I slipped into Hindi for a while. Yeah, it's not like that. So you must be. When I say KABP, I'm sure you are aware. Knowledge, attitude, behavior, and practices of the community that you are in. You must know it clearly. Even there is nothing called they. Even there is nothing called they. It's a he, she, it, child, 12-year-old, 18-year-old. Everyone is different. Segregate and understand them. Who will understand in what language? The engineer is different and a bureaucrat is different. In fact, we find so difficult to coordinate among engineers and non-engineers. So don't take people as a homogeneous group. Please look at them differently. He, she, child, urban, rural, men, women, old, student. So, and you have to really do a lot of hard work. This means a lot of hard work, my friends. Must have KVP, whether you do a survey, study, engage an agency, do it yourself, go beg, borrow, steal, I don't care. But you must do a scientific exercise to know what to give to whom so that they observe it. Language, age, gender, handicaps of people, disabilities, priorities in their life. When you will go and sit down when someone is bothered in a crisis, in a disaster, having a cyclone, you start talking about something of which you have a government program and you have some money to spend on IEC. Hopeless, hopeless. I must empathize with people whom I speak to. Can I get into their situations? There is heavy surround of media. Heavy surround. All types of media. All types of media. But you don't need media. You need to communicate. Media is incidental to that. If it gets into that, in your scheme of things, it's fine. But your job is not to use media. Your job is to communicate. You are using public money, IEC funds. Be very sensitive with it. There is a very liberal and rather splurgy way of spending it. There is a way of spending it properly. The procurement rules may be tight or may be relaxed. It doesn't matter. You must know that it's just, my God, the IEC expenditure is still not done. Let's do it and spend it. No, not like that. And so someone was talking about monitoring impact. It comes. I don't have much time to discuss. In every component of this can be 1-2 hours. But just to hint at you that it's public money and higher the spend, it's not necessarily higher the communicate, not at all. And must be scientific impact monitoring of this as well. I have gone to the forest today and I am looking for prey. I have Raja Shikar par gaye hain. Don't do like this. You must know that you have gone to hunt a deer or a lion. Hunt a deer or a lion. It must be clear in your mind. You just don't go out. I have come to the forest. I am looking for prey. Not like that. That's not IEC. That's not behavior change pursuit. In ODF India, open defecation free India, that's a noble statement. But use the toilet. In fact, I am very happy I was associated with Nigeria last year, where they didn't call it Clean Nigeria or open defecation free. They said use the toilet program. The whole national program was use the toilet. Because that's where you are. I mean, You want behavior change, what? You want them to use toilet, simple. Yeah. So you must get down to that. Don't just blabber. I mean, there could be a lot of phrases, a lot of words, phrases, and a lot of literature which will confuse you with big phrases. Use the toilet. Reduce the infant mortality, which many of, what's that? Breastfeed. So when you say breastfeed, it's at least easy to attempt a behavior change. In fact, SBM 2.0, with which I have some privilege to be associated these days, the Urban 2.0, which was launched by the Prime Minister recently, garbage free. Let's hit the page. It may have, in the campaign, which Yugal has asked me to do, in the campaign, you cannot have some nebulous ideas. You must have something, some straight thing. Hit the garbage here, please. You have gone down to the microphone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
That's what.
Yes, sir.
Because I want people to behave. Even I don't know. I am giving some wonderful statements. I must say, do this. Will you please do this? And in their getting into their situations, I must know that in Punjab, people love certain things in a certain way, find difficulty in certain things. I must understand. I must have the minimum sociological sense, or I engage people, do a research, whatever. Then I must get into their life situation. So long back, 30 years back, Income Tax Department was hounding for what do we do? How do we promote tax compliance, tax collections? They're doing all sorts of things, and many are terrorist methods in a way. But just at that point of time, in fact, it is going on for last 30 years with slight change. I said, if they know that the tax that they pay is a small tax, it's not heavy, not 500 rupees or 5 rupees, and by that they will not be anxious to go to be hauled up, then that will work. So that is a campaign that worked, because you must understand the mind, then put some solution to it. In JJM, you please decide. You please decide what are the few campaigns which you like to overall mission and vision are fine. But campaign means narrowing down and getting down to the object. Conserve water. I have been associated these days with this Jal Shakti Abhijan's catch the water in schools. I am associated with that. I do some work on that. So, are we conserving the water? Even within conserving water, if the community or the people that I am talking to, how can they conserve water? Do they get water? Get water where it falls, where it gets drained down, where it sits into the ground? I mean, we must have a full understanding before we even do a campaign. So, are we talking about water quality? Are we talking about maintenance of personal tap in the household? So, maybe you don't do one campaign, you do 3, 4, 5, 6 campaign. Or maybe you do, in certain areas, you may do more campaign because you find that certain things are being done. So, but that requires a study. Then, all the things cannot be done by you. This is I think Yugal and me, some people who have experienced Swachh Bharat Mission, and others also, Salini, and quite a few others here. Charisma is there and others are there. We have found that दूसरों से काम करो. Pick up the right partners. Pick up the right partners. UNICEF have been wonderful. I'm not talking about pick up the right partners. But at that time, you must have at least study. You must have good discretion that who can perform. You are asking for help from a partner because you cannot overload with you. Who can perform and who pays? That's also not insignificant. Who gives the money and can they do? Do they have the technical capacity and is there money with them? So don't sing and dance with every partner. Don't waste your time with every partner in advancing behavior change and IEC. There are a lot. There are a lot. Some people just feel good, have coffee and go. But choose partners who have the technical capacity and who also are prepared to pay something. And some may be both, some may be at least one. but pick up partners, because everything you can't do, particularly things like this, you can't do by yourself. In fact, based on the partnership, what Swachh Bharat Mission IEC harnessed is mind-boggling. There is a study by Albert. 1.5 lakh crore is the money that was given to SPM1. The whole program for 5 years. I'm not talking about 2, which has now started off from 1920. The 5 years, 1.5 lakh crores. And Dalberg has studied that in IEC, we got almost the same amount in the way others worked for us. No money, no one gave us money, no. But the way others worked for us, they took account that much of money they spent. So partnership is very important, whether it is corporate, media, can be one, development partners. So you make it everyone's business, which was a key success of Swachh Bharat Mission. Not everyone's business has a slogan, as real plan of action by getting partners to sit tightly on the table, know their ability, know their paying ability, technical ability, and task allocate them and make it an accountable mosaic so that you get deliveries. And in a state and district situation, you have quite a few good programs going on. Ride the good horses. Ride those who are doing good programs and have a convergence and ride them. Other program. But in that, your priorities and your focus should not be lost. Convergence is a good thing, but you be a little selfish. Make sure that JJM thing is there when you converge. Because in convergence, many times, there is a paying program or there is a lead program. And if you are converging with them, maybe sometime you can take the back seat. Don't do that. Be a little selfish on this. Make sure that the most important things that you want to advance in terms of a campaign are taken on that convergence platform, right? So when we say Jan Andolan, I'm coming back to this a little bit. That means at all levels, people are pushing in energy. It actually has become all people's program, Jal Jeevan Mission. I'm sure it is evolving in that direction. Today, when I'm talking to very key persons in this, so I must like to share. I think there is not much difference here so far as this mission is concerned, so far as who is the communicator in chief. In Swachh Bharat Mission, the Prime Minister of India was, it was a call by him. In Jal Jeevan Mission age, I have at least myself studied in how many statements and how many calls for action he has given in favor of Jal Jeevan Mission in the last many months. Like he has done completely in favor of Swachh Bharat Mission. Now he's doing, so he's the communicator in chief and you have a huge asset. If anyone understands, any government understands communication, it is the present government which understands the value of communication, because they equally treat participation of people and advancing program, getting value out of the money that you put in each program. So he's the communicator in chief. And please don't allow your state chief ministers and your district magistrates and collectors and your village head, PM, CM, please bother them with this task of speaking as communicating for Jal Jeevan Mission. Don't allow that, those cruciality of those positions go waste. Please tap them. Still this PM, CM, DM, VM formula, this works. And we have done plenty something, making our own hands dirty. I call it demonstration communication. Like if we did it, we got the biggest of the big in the country to do it, construct toilets, get into pits to clean to take the shit out. And many of us did, our brand ambassadors did. So please, in your IC, make it demonstration activity is an important. Is your chief minister, is your minister, is your collector also putting a tap on and going and checking? Bilkul. Demonstration, not only get them into knots and bolts. It may be symbolic, not that they will really lay down the pipes and fix up all taps in the area, but it's hugely symbolic. And this worked a lot. Involve everyone in this activity. I call it demonstration communication. That you don't have to call media, then it almost creates a ripple. Media has to catch it on. And women, girl child, you Jal Jeevan Mission says that the mission is largely to save the treasury of women and girl child who have to travel long distance to fetch water. So let them be ambassadors. Let them be activists. Let them all, not be the beneficiaries only. The beneficiaries, when they're activists, that becomes a Jan Andolan. So a common man with something called mind tap, can be a mind tap, possessive about the tap, looking after the tap, proud of the tap, taking pictures with the tap, and then maintaining the tap. Can we build a concept for each one of these 86 crores or something that we have already done? When influencers also demonstrate, like if you are a brand ambassador, an actor or a player or big politician, they clean, they conserve, they fix tap. So it's democratizing the nation. Democratizing. It must go all around, big to top to small man to big man. Then only it becomes a Jan Andolan that we are envisaging of the Swachh Bharat mission type, right? Olympic torch effect, I call it. You must have, like we had Swachh Kumbh, Swachh Shakti. We had every time Swachh Bharat mission. So please do not, even in the day of digital media, in the day of online interactions, the importance of assembling few thousands or sometimes few lakhs of workers, common people. If you have Jalagrahis or whoever are doing volunteers, to assemble them on an occasion and to get them to place to it again and demonstrate something that is not lost. That helps the flame to be carried on from place to place. And let it be pan-India. Sometime in this state, sometime in that state, and have an interchange of not only officers, like all officers come and sit in the dome of ambassador. No, not like this. Even the people who are working at the base level of water, JJM, let them meet and congregate somewhere. Let someone very big and influential come and mix with them. And these physical events, physical live people coming, and for the sake of Jal Jeevan Mission, the importance is not lost. Real people. Media, yeah. So I'll get into media because that's the part of the assignment. Please, if you can, get on their agenda. Get onto their agenda. It's not that you should have a commercial relationship. भाई कितना लेते हो advertisement छपाने के लिए कितना वही account बना लो भाई डाल दो. It's not. That doesn't work really. Can you get onto their agenda? Can you build a partnership with them? Can you make them speak more for Jal Jeevan Mission than you are speaking yourself? In Swachh Bharat Mission, we somehow, with some hard work, we managed to have a partnership with media. Partnership with a lot of people, including the media. And that helped. So have a partnership with media. Let them also lay the taps. Let them also clean it. Ji batai. You have been doing it?
Hello. And they are doing a good job, sir, in this regard.
Yeah. So you don't have to push them because they are already conscientized.
Yeah.
So they
and without any cost, sir. Without any cost.
Very good. Very good. That's what you must have a stable partnership in which we know that certain newspaper groups or media houses, television channels, for them, Jal Jeevan Mission, like one example is NDTV Swachh Bharat. You know, it's right on their agenda. Perhaps TV Today. We had perhaps Master Group. So we had some, yeah, Mission Pani. I think this is where Mission Pani is Amir Khan. Okay, fine. So understand, optimize the public and government media. Okay, government media is a different cup of tea. We know what what government media is, All India Radio, Doordarshan. And then there are other outfits on the field level, field publicity. And also PIB, which looks after the press. And we have also their organizations, quite a few organizations, but they have their own limitations. Only strength that they have are two. For you, for Jal Jeevan Mission. Two is that because public service information is their responsibility, you try to tap that strength. And they have, whether there are many takers or not, how many? I think that's always a question of a discussion. How many people really look, watch, and experience government communication generally? Hopefully, it is better than what we think. But they have, you have two benefits with them. Their broad outreach is much larger because they are all over. And secondly, they should, if you insist, they can do quite a few things for you free. They should. I always feel that the government media has a responsibility to do quite a few things free for an iconic mission, which is for the sake of the country and for the sake of the water for people who are thirsty. They have to do it free. So insist, negotiate, raise the level of negotiation, get into them, like it is also getting into their agenda, also becoming partner with them, though they are government departments like you. So tap them that way, because anyone these days, the media inserts or media use is very expensive. If you don't have a partnership, if you don't have an insistence, if you don't get another, so you have to spend a lot. And I don't think that is, many times that's not a worthwhile spend. You could spend it better in other ways. Because finally, people-based communication is something which you badly need. For that, any amount of. So add inserts and spending 57 crores and sending a report to Yugal Joshi. I'm not very, I'm not feeling, I don't feel very great about it, right? Understand and use. You must know that whenever you are doing a media use, why you are doing it. Not because your assistant officer or someone who is saying that, okay, this is this. You must understand why you are doing it. You must understand and use. That is why, you know, if you understand and use, it could be give you angelic benefits. If you don't understand and use it, it just waste. So you must understand it. Application of science at every level of behavior change. And I would encourage each one of you to write and speak on Jal Jeevan Mission. Write and speak. Not all of us are born writers, or we are not even developed as writers. I still try to, in my own fallible English, I still keep writing after 2.5 years, superannuating. I still keep writing on wash to the extent possible. All of you should write and speak. You must be interlocutors. I and Paramayar, my former secretary and senior and friend, we used to try to write and speak. Unless, because if you don't write, you don't speak, you don't interlocute on your own program and sit like bureaucrats and dispense with files and okay, drop a scheme or something, we'll do it. I think everyone must know that she or he or she must have the passion that they are speaking, they're writing. Anytime we meet them in the coffee shop, they're talking about Jal Jeevan Mission. I mean, so that's how it is. So connect with the people, so we'll celebrate with them. 24. Okay? Connect with the people, we'll celebrate. Yes, Soumya? Please.
We are actually having meters for all these households. This we have made it as a mandatory for all the FHTCs, though it is not mandatory as per the guideline. One thing we found is there are many villages, they are saying that this is required because this is a kind of IEC to them. It says that though meter will not help in the collection or fixing the charges, but it will act as a kind of deterrent to not to waste the water. So that was the main message which came from many of the PDOs and ASHA and Anganwadi workers or teachers or some leaders in the village. So an instrument acting as an IEC material, this is an example which we want to share.
It's very innovative, I think, and it is working as you said.
It is working. It is working.
So,
though there are some opposition, but majority it is happening.
I think he made a very important, a good mention, which takes me to another thing. Sometimes IEC is confused with publicity. IEC is confused to, as I told, poster painting procession. It's not that you have to, we used to have a whole program and project of IEC. That itself, for example, I think Yugal is here, so I am encouraged. We say, let there be Soch Sundar Shauchalaya competition. We have constructed, say, 100 million toilets, 10 crores. Let 10 crore toilets be asked to the toilet owners or the households. Let them be asked to get into a competition by doing up their toilets, refurbishing it, coloring it, doing some messages. And let there be huge competition countrywide. Will involve the biggest of the big and the smallest of the small. It was almost like a project. And we called it IEC. And we introduced something called a SKY. I think I'm Jal Jeevan Mission. I would encourage them to do it as well. A Swachh Bharat summer internship. We said that all the students of university must go sometime during their vacations and do slog it, make their hands dirty, do some IEC also, clean the drains and pipes in the villages. And we organized with UGC, credit marks for that so that they can do. So we worked with the education secretary at the here and education secretaries in the state and UGC and all the colleges, and we call this, these are the type of we call it IEC, this whole thing, because we don't, I think those people who have more resources, they will go into this spend a lot of time in defining IEC. Salim, it's not for you. SBCC and what behavior change communication. There are many others, but I am a poor implementer. I am just a very direct and straight implementer. So I would stay there because I think if we are wanting to change behavior through communication, it's not just those two things. It is like this: creating internship, creating a action by household, then a competition, and many such things we did. So everything is a project and a separate program and activity, but overall within the behavior change. That is how it could become world's largest behavior change program. We stopped using the words like IEC, SPCC after some time. Just call it behavior change program. Sometimes project, sometimes program, sometimes intervention, sometimes spend money, sometimes earn money, whatever. Yeah. Thanks.
Sankirna for our liquid and solid waste management unit. The logo is designed in such a way that it depicts with their culture. In South India, they used to put this rangoli in front of their home with the artistic design. The design and the additives to these designs are in a pattern of that rangoli, and people can actually relate it. Rangoli actually signifies the cleanliness and religious linkages is given to that. So Swachh Sankirna is not a garbage. It is actually a scientifically managed clean unit which actually cleans. So that's how we try to build a culture and IEC linkage to it. I'll show you one of the booklet which I have brought it to you.
It's good. I think the creativity has a good role in one facet of IEC. In fact, we should not miss the overall picture always in behavior change. What he's talking about is one facet. It is representing the creative through a creative and culture friendly manner to get across your communication to the people. Okay, he's talking about that only. But we are talking about the overall behavior change, and this is important. And in this, you need to have. You should not. We have a tendency in the stiff bureaucracy that because I am sitting on a DG's chair or secretary's chair or a director's chair, whatever I am saying, my final word on creativity is great. I mean, I decide what is creative. I think that is dangerous. We must pick up right partners and give them the freedom. It's not, but the other side of the story is also true. With all these meanings, symbols, rangolis and extension, creative extension, etc., we should not miss the message, the central message. Many times, while doing this, some of us have happily get lost in creativity because it's so intoxicating. Some of us get so much into it that we forget that we are there for a cause. So these two have to balance. Please outsource. Don't hesitate to outsource. Please, because we are sitting in director of WASO or director of emission in a state, I should not think that what I think about a particular creative presentation in relation to my program messaging, that's correct. Please let others do their job also. I mean, outsourcing is great, and do outsourcing, applying your mind, and of course the procedures and procurement, etc. But give them freedom and make sure that your message is done. Whatever the best way. He gave some examples.
क्या था कि भाई जो पाइप वाटर सप्लाई है वो एक प्लास्टिक की पाइप से, ब्लैक पाइप से गांव में जाती थी। मेन बाहर जो है आपकी जीआई की पाइप लगी होती थी, उससे चैनलाइज करके प्लास्टिक की पाइप घर घर तक जाती थी। और वो क्या होता था कि लूज रहती थी नाली के अंदर। तो ये पूरा सिनेरियो था विलेज लेवल का। जब हमने फील्ड विजिट किया, देखा गांव में, और वो देखकर हमें बड़ा वो लगा कि भाई इसको कैसे चेंज किया जाए, कैसे बिहेवियर चेंज किया जाए। क्योंकि काफी टाइम, लंबे अरसे से वो इस चीज को प्रैक्टिस में लाए थे और उनके माइंडसेट ये था कि पानी आएगा, पहले वेस्ट होएगा, देन वी कैन यूज इट। तो हमने अपने स्टाफ का पहले बिहेवियर चेंज करा, ट्रेनिंग करवाई कि भाई कैसे इनको टेकअप करना है। तो हमने लोकल वहां का देखा कि भाई सारे गांव में लोग किसी न किसी रिलीजन से जुड़े हुए हैं, चाहे वो हिंदू है, चाहे वो सिख है, चाहे वो मुस्लिम है, सारा कल्चर हरियाणा में है। तो हमने उसको कल्चर से जोड़ा, रिलीजन से जोड़ा कि भाई देखिए अगर आप उसको पानी को ड्रेन में छोड़ते हो ओपनली, और वो ड्रेन जब पीछे से आपका पंप हाउस बंद करते हैं और वो सक करके वापस मेन लाइन में जाता है, तो वो सारा पानी आपका जो वेस्टेज है, जो आपका यूरिन का है या किचन वेस्ट है, वो गंदा पानी आपका मेन पाइपलाइन में जाके दोबारा से आपके घर में पहुंचता है और आप उसी को पूजा के लिए भी यूज करते हो, खाने के लिए भी यूज करते हो, ड्रिंक के लिए भी करते हो। फिर वो कहते हमने तो फिल्टर लगा रखा है। हमने वहां पे उनको कैच करा कि फिल्टर आपने अपने पीने के लिए लगा रखा है, नहाने के लिए नहीं लगा रखा है, सब्जी बनाने के लिए नहीं लगा रखा है, आटा गूंदने के लिए नहीं लगा रखा। तो ये छोटी छोटी बातें हमने उनको कैच करी और पॉइंट आउट करी, और दे हैव चेंज। पहले एक चेंज हुआ, दूसरा हुआ, धीरे धीरे चेंज हुआ। बट देखिए यहाँ पर एक हमारे को ऑब्जर्वेशन आई कि भाई डिपार्टमेंट ने कहा कि भाई आप इस चीज को एडवर्टाइज मत करिए, क्योंकि डिपार्टमेंट अभी जीआई की तरफ नहीं जा रहा है। ये काफी साल पहले की बात है। और आज मैं जल जीवन मिनिस्ट्री को धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा कि ये जल जीवन मिशन स्कीम लॉन्च करके जो जीआई की कॉन्सेप्ट लेके आए हैं, और बहुत ही बेनिफिट रहेगा ये पूरे इंडिया के लिए कि भाई प्लास्टिक की पाइप जो है, जो ब्लैक कलर की पाइप है, वो एक बिल्कुल कैंसर की बीमारी है। तो वो चेंज किया सर हमने, और आज लगभग 80%, मैं बल्कि 90% कहूंगा, हमारी गांव की सिचुएशन चेंज हो चुकी है सर। आप नू में जाके रह सकते हो, जो रिमोटेस्ट एरिया है, कि वहां पर टैंकी में जो पब्लिक हेल्थ की टैंकी होती है उसी में काली पाइप लगा के घर में लगते थे। आज सिचुएशन चेंज है और वहां पे विद फ्लूल कनेक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं। तो ये काफी बड़ा चेंज आया है सर।
Excellent. I think that's a good example. Do I assume that most of you are engineers? Many of 2/3 or at least half. Yeah. So what happens that I have discussed it with Mr. Bharatlal few times also. He has this particular concern. You are so talented and so technocratic and so much engaged in your own wonderful work of supply side of the water management, the pipes, the taps and all. Many times we lose sight of the social aspects. So आपको जल जीवन मिशन में, because it's community driven, as everyone is saying, it is so much there, and we just now have at least acknowledged partly that it is the central with the focus, the behavior change with the focus. Though we have a need for water, but still behavior change is the focus. So kindly get yourself very consciously. I'm not saying you are not socially alive. Socially alive in the context of this program. You are generally socially alive, but work-wise, you are more focused on your technical aspects. That's your strength. I mean, that's a great strength, which many of us don't have. So you have to, in pushing out this program, you have to, like our friend from Haryana said, and some others as well, we have to keep our social ears and eyes open. So that would be required a conscious effort, social reconstruction of our mind in terms of Jal Jeevan Mission, so that we are always, we don't miss out the strategic objectives, we don't miss out the people of all type around us. Yeah, I think. Okay.
Sir, it is purely lateral words. Sir, the cell phone technology created biggest behavioral change. Likewise, if you are providing water to every household, and if you are metering and adequately, if you are collecting tax, whether there is such type of push for social change, Swachh Bharat mission is different. But for giving water to every household, what is the link between social behavioral change and water tariffing?
Yeah, I think that's a question, but we all together try to answer it during the presentation. You are saying that give the water, give clean water, put a tap. So unlike Swachh Bharat mission, where one has to force socially communicate, how is that necessary? No, my friend, I think the ownership. If your tap turns to a junk, if there is a resistance to get a tap, if there is a resistance to give the minimum, if there is a resistance to give the user charge, if there is resistance to not to make sure that the water source from where it is coming is not contaminated, if the resistance is towards all this, if the resistance is that, okay, some people came and put a tap here, I don't know what it is happening to it. Chalo bhai, let's go to the old village well, or I don't know, something has become junk. You know, the government people, they must have eaten up the money. This happens, this dangerous pathological conditions happen if there is no ownership. There is no ownership. So that is why the ownership is, if it is 5 paisa ownership, socially aroused ownership, or personal selfishness ownership, but ownership. Unless there is ownership, I think your question was good, but we are trying to, I think we have answered that, and this is undoubtedly, their ownership is so important. Their behaving in a particular manner is so important to make what you have done in his house a success. If you are saying that you have done it in his house, okay.
सर
Yeah. No, we'll come back.
बिहार में जो आप सर टॉप लेवल इंटरवेंशंस की बात कर रहे थे और विमेन इंटरवेंशंस की बात कर रहे थे कि अगर उनको हम लोग ले तो बिहेवियरल चेंज अच्छे से होता है, तो हमारे यहाँ सीएम साहब जो है वो खुद बिहेवियरल चेंज में काफी उनका सपोर्ट रहता है, चाहे वो निश्चय यात्रा हो, समीक्षा यात्रा हो, या फिर जल जीवन हरियाली यात्रा हो, अभी भी फिर वो प्रपोज्ड है 15 से, तो वो जब खुद जाते हैं और जन सभा करते हैं और उसमें इश्यूज को डिस्कस करते हैं, तो वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा टूल होता है कि हम उसके माध्यम से बिहेवियरल चेंज को प्रमोट करते हैं। और फिर जो आपने वुमेन और गर्ल्स की को इनके इन्वॉल्वमेंट की बात कही, वो हमारे यहाँ हम लोग अभी जो BRLP वर्क करें उसमें विलेज लेवल की जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उनकी महिलाओं को हम लोग फील्ड टेस्टिंग किट के लिए जो 5 महिलाओं को चुनना है, उसमें हम लोग उनको ले रहे हैं ताकि वो जो है जाएं और सोर्स की टेस्टिंग करें और फिर वो समुदाय में उसके रिजल्ट को बताएं कि आपका पानी जो है आप पी रहे हैं वो कैसा पानी है, और हर घर नल जल का जो महत्व है उसको समझ पाए वो। तो उनका हम लोग सर उसको कर रहे हैं और काफी अच्छा रिजल्ट जो है वो देखने को मिलता है इंटरवेंशंस के बाद। मैं बिहार से हूँ सर।
बिहार से। So she was just giving, for my 6 friends who don't understand Hindi, she was giving an example of the people, the women and the ground level, village level people who are involved in this work, and they already are infused with some motivation and all. So through them, they're able to transfer because other people are peers to them. So I have one interesting thing I think which I missed, because many things are missed. One of them is the internal communication. The internal communication. All your rank file, all your workers, engineers, assistant engineers, junior engineers. I think for quite some time, many of us, please allow me to make this sweeping generalization. We are working as a part of Swachh Bharat mission. I feel proud, almost possessed to some extent about the work. So internal communication is also very important to make everyone feel very proud. Like that is why we in the opening slide, we gave a salute to all of you. So it must percolate, not to the dome of Ambassador Hall, it must percolate. You must give them claps and ovations all the time and bring it into their mind that how important work they are being harassed in the sun across the villages, getting into households, talking to people who are reluctant to listen. So you must, internal communication must keep your staff and missionary motivated about the big work contribution. Everyone will have water by 24. Everyone will have 24, and they are part of. They will be blessed in this country.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Yes. I think we have skipped this gentleman because he is just. Sorry for that. Sorry, apologies.
government spell crores on the free meal, crores on the Naraga, you cannot go. Then in that way, after getting the benefits and then knowing the benefits, they are willing even to pay for the products. So I feel Jal Jeevan also in such a way, if the people know the benefits, they will do everything from A to Z. So I think the key in behavioral change is to show why it's benefit for you.
Excellent. I think
that's what I want to say, sir. Thank you.
I think I must speak for another minute to our friend mentioned 2 points. One is convergence with Swachh Bharat mission, which is in any case a sister mission in a way, and the highlighting of the benefits, because it starts with the very primordial interpretation that human being by nature is selfish. So you must get a sense of profit to him or her. What is the profit for him to her? For him or her to listen to you and behave in a particular manner. And nothing more important than health, child's health. We have played a lot on that in Swachh Bharat mission. Just CLTS, doing CLTS, the fly who sits on the shit and then goes to your food, then you fall sick. And there have been umpteen number of studies, all of us are aware many times over, how employment, how diarrhea, how, all types of benefits have come because of Swachh Bharat mission. The same, Jal Jeevan mission has to Pani Paikhana, both the things. Many times we have been confronted with the question, why Paikhana before water came in? So at that time we used to say, okay, water will come. That's not so important. Very important is that you first this. So now you have a situation in which both are marching together. The convergence you should opt for. The strength of Swachh Bharat mission you must pull into Jal Jeevan mission and must highlight the direct benefit to the persons of the family, to the woman, to the child, to the old, everyone. In fact, there could be other things. I think I must put a notation. We started so much talking about the security and dignity of women in the toilet program that at one point of time, we were told by the families, yes, we have a toilet, women are going there. We are going out. So we had to correct ourselves. We have to tell things like Darwaja Band, it's for everyone. Otherwise, they say, yes, we got a toilet for our women, they're going there. So we are going out. So we must clearly spell out the benefits and entice them, because it's finally, all of us want to know what benefit we have here. Yeah. Good point. Thanks.
Hello. From Telangana.
Yeah, I think if the organizers permit, last. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, sure.
Clarification.
Okay.
We believe seeing. We found that seeing is believing. In Telangana, we have given household connection to each and every household. But before this, they were using RO water. So it is available. So we need to call the villagers to nearby water treatment plants to show them how water is being treated before it comes to their house. So only then they started drinking this water. It's from Telangana.
Can you speak into my mic, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm speaking. See, this is with reference to how to use how to make people drink tap water. Earlier, people were ready to drink RO water. It is very easily available, 5 rupees per can like that. So even after giving a tap to their houses, they were using this water for other purposes and again drinking RO water. So we took people to treatment plants. We have 100 and odd treatment plants. We shown them how water is being treated before it comes to their houses. So after seeing only, they are believing that this tap water is good and they are drinking it. So having done with all the traditional IEC programs, we resorted to this, and it's helping them to use this water, and they are preserving also.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they will, next day when the tap comes, they would throw the water or give it to the cattle like that. And we are doing this campaign even in schools and Anganwadis also, making people aware that this is treated water, they should use it and not drink RO water. Especially we are telling them why they should not drink RO water, disadvantages of RO water, especially all this campaign we are doing. I brought that video, but
yeah, I think I'm sure everyone will try to take home this example which ma'am is suggesting. I think she's talking about the water quality aspect in Jal Jeevan mission, which is important. And I would add just to what she said that there could be a lot of demonstration communication. There could be mass ceremonies in Hat Bazaar in which people take one glass of tap water. People who are of eminence like her, like you, like your secretary or minister all take tap water from someone's house in a particular area to bring the confidence that the tap water that is being organized under Jal Jeevan Mission is same as RO water or whatever. So that is the confidence in terms of communication. Ma'am, sorry, I hope I partly addressed your. I just commented. You have said some nice thing. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I am from Andhra Pradesh. Can I speak, sir? No issue.
Okay, so let's. The organizer is very upset with me. So not with you. You are still a darling. So your question first, then this one, then we'll go for break together. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Just I am from Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah.
I am Chandrasekhar, sir. I am from Andhra Pradesh.
Yes.
Just I want to share the success story of Andhra Pradesh, which we are using for dissemination of information to the grassroots level. Actually, everybody know about the Grama Sachivalayam system in Andhra Pradesh, which is going on. We are also having volunteer system. Every volunteer has to take care of 50 households in a particular village. Actually, in such a way, government of Andhra Pradesh has recruited almost 2 lakhs and above volunteers and 1 lakh and above secretaries in the villages. So what I am trying to explain about this is actually as a state level PM project management unit. We are on behalf of project management unit of Jal Jeevan Mission. So we are having a state unit at Vijayawada and we are having district offices at DPMU every district. And we are having mandal offices as well as village secretariats as well as volunteers for every 50 households actually. How we are doing our IEC, like dissemination of information about Jal Jeevan Mission or about any other government program, like we are trying to give the information to our district units as well as district. We are having groups actually. We are having DPMU groups with us. DPMU people are having MDOs, Mandal Development Officers groups with them. Mandal Development Officers are having the groups of village secretariats. Village secretariats are having the groups of volunteers. Volunteers are having the groups of their 50 households actually. So we are maintaining WhatsApp groups as well as Telegram groups. If we distribute some information from our side to districts, district people are disseminating the same information to MDOs, Mandal Development Officers. In turn, Mandal Development Officers also disseminating this information to village secretariats. So village secretary people are also disseminating the same information to the volunteers. Volunteer is disseminating that same information to that particular 50 households, sir, actually. Means from Vijayawada to my particular village, my household, my father will receive the information from Vijayawada to my village. In such a way, we are doing the same thing. We have developed almost 500 slogans on Jal Jeevan Mission and water and all. So every day one slogan, something like that.
So you are saying that your content you are transferring through a technology-based good carriage from one point to the household without, I think that's good. That's a carriage development which all of you can use, and technology is very important for that.
Just one simple question.
Yeah,
so being
please.
IC expert, Mr. Rao, just I want to ask, what means, in your opinion, how effective this print media in the present scenario of JJM? Print media means newspapers, magazines.
Well, newsletter included?
Simple newspapers.
Okay. Did you mention
print media?
Newsletter?
Print media, newspapers, magazines.
See, the study would say, there are continuous studies about media consumption we are talking about. Whether it's a print media, let me extend to television and etc. In every, that is why we talk about the context to decide the medium. Whether you should go for print, television, cable, social media, or just community interaction. That must decide on the set of people you are working about. Generally, print media, I don't have a great, I don't think that they really help you a lot. Unless there is a reading habit in your area, people subscribe to print medium, because even in print medium, even if people consume newspapers, when they see an advertisement, they tend to overlook it, because newspaper is for news. It's not for a display of Jal Jeevan Mission. So it for profiling, so once in a while, that is why we have to understand also. In sometime I see, in fact, many times some chief supervisors use it mostly for the publicity of the department or sometimes of political or administrative persons, which I do not have a great appreciation for. But for profiling of the department, for profiling of the work, for profiling of certain events someday, for giving out information, because information is the important part, to transfer information, if the newspaper have the popularity, and it can be used. But I will be very cautious, because generally, I don't think the messages that you have to behavior change things, they happen so much through print media generally, unless you have a specific reason. But for establishing yourself, establishing an event, passing out some critical information, where also many times for some information like advertising to recruit or tender, you are rule bound to put it out in some newspaper. I'm not talking about that. Okay. So we must always be understand and use. I said one, understand and use. Right. Thanks.
But for the purposes of creating awareness about the JJM, I think that newspapers are quite good medium for Rajasthan state specifically, because it's quite interior. That newspaper goes to the electorate, means it's not effective in the state of Rajasthan. But our guidelines restrict that. You cannot give this JJM advertisement in the newspapers. I just want to clarify that.
They restrict you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are facing very much means problems due to this.
Okay, there must be some reason for that. I think there must be
we are totally agree that political and all these cannot be given in that purpose, but for giving information.
The intention must be good and efficient use in more better buckets. But if you have a strong reason, I think general discussions that point can be noted. But yeah.
Directors is also here. You please note it down.
The internal communication of Jal Jeevan Mission, print communication also, I have seen it's of high order. Because I think that keeps, in fact, I'm a beneficiary of that. I keep getting all the newsletters and developments, updates, which are extremely useful for all of us, anyone who has an interest in Jal Jeevan Mission to move forward, because you are updated. So, okay. So thank you very much for listening, and thanks very much, particularly friends who did ask questions. And I'm grateful for having been given this chance. We'll spend some time if I have a conversation, I'll be very happy. And in any case, there is also I think, can someone share with them my mobile number and my email ID as well? So I'll be very happy if someone wants to speak to me or consult or ask for, I mean, old foggies can always give some advice. So मैं आपके स्टेट में रहता हूँ जी, गुड़गांव में, ठीक है? तो मैं I am a Haryanvi अभी by residence. So thank you very much. Grateful. God bless all of you. God bless Jal Jeevan Mission.
Thank you very much for this engrossing session or full of wisdom, sir. Just now, I don't think there is anything to be learned too much, sir. Lupa, I will request you, sir, just cover Now, we would like to invite all of you, sir, you, Shalini ma'am, and everybody for a lunch just outside. We have planted, but just one word of caution that kindly try to finish it as early as possible, because we are running late, and we will start next session on time. Thank you.
जल जीवन जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं तो गुजरात जैसा राज्य से हूं जहां अधिकतर।
मेरा नाम निशा देवी है, मैं रियासी में रहती हूँ और मैं आपको पानी के बारे में कुछ बताना चाहती हूँ। हमें सबसे पहले पानी की इतनी समस्या थी कि पूछो मत। हमें पानी लेने के लिए काफ़ी दूर दूर तक जाना पड़ता था, कभी दरिया में, कभी बोली में, कभी कहीं हमें जाना पड़ता था। तो हमें बहुत परेशानी हुआ करती थी। लेकिन हमारे घर में कोई अगर गेस्ट भी आ जाए ना, हमें सबसे पहले बस यही टेंशन थी हम पानी की मैनेजमेंट कैसे करें। चलो पानी तो लाना हमारी मजबूरी है, हमें तो जाना ही है, लेकिन कई बार हमें डर भी लगता था रास्ते में कि अब शाम हो चुकी है, कैसे हम जाएं। सांप, कीड़े, बिच्छू, इन सबसे तो डर लगता ही है, लेकिन हमें तो फिर भी पानी लाना ही पड़ता था। लेकिन हम पानी जब लाते हैं घर में, लेकिन कभी कभी उससे भी हमें थोड़ी कमी की परेशानी हो जाती है। कपड़े धोना, कभी कुछ करना, बहुत सारे काम होते हैं पानी से, जिससे हमारी समस्या मतलब बढ़ती जाती थी। लेकिन अब ये कुछ स्कीम ऐसी हुई कि अब हमारे घर में नल लग चुके हैं, 2 टाइम पानी अब आने लगा है। और
मेरा नाम पल्लवी राजपूत है और मैं बेसिकली गंज कोलसिर की रहने वाली हूँ। यहाँ पे एक गांव पड़ता है और हमारे टाइम उस समय पानी नहीं आता था क्योंकि नलका नहीं लगा था घर पे, तो इस वजह से हमें काफ़ी घर से दूर जाना पड़ता था पानी भरने के लिए, जिस वजह से हमें स्कूल जाने में भी काफ़ी दिक्कत आती थी क्योंकि पानी भरना होता था तो फिर लेट हो जाते थे स्कूल जाने के लिए। तो घर वाले कहते थे पानी भर के लाओ, तो वो लाने के चक्कर में हमारा स्कूल मिस हो जाता था। इस वजह से हमारी पढ़ाई भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा ख़राब हो रही थी। और अब जो है हमारे घर में नलका लग चुका है, 2 टाइम पानी आ रहा है सुबह शाम। ये जल जीवन मिशन के तहत हो रहा है, तो अब हम टाइम से पानी भर लेते हैं क्योंकि सुबह शाम आ रहा है।
मेरा नाम नीलू है, मैं बांदा जिले के ग्राम पलरी से। और ये जो सरकार की योजना चल रही है, जल मिशन योजना, अगर ये धरातल में सही अच्छी तरह से उतर रही तो बुंदेलखंड वासियों के लिए वरदान साबित होगी, क्योंकि बुंदेलखंड में पानी की बहुत ज़्यादा कमी है। यहाँ गर्मियों में तो ये हालत हो जाती है कि दूर दराज से पानी लाना पड़ता है और ज़मीन में नल भी जवाब दे जाते हैं। इस वजह से अगर ये घर घर योजना जल मिशन तहत के से पहुँच रही है तो वो मेरी समझ में कि ये वरदान साबित होगी बुंदेलखंड के लिए।
मेरा नाम नेहा है, मैं रियासी की रहने वाली हूँ। मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे मोहल्ले में जो है पानी की बहुत ही ज़्यादा समस्या थी। पहले हम लोगों को नहाने में बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती थी और भी जो पानी के जो भी काम है बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती थी। हमें दूर से पानी लाना पड़ता था, चनाब से, नदियों से। लेकिन अब जो है सरकार की एक स्कीम आई हुई है जल जीवन मिशन, जिसके तहत हमें पानी की समस्या से निजात मिल चुकी है और हमारा जो जल जीवन है बहुत ही सरल हो गया है।
मेरा नाम सीमा रानी है और मैं छोटे तलोकपर की रहने वाली हूँ। ये जो जल जीवन मिशन चलाया गया है, इससे हमें बहुत सुविधा मिल रही है। 2 वक्त पानी आता है और हमारी सारी समस्याएं दूर हो गई हैं। पहले पानी की कमी से हम नहा भी नहीं पाते थे, बर्तन भी नहीं मांज सकते, पीने के लिए पानी भी हमें नहीं मिलता था। मगर अब हम अच्छे से पानी यूज़ करते हैं और हमारा जीवन बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है पानी की वजह से।
जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं तो गुजरात जैसा राज्य से हूं जहां अधिकतर सूखे की स्थिति मैंने देखी है। मैंने ये भी देखा है कि पानी की एक एक बूंद का कितना महत्व होता है। इसलिए गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए लोगों तक जल पहुंचाना और जल संरक्षण मेरी प्राथमिकताओं में रहे। हमने ना सिर्फ लोगों तक, किसानों तक पानी पहुंचाया, बल्कि ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि भूजल स्तर बढ़े। ये एक बड़ी वजह रही कि प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों पर लगातार काम किया है। आज जो नतीजे हमें मिल रहे हैं वो हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर देने वाले हैं।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
आज एक तरफ जहां ग्राम पंचायतों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा अधिकार दिए जा रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ पारदर्शिता का भी पूरा ध्यान रखा जा रहा है। ग्राम स्वराज को लेकर केंद्र सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता का एक बड़ा प्रमाण जल जीवन मिशन और पानी समितियां भी है।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
साथियों, मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि पानी का उपयोग हमें प्रसाद की तरह करना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ लोग पानी को प्रसाद नहीं, बहुत ही सहज सुलभ मानकर उसे बर्बाद करते हैं। वो पानी का मूल्य ही नहीं समझते। पानी का मूल्य वो समझता है जो पानी के अभाव में जीता है। वही जानता है एक एक बूंद पानी जुटाने में कितनी मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। मैं देश के हर उस नागरिक से कहूंगा जो पानी की प्रचुरता में रहते हैं, मेरा उनसे आग्रह है कि आपको पानी बचाने के ज्यादा प्रयास करने चाहिए और निश्चित तौर पर इसके लिए लोगों को अपनी आदतें भी बदलनी होगी।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
साथियों, हमने दुनिया को दिखाया है कि हम भारत के लोग दृढ़ संकल्प के साथ सामूहिक प्रयासों से कठिन लक्ष्य को भी हासिल कर सकते हैं। हमें एकजुट होकर इस अभियान को सफल बनाना है। जल जीवन मिशन जल्द से जल्द।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
मैं अनिल कुशवाहा, ग्राम खरगावली। पहले हमारे यहाँ पानी की सुविधा नहीं थी, बाहर जाना पड़ता था, ट्यूबवेलों से, खेतों से या गाड़ियों से लाना था। पर अब जो जल जीवन योजना आई है उसके माध्यम से हम घर पानी आता है। 1 घंटे के लिए नल आते हैं और शाम को भी आते हैं, कभी कभी सुबह भी आ जाते हैं। और बहुत अच्छी सुविधा हो गई है हमारे इधर पानी की जल जीवन योजना से।
अब जैसे मुझे बताया गया कि आपके डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ केमिकल साइंस ने पीने के पानी को साफ करने के लिए एक कम कीमत वाली आसान टेक्नोलॉजी पर काम किया है। इसका लाभ असम के अनेक गांवों को हो रहा है। बल्कि मुझे तो ये बताया गया कि अब ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी छत्तीसगढ़ में, उड़ीसा में, बिहार में, कर्नाटक, राजस्थान जैसे राज्यों तक भी पहुंच रही है। मतलब ये आपकी कीर्ति पताका फैल रही है। भारत में इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी के विकास से हर घर जल पहुंचाने का जल जीवन मिशन को जो सपना है उसको एक सशक्तिकरण होगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
जल जीवन मिशन अब देश का एक एक जन भारत को जलयुक्त और सूखा मुक्त करने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आने वाले 5 वर्ष में देश के लगभग 15 करोड़ परिवारों तक शुद्ध पीने का पानी पहुंचाने के संकल्प के लिए काम तेजी से शुरू हो चुका है। इसमें भी प्राथमिकता आकांक्षी जिलों को दी जा रही है। ये योजना ऐसी है जिसका संचालन आपको ही सबको करना है। हर गांव के लोगों ने मिलकर के करना है। सरकार पैसे आपके हाथ में दे देगी, फंड आपके हाथ में दे देगी। कहां से पाइप जाना है, कहां पानी को इकट्ठा किया जाएगा, उनका रखरखाव कैसे होगा, ये गांव के ही लोग मिलकर के तय करेंगे। हमारी बहनें उसमें भूमिका बहुत बड़ी अदा करेंगी।
जल जीवन मिशन, हर घर जल। जल जीवन मिशन, जल शक्ति मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार। जल जीवन मिशन।
देश में बहुत से क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जहां प्रदूषित पानी की दिक्कत है। कुछ क्षेत्रों में पानी में आर्सेनिक की मात्रा अधिक होती है। ऐसे क्षेत्रों में हर घर में पाइप से शुद्ध जल पहुंचना वहां के लोगों के जीवन को मिले सबसे बड़े आशीर्वाद की तरह है। एक समय इंसेफेलाइटिस, दिमागी बुखार से प्रभावित देश के 61 जिले, 60 से अधिक जिले में नल कलेक्शन की संख्या सिर्फ 8 लाख थी। आज ये बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 11 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। देश को जो जिले विकास की दौड़ में सबसे पीछे रह गए थे, जिन जिलों में विकास की एक अभूतपूर्व आकांक्षा है, वहां प्राथमिकता के आधार पर हर घर जल पहुंचाया जा रहा है। आकांक्षी जिलों में अब नल कनेक्शन की संख्या 31 लाख से बढ़कर 1 करोड़ 16 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
लोगों की सुविधा हेतु इस ऐप में जल जीवन मिशन से संबंधित सभी जानकारी एक स्थान पर उपलब्ध है। जल जीवन मिशन में हो रही प्रगति, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच एवं निगरानी, वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम का विवरण इस ऐप से सभी लोग देख सकते हैं। हर राज्य, हर जिले तथा हर गांव की प्रगति भी इस ऐप में देखी जा सकती है। ग्राम पंचायत, पानी समिति के सदस्यों, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच के लिए चिन्हित महिलाओं के नाम इत्यादि भी देखे जा सकते हैं। जलापूर्ति संबंधित शिकायतें तथा दान भी इसके माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। इस ऐप में क्षेत्रीय इंजीनियर्स तथा पानी समिति लॉगिन करके अपने गांव के जल स्रोत तथा पानी की टंकी इत्यादि की जियो टैगिंग कर सकेंगे तथा हर घर जल का प्रमाण पत्र जारी कर सकेंगे। इस ऐप को jgm.gov.in से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है।
जल जीवन मिशन।
जल जीवन मिशन के लिए भी जो 3,60,000 करोड़ की व्यवस्था की गई है वो गांवों में ही खर्च की जाएगी। यानी ये मिशन ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को नई मजबूती देने के साथ ही गांवों में रोजगार के अनेकों नए अवसर भी बनाएगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। जल जीवन मिशन।
साथियों, कुपोषण के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई में भी पानी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। हर घर जल पहुंचेगा तो बच्चों का स्वास्थ्य भी सुधरेगा।
हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन। हर घर जल, जल जीवन मिशन।
6 साल से 6 महीने के बाद 6 साल से हमें पानी नहीं थे। 6 साल से जब से ये जल से नल स्कीम आया तो हमें बहुत आराम मिला, बहुत पानी मिला ऐश से आराम से। और मुलाजमों ने हमारे बहुत हेल्प की, वाटर सप्लाई वालों ने भी, पंजों ने भी, सरपंचों ने भी, बहुत मुलाजमों ने हमारे बहुत हेल्प की है इस प्लान में, इस स्कीम में बहुत प्लान किया हमारे बहुत। क्योंकि आज हमें टाइम मिलता है, अपनी खेती बाड़ी करते हैं, अपना
Can you hear me?
Hello, sir. Johnson, sir. This is Amit from NJJM.
Hi, Amit.
Hi, sir. Hi. Just five more couple of minutes, sir. The participants are enjoying food, and after that, sir, I will connect you. Whosoever will be present here in the dome in this venue, that they can hear you as well as we will go live on YouTube, sir.
Okay. And the presentation you will do, or should I share my screen?
Sir, it will be better to share your screen. It will be better, sir. If there is a technical glitch, we will do it from here, sir. But
Okay, I can. Let me just try. Can you? I'll just do that. Just check.
Start your screen, yeah. So we can see you, sir.
Okay.
We can see the.
Okay, you can see the deck. Yeah. Okay.
You can see the presentation. Just a 6 minutes. I will get back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Kind attention, please. We are about to start our post-lunch session. So I would request people outside and inside the hall kindly assemble as soon as possible. हमारी आवाज सुन सकते हैं? Good afternoon, everybody. Now we are starting our session 3, post-lunch session. So first of all, we are having with us online from Odisha, Mr. Libby Johnson. He is from Gram Vikas and he has vast experience in working sanitation and water sector. So Libby ji will be telling us about how to capture success stories from the field. I think since most of the person here assembled are WSSO directors, IEC in charge of the state, so you people will be immensely benefited from his experience and his expertise on this sector. Libby ji, can you hear us? Good afternoon. Hello, Libby ji.
Good afternoon, sir. The pleasure to be here.
Participants are here. They are from almost all the states, WSSO directors, IEC in charges, few chief engineers, and experts in IEC. So, most welcome to this Jal Jeevan Samvad. In fact, we are doing this national workshop on IEC as a part of our Jal Jeevan Samvad. So, over to you, Libby ji. Everybody is having their ears. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today afternoon. I would like to be in Delhi directly presenting this, but you know, things always don't work the way we want them to. A brief presentation just to put a few points on the slide, on the screen so that you can follow them. I'm speaking based on our experiences, you know, in the rural drinking water and sanitation sector, and in the context of Jal Jeevan Mission, which from the ground, from the field where I come from, this mission is not just about water, it is about inclusion. It is about making sure that nobody is left behind. It is also about making water everyone's business. So it's not just about supply, it's not use, it's about making sure that every aspect of water is taken care of. And in this context, what I think is the most important is that we need to create an environment, a system, mechanism where, you know, there is learning from within and from each other, both at the community level, at the department level, because there's a desire for change that has to be ignited. People are used to a certain kind of water delivery system. JJM is envisaging something very different, sustainable in the long term. So the testimonies of these early movers are likely to trigger the movement. That is what will provide the movement with the momentum to get going. And of course, the key element of knowledge sharing between the communities themselves, but also with the outside world, because the larger world outside of these rural communities, policy at the policy level, the media, international institutions, the private sector, they also have a role to play in appreciating, understanding what is happening. So Gram Vikas's experience, we've been in Odisha since 1979. We've been working on community owned and managed integrated water and sanitation since 95. So we have nearly 25, 26 years of experience of doing such work at a small scale, however, but grounded work that we've been continuously doing. And over the last 4 or 5 years, we've taken a more strategic approach to communication in terms of not just telling the world about the work that we do, which as a grant dependent organization, we always have to do, but about getting community talk to each other, share stories. And so the approach to communication that in the context of today's discussion, the content coming from the field. The point is there are many, many stories that waiting for the larger audience. And our experience is that we need a methodical process to identify the correct stories, to capture them effectively, and then to prepare them for dissemination. And I'm sure participants in today's workshop are, deliberating this. Are people responsible at the state level, at the district level for doing exactly this? And I would like, therefore, share some experiences of what we've been able to do, how we've been able to do that. So what is the approach that we've taken? A small team of committed professionals coordinating this, providing the thematic technical support needed to create a storytelling environment, story creation and dissemination environment. And we've been focusing on real stories that is narrated first person, not third person narratives of stories, but first person narratives. So people themselves sharing their experiences in their stories. And of course, a multimedia approach, written content, photographs, and videos. The key has been building village level capacities for content generation and dissemination. So it's about identifying young people in the villages who can do this, who are interested in doing this, because media is obviously very attractive. And over the last several months, I've been looking at, astounded by the kind of coverage the Public app is getting. There's a new app called Public, which is very hyper local. In a small block area, which is disconnected from network, very limited network, electricity, road connection, any story that is uploaded on the Public app is getting 60, 70,000 hits in like 24 hours. So that's the kind of media penetration, the new media penetration, story penetration that's happening on the ground. So it is necessary that we create local level capacities to make sure that the positive stories come out. The larger mission of Jal Jeevan mission is used. So identifying young people, giving them motivation, training them, providing them the technical hand-holding. This is something that we believe is important in the approach. And then, of course, Gram Vikas has a team in the field, both staff and volunteers and village level activists. So continuous and in-depth connect with them. Of course, coordination with people who are responsible for programs to make sure that storytelling happens in a proper manner, the right stories are identified. System for continuous capacity building and hand-holding support. So this is broadly the the communication, strategic communication approach that we've taken with respect to generating the right kind of content. What is the content development process that we follow? So we do a content plan, a calendar for the whole 12 months, plan in advance as to what we want to do over 12 months. So this is done typically in April of the year for the period from April to March. Based on this plan, which also includes inputs from the field teams in terms of possibilities, where the stories can come from. So there's a coordination that happens with the team in the field to kind of generate ideas and story leads, based on which kind of draft stories the field team sent. So, somebody who's working with the community find something very interesting. So they would send a basic story idea, which is then vetted using what we call the 5W1H approach. So every story that we want to say has to answer these 6 questions. Who is the story about? What is the story about? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Why was it necessary to happen? And how did it happen? So this is the basic principles that we follow in all the stories that we try to generate. This is 5W1H approach. And we continuously keep asking these questions to everybody. And it's a process through which these stories get sharpened. Once the story board or the story idea is finalized based on this, where we shortlist these stories, then a field team, if a video recording or something very high technically evolved work is needed, a field team then goes to do the content development. Nowadays, we've also been able to get the local teams to do that, because good quality mobile phones coming into play. People are, as you can see in the picture on the right, the youngsters who are able to go to the field and get these good quality pictures and videos taken. So how do we capture the stories in the field following this process? So I just want to go through some of the experiences that we have, because I find that these are very useful to have as kind of broad guidelines. So we go to the identified story stakeholder, with their information, having given them previous information. We also inform the local village or the Gram Panchayat leaders about such a recording happening. We spend time to build the confidence between the interviewer or the interlocutor and the stakeholder in the story. I wouldn't use the term subject because it's a stakeholder. So creating that rapport. We have, as Gram Vikas, ethical image production and use policy that puts in conditions and the commitments and accountability for using people's stories or their pictures or their videos. So this policy is read out in each case and their consent taken. And it's only on the basis of the consent that we use the images or the stories that we generate. Where a person agrees to the story being said but does not want her or his face to be shown, then we use kind of general images which are general contextual images and not show the person's face. Then we visit with them to the site of the work or the impact, whether it's a farm or a water source, or depending on what the story is about, so or within their house itself. So we basically set us somewhere, we talk to them in an area where they are comfortable, and the recording of the story happens as per the required format, written or video or a photo story, then images, etc. So this is kind of the process that we follow for each story. So what have we learned, and what may be useful for a lot of you who get these stories done, whether directly or through third parties? And some of the lessons that we've learned based on our experiences, that we need to give time for the rapport building that confidence. In many cases, a second or a third visit has become necessary before the actual story could be done, because the actual recording could be done. And the location or the place where we interact has to be to their comfort, feel at home. It could be at night, as you can see in the video accompanying image. It's at the night when the women group meets, and that's the best time for us to get the natural story. Because in the day we could ask them to do the meeting for us, but it would still be like a staged meeting, And of course, our team does, if a good quality video is needed, a prior visit to kind of make sure that the location is suitable. And it takes time. 1 or 2 hours is needed to complete the interactions for written stories. And it takes a day to sometimes 4 days to kind of do the video. Because it's based on stakeholders' comfort level. So these are some of the lessons that we learned in terms of good practices or processes to follow when it comes to generating these stories. So I will stop there, and if participants have any questions or clarifications or any inputs, I'll be happy to respond to that. So the idea was to say that generating stories from the field, good quality stories, requires a lot of planning and effort and a lot of handholding, and the best way is to actually build capacities at the village level, at the community level, at the Gram Panchayat level to do that. We will definitely need in many cases, technically sound, creatively capable people. But most, I would say 98 out of the 100 stories that we create as Gram Vikas come from people in the field, and it's only 2 out of 100 that we are having to put stories, kind of a huge creative and technical team to do that. So that's the level of effort that one can need. And if the IEC teams at the state, if the SWSMs put an effort to create this larger processes and the support infrastructure, I guess we would be on how Jal Jeevan Mission is changing lives. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lipi ji, for this wonderful presentation, and in fact, creating capacity at local level to capture the success stories on ground, because this IEC and behavior change is all about learning from each other and sharing the success stories. So I would urge all the participants here, when they go back, kindly share this knowledge to districts and block and village level, so that you can capture, because mostly whenever we are getting success stories from the fields, photographs, videos, there are issues with their qualities, both factual quality of the photographs, video, and other things. So if there is any query from the participants here, I think we will request Lipi ji to kindly address to them. अगर कुछ पूछना हो तो कृपया लिपि जी हैं यहाँ पर, माइक दे दीजिएगा।
Hello. Who's asking? The presentation, sir, if you have any question, capturing success story.
खाना खाने के बाद थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है, फिर भी मेरी आप लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि बिल्कुल खुल करके बिना किसी संकोच के प्रश्न करिए। लिपि जी को बहुत सालों का इसका अनुभव है। हाँ, वो पीछे हरियाणा से। जी, थैंक यू।
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. सर, सक्सेस स्टोरी हरियाणा ने काफी लिखी है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कंसल्टेंट्स और बीआरसी, इवन हमारे जो ग्रासरूट लेवल वर्कर्स है, हमने उनसे लिखवाई है। बट जो आज आपने थीम्स बताए हैं, उसके ऊपर हम जरूर इसको उनके साथ क्लोजली डिस्कस करेंगे और उनको डायरेक्ट करेंगे कि भी कैसे आपने सक्सेस स्टोरी लिखनी है। बट ये सक्सेस स्टोरी हम उनको फ्री हैंड देते हैं सर, कि वो, क्योंकि कुछ वो इंग्लिश में माहिर होते हैं, कुछ हिंदी में माहिर होते हैं, तो जैसे उनकी लोकल लैंग्वेज है, आप मिक्स लिखिए, हम उनको ये फ्री हैंड रखते हैं। देन स्टेट लेवल पे आके हम उसको थोड़ी मॉडिफाई करते हैं। बट जो आपने वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग का बताया है, तो ये एक हमारे को रहेगा कि आज जैसे स्मार्टफोन सबके पास है, तो काइंडली आप हमारे को ये गाइड करें, क्या हम मोबाइल से वो रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं या स्पेशली वीडियो कैमरा, क्योंकि आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन में वीडियो कैमरा ही मोस्टली देखा गया है कि आपने वीडियो कैमरा से कैप्चर करा है, प्रॉपर रिकॉर्डिंग करी है, उसका एक इंप्रेशन तो पड़ता है, नो डाउट। तो अगर वो हमने उस कैमरे से करनी है, तो वी हैव टू थिंक ऑन इट एंड प्लान अकॉर्डिंगली सर, प्लीज। थैंक यू।
हाँ जी, बहुत हम सवाल आपने पूछा कि ये जो क्या इक्विपमेंट चाहिए, या आई थिंक लाइक आई सेड, 100 में से मेरे ख्याल से 5 या 6 स्टोरीज ऐसे होंगे जिसके लिए आपको इवॉल्व टेक्निकल इक्विपमेंट या लोग चाहिए, बिकॉज आई मीन यू माइट प्रिपेयर अ वीडियो दैट इज फॉर मच वाइडर dissemination, but a lot of the stories can be said. आजकल जो बच्चों के पास जो OnePlus वाला फोन है, उसमें से जो वीडियो आते हैं, it's very very high quality, and मोबाइल फोन से ही हमारा कंटेंट का 80-85% वीडियो कंटेंट मोबाइल फोन से ही आ रहा है। तो आपने अब तो देखे होंगे, कुछ वीडियोस में वीडियो कैमरे थे, कुछ पिक्चर्स में बच्चे फोन से ही ले रहे थे। So I don't think the quality of the equipment should be a concern, पर आपको चूज करना पड़ेगा। If you're presenting something to the Honorable Chief Minister or for the larger media, then you may want to stress on quality. But a large number of stories will be said लोकली ही हो जाएगा। और मैं आपको अनुरोध करूंगा, ये पब्लिक बोल के जो ऐप है उसको थोड़ा सा देख लीजिए। जो सिटीजन जर्नलिज्म का एक नया माने पूरा होराइजन वहां खुल रहा है, और उसमें जो एकदम नॉर्मल लेवल का वीडियोस आ रहा है उसको लोग देख रहे हैं, उसमें कमेंट कर रहे हैं। सो आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉट वी कैन डू विद द हैंडहेल्ड छोटे फोन से। कुछ केस में आपको, आप जैसे बोले कि अच्छा खासा इक्विपमेंट करके, लाइटिंग करके आपको हमको करना पड़ेगा। सो वी विल हैव टू बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर बोथ। थैंक यू
वेरी मच सर। आई वुड लाइक टू वन मोर क्वेश्चन। कुछ भाषा का कैसा प्रयोग करें, कुछ आइडियल है उसमें, कितना कंटेंट होना चाहिए, टाइप्स ऑफ वर्ड्स, कंटेंट ऑफ द लैंग्वेज फॉर मेकिंग इफेक्टिव स्टोरीज?
सर उसमें कोई एक तरह का हमारा गाइडलाइन नहीं है। सो लॉट ऑफ पीपल टेल अस इफ द वीडियोस मोर देन 3 मिनट शायद इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। सो लॉट ऑफ द शॉर्टर वीडियोस कम बिलो 3 मिनट्स। उसमें भाषा के लिए हम क्या करते हैं, द वीडियो इज रिकॉर्डेड इन वॉट एवर लैंग्वेज पीपल आर कंफर्टेबल विथ। If it's for wider dissemination, then we make sure that we put in English or Hindi subtitles. तो सबटाइटलिंग से ही हम यूज करते हैं। वी डोंट डू वॉइस ओवर बिकॉज वी डिडंट वांट द फीलिंग फ्रॉम द स्पीकर टू बी लॉस्ट। तो लेंथ वगैरह मेरे ख्याल से आप करते करते आपको पता चल जाएगा। इफ यू पुट लाइक फॉर इंस्टेंस इफ यू वांट टू लोड इट ऑन ट्विटर, 80 सेकंड से ज्यादा में एक वीडियो नहीं हो सकता है। सो देयर आर कंडीशंस दैट सेवरल मीडियम प्लेटफॉर्म्स पुट ऑन अस। यूट्यूब में हो तो मैंने आप देख रहे हैं, यू लुक एट 2-3 मिनट्स के बाद बंद हो जाता है, लोग बंद कर लेते हैं। सो हाउ क्विकली कैन यू गेट द मैसेज अक्रॉस इज अ चॉइस दैट यू हैव टू मेक इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्टोरीज। बट वी आल्सो मेक स्टोरीज दैट आर 8 or 10 मिनट्स लॉन्ग बिकॉज देयर इज समथिंग इन इट। 8 मिनट में जो कहने वाले आपको 8 मिनट में ही आप कह पाएंगे। और यू नो वी कैनॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज ऑन दैट। So length is a call that length and the format is a call that you will need to take locally based on the availability of resources and also capabilities and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gibiji. I understand despite you are traveling there in the remote Odisha, फिर भी आपने time निकाला और questions के answers भी दिए. We will be meeting again in future workshop. Of course, you have been guiding us all along. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Once again, good afternoon. Now, amidst us is a very well-known personality, and I don't have any need to give his introduction. With us is global leader of tomorrow, Vikram Chandra. Vikram Chandra, everybody knows in India. He has been on media always, but his other facet is also there of very social enthusiast and social worker. He has been forced to reckon with cleanathon, greenathon, Save the Tiger campaigns, and there are many more. So it will be wonderful to listen to his ideas how to make partnership with media to make Jal Jeevan Mission truly a Jan Andolan. It should be a win-win for both, and I think like we did in our other programs like Swachh Bharat Mission, we talked in the afternoon. How media can be helpful to take message of Jal Jeevan Mission to each and every individual, and how community engagement that is so integral to Jal Jeevan Mission. We can have a partnership with media on these things, and also from his decades-long experience in media, he will be guiding us, telling us how to do effective, most efficient use of media. Use not would be the right word, but the partnership with media on these things. Thank you very much, Vikramji, for coming from your busy schedule. I would invite you to kindly just.
Water.
there is no crisis that is potentially bigger than a situation of water scarcity if that happens. And many years, even when I was, you were very kind to talk about some of the campaigns that I worked on in the past, like Tiger, like Swachh Bharat, like Greenathon. But it is always at the back of my mind, the most important campaign that we really have to do in India is around water. And how do we get water to every home? How do we solve problems of water scarcity? And quite often you will hear it spoken about just take pani conserve kar lijiye, nalka band kar dijiye, don't have water when you're brushing your teeth. That's fine at a slightly superficial level, but obviously the work that all of you are doing is outstanding. And I've been really, I must say, it's a pleasure for me to be here, because I think some of the work that is being done at the Jal Jeevan Mission in the last few years is truly heartwarming, and it's good to see. So I just have a few ideas that I'd like to share on the back of some of the campaigns that I worked on in the past, and some of my understanding of the media. And I don't necessarily have very good news to give you there, but I'll share it with you anyway. And maybe if I could speak for, I think I have half an hour, so I'll speak for maybe 15 minutes and then throw it open to any questions that you may have. So let me, before I come to how I believe campaigns are best structured to get a lot of attention, how do you make Jal Jeevan Mission a brand? That's one of the questions that I want to come to, and I'll come to it in a short while. But first, maybe a digression, because I'm sure it's there at the back of all my mind, because wherever I go, wherever I'm speaking, I quite often have people saying, "Bhai, TV news itni kharab kyun ho gayi hai?" So my answer to that is, of course, to say, first of all, I haven't worked in television news for 5 years. And one of the reasons that I quit television news was because there are certain structural problems in the media. So when we are talking about partnering with the media or how the media can take good messages forward, there are problems with that. Because by and large, and I'm sure all of you must be noticing it, the media and television in particular, the print can be better. And I'm saying this with some sorrow, because I did work in television news from 1991 till 2016 when I left. So it was 25 years I worked on TV news. But it's becoming more and more difficult to try and get television news to talk about issues that are really important. Too much of the time is going in, yelling and shouting and screaming, and I don't have to say more. You know what happens. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason why I think if all of you sometimes feel frustrations, it's itni important stories. Water is something so crucial. Swachh Bharat is so crucial. Poverty. There's so many issues about. They don't get covered on television. They don't get covered on TV news, because in India, the business model for television news is broken. You don't get subscription money on television news. You're paying money for distribution. Everything is dependent on advertising. Advertising comes from TRPs. TRPs comes from sensationalism and tabloid. So अच्छे content के लिए आपको TRPs नहीं मिलेंगे. आपको TRPs नहीं मिलेंगे, then advertising नहीं मिलती है. And the reason why this is a particularly serious problem is it becomes a vicious cycle. Because what happens is, even when all of you are going and saying, acha sa message, let's go and put the ads out, let's spend some money in advertising, immediately the same consultants who will tell you कि यहाँ अच्छी quality का content नहीं देखने को मिल रहा है, those same people will say, put ads here. Why? Because इनके TRPs अच्छे हैं. So it's a vicious cycle, and that vicious cycle is what is really holding the entire media industry back, in my opinion. That's the problem when it comes to television, to some extent print, and I think we have to break from that mold. If you have this circuit कि भाई हम लोग advertising वहीं डालेंगे जहाँ TRPs हैं, TRPs उसी से मिलेंगे, which is sensationalism, then you'll be stuck in that spiral of only sensationalism, and it'll keep going round and round in circles. Many people, including me, thought that digital would break from that, and I think digital will break from that. But even in digital, I think there's a huge problem that all of us are facing. Good stories can be created, and excellent stories I'm seeing, whether it is Jal Jeevan Mission or individuals doing it. We were hearing people, we were just hearing some case studies. The problem is that when you're disseminating individual stories, you're going to make sure someone is going to click in that. And I'm sure all of you face the frustration. ये इतनी अच्छी हमने story बनाई थी. Such a good piece of content. हमने उसको ट्वीट किया, अच्छा बट ट्विटर फॉलोअर्स कितने हैं, हमने यूट्यूब पे डाला, किसी ने देखा नहीं. Why? Because there's so many stories out there. How do you get people to come and click on that good story? How does the story find the audience? How do you find the relevant people? And it's not good enough to say, भाई मेरे ग्रुप में सब लोगों ने देखा, my IEC division, everyone saw that video, उनको video बहुत अच्छा लगा. That's not the solution, because the idea is not to preach to the converted. If everyone in this room likes the stories that other people in this room doing it is good, but it is not the real solution. The real solution is you want 500,000 people or 1 million people or 10 million or 50 million people outside to watch it, because only then will you get behavior change, and you have to get to the people who are not really converted. And that's where the biggest problem is. And the issue is getting particularly compounded because what is happening is people are these days only getting their news, and especially video. A lot of the problems I'm saying are very video oriented. People are getting their stories and their news and their information from social media. किसी ने WhatsApp पे भेज दिया, किसी ने Facebook पे डाल दिया, I saw it here. And you think you're getting informed, but you're not, because you're only seeing things from a small echo chamber. So if your echo chamber has got water as a problem, you will see good stories around water. But if your echo chamber doesn't have it and your echo chamber is only interested in entertainment or Bollywood or Katrina Kaif ki shaadi ho rahi hai or whatever it is that they are interested in, that is the only sort of story you will see. So this is the Chakravyuh that we are in right now. And that's what I said, I'm going to begin with some slightly bad news, because there's no easy way to break out of this. So ever since I left television 5 years ago, a lot of my efforts have been in trying to find what the solutions, what the answers are. And I don't think we have a full solution, but I think there are certain directions that we are seeing. And paradoxically, I think the pandemic has helped in pushing some of those ideas forward. Okay, it will be online, new platforms will come, and we have to find a way to do the platform. So just very quickly, the solutions, for example, that we are trying to do at Heritage, and one of the ways that we think a solution will come is information. So news is a subcategory of information. Even what IEC, which Jal Jeevan Mission is doing, is information. You're trying to inform people. Okay, this is how you can conserve water. This is how you can have good practices. This is how check dams can be set up. It's all about information. Information right now is facing the same sort of a problem that the music industry was 10 years ago, because television news is like radio. You switch it on and unless you change the channel, you have to keep watching whatever people there are putting out. Digital video news is like cassettes and CDs, or digital information like cassettes and CDs. If you know that good song is there, you will be able to find it. आप cassette खरीदेंगे, आप CD खरीदेंगे, आप fast forward करेंगे, you will reach that nice song. But अगर आपको पता ही नहीं है कि वो गाना है, how will you ever find it? How will you discover it? And if you're a composer who's created a really good song, how do you make it reach the right audience? That is the problem with cassettes and CDs. That's what digital video news today is. You have that problem in making the match. So what we figured is, and this is a solution that this is an idea that came to me about 3 to 4 years ago, is the correct way to do it is don't try and use pipelines anymore. So what is a pipeline? A pipeline is, I am this media company, I will put information and I will reach the audience. So it is a pipeline between me and the audience. Wo zamane gaye. The world today is a platform-based world, whether it is Uber, whether it is Airbnb, whether it is in every industry, you're finding platform solutions, AI and other techniques, so you try and get the video, you try and get the matching between what you have and what the audience is. Why can't we do that in information also, is the idea that came to me. And in the music industry, they've done it, right? Because music these days, Spotify, Ghana, Apple Music, all of these help you make the match. Today, if you're listening to Spotify or Apple Music or Ghana or Savan, you will hear songs that you actually are liking. You didn't know they existed, but that's because the AI is helping you make the match. So that is the way that music has found a solution. And we believe that eventually information will find a similar sort of a solution, which is what we set up. So just quick one line of lines on Editor G, that's what we do. We have an AI-based playlist where the AI creates a newscast for you. Then we have information beneath it. And this is where we enable partners. So we are a technology company, not a destination. And we enable people to make playlists. Like a music playlist exists, you can create playlists. And one of the major features that we have is also, I was just being struck by that. So if anybody has individual videos, we can also enable, you just have to open this, you select the videos that you want. After that, videos ki puri list aa jayegi. All the videos that you think are relevant, you put them together, add them, record your own anchoring, and then share that on social media. So then it becomes a playlist, and then people get into the habit of coming to it and consuming it. Is, I believe, eventually a slightly simpler solution and a more logical solution than saying, "Ye meri ek video hai, which you should try and see." Eventually, this is what we are then also believing, is that there is going to be no walled garden. So everyone till now, the problem with the industry to some extent, according to me right now, is everyone says, आपके चैनल के कितने व्यूअर्स हैं, आपके ऐप के कितने व्यूअर्स हैं, आपके इसके कितने व्यूअर्स हैं, वो वही पाइपलाइन अप्रोच है. Whereas if you use the right technology, you can then distribute that same thing through multiple means. You shouldn't have to get somebody to download your app. If you are saying, you have to watch my channel or you have to download my app, kahin galti ho gayi hai. You should have the technology and the apps, the content being created in a manner that it can be distributed through multiple different formats, not necessarily through coming to you. That's what I believe the future is. This much for the media industry. Now, if I could just come to water, and I don't have to tell you what the issues are. All of you, of course, are far bigger experts than I could ever dream of being aware of where water is. But I did want to share some of the thoughts that I had from previous campaigns that I did. So in my earlier avatar, when I was in television with NDTV and with other companies, I used to spend a lot of time thinking about campaigns. So Greenathon, we did a Greenathon, I did Save the Tiger, I did Swachh Bharat, I did many of them. I think one of the most important learnings that I had was when we were, for example, wanting to do environmental programming or Save the Tiger. Save the Tiger is a very good example actually of a successful campaign, because we keep on saying, "Bhai, save the tiger, tiger's dying, tiger's going extinct, tiger mar raha hai," or environment ke liye kuch karna chahiye. All the videos and all the stories that we did eventually were only seen by the same people who were already interested in it. So if you were a wildlife enthusiast who was concerned about the tiger, you would watch all the tiger videos. If you were an enthusiast about the environment or plastic waste nahi hona chahiye and all of that, you would watch the Greenathon programs. If you were concerned about toilets and the fact that there are no toilets for girl children, you would watch Swachh Bharat or toilet related shows. How do you make it more mass is one of the important questions. So there are two ways of doing it that I just wanted to place before you. One possible idea is what we did in that era of television was that we combined it with entertainment. So we did these telethons, right? So Swachh Bharat and others became telethons where 12 ghante, you have Amitabh Bachchan sitting out there, you have Priyanka Chopra sitting out there. There's some song and dance to make it to a broader audience. That was one of the solutions that we found at that time, which made sense. But that is again a very television era type solution. I'm not sure the extent to which that works right now. But the two other learnings from that I think are still relevant. Number one, I believe it is really important to get all the stakeholders that there are, whether it is central government, whether it is Jal Shakti Ministry, whether it is the Jal Jeevan Mission, whether it is individual state stakeholders, whether it is NGOs, whether it is common people, whether it is case studies of people who've done it, whether it is people who believe that aapko paani ke liye kuch karna hi nahi chahiye. All of those people, if you get the stakeholders together and you get them onto one platform or get them into one room and you say, agar aapko agenda banana hai, what should that agenda be? What are the basic points that you think it should be? The advantage of getting all the stakeholders into a room and having a very open discussion or a debate about what the agenda points are is very surprisingly 9 times out of 10, they will agree on the right things that everyone knows should be done. But it makes it seem like a consensus. It makes it seem like we have all agreed that this is what needs to be done. Then unka bhi interest rehta hai. They feel like this is my solution, hamara solution, it's my idea. So I am going to do this and I'm going to push it forward. So the reason, the way where this was, I'll give you one example of where this was very successful was with the tiger agenda. And a lot of what we are trying to do with water now at Editor G is inspired by that. What we did at the tiger agenda was we said, we got all the tiger experts in the country used to violently disagree ki kya karna chahiye. Some people said, you need tiger guard. Some people said highways hatao. Some people said jungle mein ye karna hai. Some people said whatever. We got them all into a room. I put on the cameras and saying, we have 55 minutes. I have a blank piece of paper here. We have to write down 6 agenda points if we all agree on. Ye 6 cheezein karni. So we have 50 minutes, and we're not leaving this room until we've agreed on 6 points, which is a basic common minimum program, if you like. If tiger ko bachana hai, here are the 6 things that we should put down. And then actually work. Within 35 minutes, you'll be happy to know that the first major 6 items of what needed to be done were agreed upon by all the major tiger experts. And once that agreement was reached, I then took that agenda paper and I flew from Central Ministry, I flew to all the chief ministers of the tiger states. And I said, this is the 6-point agenda that the experts have agreed on. Are you willing to sign on it? So the chief minister of Maharashtra read it. He said, these are very logical points. He said, signed it. He said, Diwar pe laga do. Then same with Uttarakhand, same with the various other state ministers. They all agreed it. There were simple points that had to be done. And it helped, I think, in focusing some sort of an attention on that entire campaign. So I think very successfully, this is already being done by the Jal Jeevan Mission. But if I had to think about it, this is what my suggestion would be. And we've tried a very small example in the last couple of months of putting together some ideas around a campaign. So what we did on a campaign, which we did just 2 months ago, we got Bharatji, many others to sit and say, okay, let's have those 5 or 6 ideas. And these are 5 or 6 of the ideas that came up. That number 1 is catch the rain and do rainwater harvesting. Then there's a revival of traditional water conservation practices. Then is water conservation technology and Ghar Jal. So that was done as the basic setting of the agenda. Now we're doing monthly campaigns, just so that you know that the media doesn't completely not pay any attention to these important issues. So we are trying at our own small level kaise karna hai. The first campaign that we just finished, Ashokji was there, of the National Water Mission, was Catch the Rain. What are the various steps? What are the solutions? We looked at some case studies. This month, we're going to be doing conservation of water. So recharging of the groundwater, what are the various issues? Sorry. This is conservation of water. So this is whether it's industry or domestic use or agriculture. Where is the real shortage? We know that 90% is being used by agriculture. So how can you do better things around agriculture? So basically, the idea is you spend 1 month just looking at that one thing. Agar conserve karna hai, where do you conserve? How do you conserve? What are the ideas? Throw ideas around, get people to talk about it and circulate it. Then maintaining water bodies, how should that be done? Old techniques, new techniques, what is the right way to do it? 4th is going to be the effective use of technology, innovative ways to recycle, reuse water efficiently. Can you use high technology for sewage? So this becomes what you do for 1 full month, which is number 4. And number 5 is obviously things around water security in every home, which is Ghar Jal, and how do you pipe water and how do you do that successfully. Now, I know each one of you is an expert in this field will look and say, ye bhi jada simplification over here. How can you look at all the issues around water and put it into 5 overall buckets, literally? You can't. The answer is you can't. And as experts in the field, you know that this is a very gross simplification of what the real issues are. The reason why we are even doing it like this is we're trying to match what there is between the experts and what the Aam Aadmi will understand and what the Aam Aadmi will see. So for the Aam Aadmi to get the broad all complexities around water conservation and water problems in India is tough to do. If we spend 1 month saying, bhai, pani gir raha hai, monsoons are falling, you can see there's flooding everywhere, let's find a better way to please conserve that water. Now that is understandable. Give us suggestions for that. Give us ideas for that. And you spend 1 full month just doing that. That helps in mobilizing the community into themes that they can understand. It could be competitions. You could be come up with the best ideas of how do you do it. And the next month you move on and you do something slightly different, which is now you have to conserve water. How do you conserve water in your house? How do you conserve water? How do you conserve water there? 3rd month you go into water bodies. How do you do that? So this is just one possible idea of how it can become more of a mass campaign and be taken to a far more people, and to get community participation, which I think is something which is obviously very important. So these are the first 2 episodes that we did, and I think we got some very good ideas, both on what the overall structure should be and what we did more specifically around the question of Catch the Rain. And 4 more months to go before we wrap this one up. And then obviously you'll find multiple ways. Once you've got the basic content, we will use all those multiple methods that I was talking about to actually disseminate. I mean, that's essentially all that I wanted to say, but now open to questions from anybody. Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Getting on all the stakeholders together. So when you look at this drinking water, I mean, in urban or rural areas, the story is same. How do you look at drinking water and the competing priorities, whether it is industrialization in the urban scenario or the agriculture, or I would say high water intensive agriculture in the rural pockets? Thanks.
So in my opinion, there are two slightly different things. One is, how do you find a solution where you are matching, what is the actual solution you're finding? And the solution, to my mind, is not just about conservation, because if it just becomes a question of conservation, then you're saying, we only have this much water. Why are people wasting water? Why are you pouring water into buckets? Why are you having a shower and not a bucket bath? Why are you washing your garden? Then people will say, look, it's not really required. Domestic use is only a small amount. Really, you should be looking at agriculture. Why aren't we doing drip integration, irrigation? Why is it that we are, why are we exporting food grain, which is very water intensive? So don't blame us. Look at that. So I think these are all very valid questions and valid debates to have. The point that I'm making is not actually what the right solution is, because the right solution, eventually the experts have to find. It's not the media which will find the solution, or someone like me would never even dream of saying this is what the right idea is. All that I'm trying to say is that how do you get something like water, which is the most important issue in front of all of us, how do you make it into a national mission and a national priority? So one of the ways to do it is, if you debate around how do we solve water? Okay, 5 broad themes that we can think about. Conservation is one of it, which includes different priorities. B, do you really have a water shortage in the first place? Because if you're actually harnessing all the water that falls in the country in the rain and during the monsoon, maybe you don't have a water scarcity. C, are you utilizing the water correctly, right? Are you not contaminating groundwater? Are you harnessing the water going into the rivers? Are you using there are multiple things. So if you try and put the entire thing, and I've seen, actually, I've been very pleasant, very happily surprised by a lot of this is actually coming out in the Jal Jeevan Mission's website and other things, for example, that these are the broad buckets that are being spoken about. That's the right approach in my view, because what that does, it makes it a mission, then it makes it a national mission, and then that's when you'll suddenly get a lot of movement on the ground happening. The best example of that, I think, was Swachh Bharat, where it was an idea whose time had come. It was good that at the highest segment, it was spoken about as a major priority area. I mean, the Prime Minister himself talking about it from the Red Fort to say, you need to have toilets. Now, who would ever expect a Prime Minister to be talking at Red Fort to say toilets should be built? But what happened? It made it then into a bit of a national mission. And I think it's clear that Jal Jeevan Mission should be what Swachh Bharat was in the first 5 years of the Modi government. Jal Jeevan is what it is in this 5 years, and that's absolutely the right priority in my view.
Thank you for giving such wonderful ideas. Sir, I just share my opinion that can you, sir, start a JJM brand in a group like 5 states? We consultant join and you discuss with us so that we can further replicate in our state.
That's exactly what we are doing right now with the Jal Jeevan Mission and others. So,
no, sir, sorry, I am interrupting you. Sir, I just want to brief with 5 states, and then we discuss thoroughly, and then we plan how we further take this action in their states.
100%. That's exactly what I think we should do. So there are 2 aspects to that, which at least, now speaking for Heritage, which we at least can do, is 2 things. Number 1, to some extent, the monthly panel discussions and all that we are working to try and get some consensus. And it's not just Heritage, it's Terry, UNDP, Editor G, 4-5 partners have come together to try and, help amplify this. So in the discussions that we are having every month on the different subjects, we would love to get participation from as many of the states as possible to try and get, ideas. The idea is not for us to say this is what we should do. The idea is to try and get ideas from the states and say, get the stakeholders to say, these are some of the suggestions. Once that is done, those videos will always be made available to be shared in every state.
I have already downloaded just right now your app.
Thank you, sir.
So we can use it. Yeah. I promise to you, sir.
And you've given me a very interesting idea, which we should actually, I hadn't thought about it, but now that you mention it, what we will try and do, and I talked to Yugalji and Bharatji about it also, what we could try and do is we can try and create a repository of good videos, right? Of videos that everyone is producing. And what we will do is, I'll talk to Yugalji after this, we can enable maybe just the state, IEC heads or whoever they are, give them password protected access that they can use all those videos to create playlists and share in their individual states. That is something which is not a problem for us to do. We can do the technology in a week or so, and maybe we can set that up. So we'll have that. It's a good idea.
Thank you. So nice.
Sorry for interruption. This is the part of the Samvad workshop we are doing. So Jeevan Samvad है तो भाषा को भाषा में करने के लिए भाषा में स्वागत है.
Yeah. But Yugalji, I'll take that idea up with you. I think it's something that we can definitely enable.
Sir, I have a concern. Recently, there has been an increasing trend of using of online pumps and motors during water supply.
Sorry, using what?
Online pumps in water supply lines. This is only to fulfill their surfacing test. What they can achieve in 15 minutes, they are trying to achieve 5 minutes, and the rest of the times only the water is being overflowing. Also, there is a concern that when the pumps motors are shut off, it may draw wastewater from the valve chambers and it may cause any hazardous diseases. So this can be put into your campaign, what I feel.
I'll make a note of that. That's a good point. I think in January, we are doing the entire 1 month on the subject of conservation of water. So I think that's a very important point which we'll put inside that, while some people are conserving it, others are misusing the water further. I'll definitely make a note of it.
Also, I would like to give a submission to our department that there must be some sort of enforcement against this, and perhaps what I feel, if the BWSC will be allowed to recommend such type of concern, then it should be taken into enforcement. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sir, going back to the example that you gave regarding conservation of tigers before they went or like before they were going to be extinct. Now, like my colleague here from Maharashtra, he was mentioning about the water conservation part and the overutilization in industries and parallel use of water. So in case of Maharashtra and many other states in India, we have water quantity issue, like the groundwater is getting depleted very, very quickly. Now, coming from a state of West Bengal, as you would know that because of the Ganga Brahmaputra basin and because of its sheer geographical placement, groundwater availability is not much of a big an issue in West Bengal. So because of this particular issue, a number of shallow tube wells have cropped up, especially every household in West Bengal, barring a few districts, the hilly districts and western districts, that to a few parts of the district, every household has access to hand pump tube well and they have access to water. Now, because IEC is a tool, is a medium for changing behavior of people. Now, when they are constructing shallow tube wells, the water is getting contaminated with iron and arsenic. And in most of the cases, in West Bengal, it's one of the most affected states in the country. Now, what kind of trigger or what kind of communication strategy would you suggest that can impact the communities in such a way that the way you have mentioned that you took so many experts into one room and then you gave them time and they took a policy level decision, and it was a very simple thing to do. But in case of West Bengal, as you know, it's an age-old thing. People have been using hand pump tube wells, and arsenic and all of those geogenic contaminants are not visible to the eye. And UNICEF as partner to PHED, we have been advocating in a lot of issues, especially red marking of hand pump tube wells and advocating for pipe water supply as a safe water source, and diverting the households to tested safe water sources. But again, this is a gradual process. Yeah. Would you suggest any other mode or any other mechanism or strategy so that people do understand that things which are not visible to the naked eye can also impact your lives?
I mean, I can't tell you how much that resonates with me, because it's strange almost that sometimes the toughest message to get across and to communicate to people is how something that you can't see can actually damage you. And no better example than the city which we are all in right now. And as somebody who's born and brought up in Delhi, I do want to apologize to all of you who are from outside Delhi for actually the last few days are not that bad. So, the damage which is otherwise being caused to your lungs from air pollution in not just Delhi, but it's the same issue. You keep on trying to convey. I've again spent 8 years or more trying to talk to people, do campaigns around air pollution and saying, this is so dangerous, this is bad for you. And you still have people who say, no, it's not there. I mean, my own family, I said, where are you? They were sitting outside in the sun. I said, why are you outside in the sun? There's air pollution. Hey, sun is out. It's fine. Must be okay. You can't tell it. So you're right. It's a serious, it's a problem. And every state will have, there's some national problems when it comes to water. In some states, the problem is just availability. It's not raining enough. So if it's not raining enough, then you have a problem, right? In some states, it's depletion of groundwater, like Punjab. That's the problem there, because various policies that have gone on for too long are causing depletion of groundwater. In other states, it's about what you said, contamination. So there will be some national level messages that have to go out, which is around, let's make sure that piped water gets to everybody. Let's harvest, let's catch the rain. Let's do all of that. Avoid contamination. But there will have to be some state specific communication messages. But I think the only thing which I would say as advice is, rather than trying to put out in your individual state level too many very micro conflicting messages, because the problem is, you're water experts. All of you here are water experts, not me, but all of you are water experts. So you understand the minutiae of it. And sometimes what happens is, when there are too many messages going out, the common person doesn't understand that. And they say, "Mujhe samajh nahi aa raha hai, bahut complicated, mujhe nahi karna hai." So you need to distill, if that's the one big issue that you think is causing problem, which is contamination of groundwater and the fact that the water itself is poisonous, that's the one message that should be taken, that should be spoken about, that should be communicated, that should be said, can we get it tested, have testing labs which are out there, talk about whether piping can be done as opposed to just doing hand pumps. That then becomes a state specific thing, without then necessarily having clouding it with everything else. Yeah, I mean, the effectiveness of all mass media these days is in any case happening. Communicating any good message in the present world is challenging for the reasons that I outlined to begin.
Vikram, I have a question. Yeah. See, in a digital world, how strong we can believe the insights which are then generated by these digital world? Basically, since you're also coming from the digital world, now the editor G, we need to develop our campaigns on the digital platforms also, like using the 15 seconds non-skippable ads. And there are various ads that we can create. But how strongly we can believe these insights, like these are the population who are watching, who are not watching, the engagements are really true. So how far we can believe or engage, or like use it as an authentic source and invest our resources?
I am very, I don't know if skeptical is the right word to use, but I'm wary of for the same reason that I'm wary about people, when people are saying, oh, I'm looking at the TRP numbers of a channel, that's not necessarily the correct benchmark. Similarly, if somebody says, oh, this video got so many views and it got very high engagement, okay, I get that, but is that really the relevant metric to look at? Because let's face it, I can tell you without having a proper discussion on something that can save someone's life, having a discussion on Omicron, having a discussion on something that can save your life, or having a discussion on water, which is one of the most important issues. Will it get the same sort of engagement or traffic or views or any metric that you care to look at, then somebody just trying to say, I'm standing 5 kilometers away from where Katrina Kaif and Vicky Kaushal are getting married, and I think they're getting married in somewhere in that region. Now, obviously, that will get more views. Obviously, that will get far more engagement in that. So I think that we have to move, my own view, and I'm a bit an outlier in this. I think we've got to move away from that to saying, भाई इसके engagement कितने हैं, इसके TRPs कितने हैं, आपके कितने viewers हैं, आपके कितने this. But if you do that, you're only appealing to the lowest common denominator. You got to look at what is the right way to reach the people who are relevant for you. And that may not necessarily be the lowest common denominator. So the metrics to that extent, I'm somewhat wary and sometimes somewhat concerned about. The other related thing to what you said is this entire question of how do you believe what you're seeing online? So there are two things of what to believe. You believe the numbers. I'm saying, A, you shouldn't believe the numbers. And even if you do believe the numbers, I don't believe you should be guided entirely by numbers. And I've long believed that. Don't just look at what the numbers are, because sometimes quality is more important than quantity. Second is the actual information that is circulating itself. This is a subject on which I don't think I have enough time. I could talk for half an hour on, but I think that's the biggest problem today. I was hearing Libiji talking about citizens journalism, which is something which actually worries me a little bit, because to give everybody with a mobile phone the ability to go and say, I am a reporter, I'm going to report on what is happening, or this is what the correct thing is. This is how you should treat yourself for COVID. Arey bhai, you know, this is how you do that. I'm not sure whether that is necessarily the right way to go. Everyone should not be, yes, you can be a content creator if you're singing or dancing or doing some of that. But in some areas, you don't necessarily want to have everyone creating content and then saying, now we're going to judge which is the most effective on the basis of what got the most amount of views. At the end of the day, there are certain things that you should leave to the experts. So one of the approaches, what's a very radical approach that we are doing, for example, is we don't allow people to upload their own videos. Nobody can come and saying, this is the news according to me and share it. We don't allow that. I know that if we were to allow that, we would get 1,000 times the traffic that we are getting today. 1,000 times the traffic. But we don't allow it because we believe that information has to be curated correctly. You have to have credibility, you have to have trust, you have to have the right information. You can't just have information and you can say, I don't know whether it's true or false. That's, you can do that on WhatsApp, but you can't do that if you're a proper platform. So therefore, we curate every piece of information that we put up in any form. What we enable is that people can take those pieces of information and put them into playlists, because then that's a different, the information is all correct, but you can assemble it and share it with people. And that's fine. That's why the name is Editor G. We allow people to become the Editor G of their own news channel. So you can select the right stories, put them together and share them in whichever manner that you want. But at least the information is correct. And that's what I would do even with things like water. You don't want everyone to go out and saying, this is how you put a pump, this is what you should do. Somebody will say, solve your water problem by putting an online booster. Now what happens? It's bad advice. It will destroy the rest of the pipeline. It will damage everyone. Then what happens? I'm not an army. I can carry on.
स्टोरी जल जीवन मिशन में अभी जैसे हरियाणा में 80% ऑलरेडी वर्क हो चुका है और पिछले 10 सालों से हम हाउस होल्ड टैप कनेक्शन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं थ्रू रूरल वाटर कंजर्वेशन कैंपेन में हमने 2 साल में लगभग 4 लाख कनेक्शन प्रोवाइड करे थे और बिल भी जनरेट किया था लगभग 28 करोड़ रुपए हमने रेवेन्यू रूरल से इकट्ठा करा था जो कि ऑल ओवर इंडिया में कहीं भी नहीं हुआ सर। तो हम ये चाह रहे हैं सर कि हमारे को इतनी थोड़ी सी रिलैक्सेशन दी जाए कि हम जो ओल्ड हमने वर्क किया हुआ है उसको करंट वर्क के साथ जोड़कर स्टोरी बना पाए। ये हमारे को हरियाणा के लिए सर छूट दी जाए प्लीज सर।
Okay. That's good idea. There's any size limit on editor G? Means how lengths movies can be inserted means.
The stories on editor G itself.
Yeah.
No, our format is we prefer short stories, less than 1 minute.
1 minute.
Less than 1 minute is normal, but we do explainers like the panel discussions are 30 minutes or 40 minutes long also. Like each of these discussions were 30 minutes or 40 minutes. But the normal story that we have is we do 150 stories a day, by the way. We have 100 trained journalists who are doing just this. So we do 100 and so those are less than, those are about less than 1 minute. Because our main thing is the use of the technology to assemble this into a playlist, into a newscast. Yani it should be aapka apna news channel. Aapne tap kiya, we will show you some stories that we think you should see, some stories that keep your preferences in mind, and it's aapka apna news channel ban jata hai. But it's all less than, it's just information, 40 seconds or less. No, is it good or is it bad? That we leave for individuals. Sure. Definitely. We actually don't have journalists. That's what I'm saying.
Reporters.
We don't have reporters. Because, as I said, we are largely a technology company. So we can find the stories and we assemble them. But would love to. Aapse baat karenge, you just can ping me anytime. Vikram@editorg.com. You can just ping me and we'd love to get ideas from you.
Sure, I'll take this. We used to make these national integration clips of 1 minute, 2 minutes. Tera sur mile mere sur dike gaam milke bane ek naya surgar. Because this Jal Jeevan mission is a national mission, it has to be implemented in each and every state. Don't we create a small clip about Jal Jeevan mission showing all states, whether it is Pani Samitis, which is the basic structure of Jal Jeevan mission, and I see people from other states trying to copy the states, and we can say which states are pushing forward and which one is lagging. Not sure which ones are lagging or not, but we can show some positive stories from other states also with traditional people there in Jan Sabhas, like we have tribal villages or the rest of the India, so that we make these small capsules so that it becomes really a national mission. People in the rest of the states must not feel that it's only in our state that's happening. It's happening all over the country, particularly the village folk.
I mean, I think that's an absolutely superb idea. I mean, we'd be delighted to help in any way in doing it. We will, by the time this 5 months is over, we'll have some very good content. We'll try and put it together. I don't have any, I can't think, I mean, we don't have access to any of the singers of that caliber who were there in that particular campaign, but I'm sure Yugalji can and Bharatji can. Yeah, I think it's a great idea to have an anthem and we'd love to. I think it's a superb idea. It makes it a national, it'll immediately get the nation's attention. Thank you so much.
He told very nuanced things, 2 or 3 things which I would like to repeat here. That one first was how to break the chakravyuha of echo chamber of social media. That's very important. Second thing, what he said about taking all the stakeholders together to kind of get some kind of consensus. This is what WSSO and other Pani Samitis, other things which AS and MD sir was talking in the morning, that we should ultimately have to realize that our success lies when the Gram Sabhaj, BWSCs, Pani Samitis, they get success. Their success is our success. So I am very thankful to Vikram Chandraji for his time. As you know now, he is founder, Editor G Technologies, and he is accessible, and we are so grateful to have him despite his very busy schedule. And I think everybody got benefited from them. We got benefited immensely, Vikramji, and we would look forward to have you with us again. Now, as a token of our appreciation, I would request Luka.
As I said, water is something that I've been very, very passionate about from 10 years. So I'm so connected with everyone there.
Thank you so much. I would now request Swati and Manish, please come and present. Meanwhile, I will see of Mr. Chandra.
Who's gonna go first?
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for thank you so much to Mr. Chandra for such a great presentation. It's very hard to follow, but we will do our best. And I think he also set a really great stage to talk about social media and how to use it more effectively. But before we start, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Swati Manchakati. I am a WASH specialist with UNICEF here in Delhi, and I'm joined by Mr. Kumar Manish. He is a C4D specialist in Gujarat who also works with UNICEF, but his special skill today is being a social media specialist as well. So I'm going to hand over the stage to him as he takes us through the best strategies for how we ourselves as leaders can better use social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Hi, everyone. And I think this morning we have been hearing about social media and how we can utilize the power of social media to communicate the message on water, especially on Jal Jeevan Mission. So what I'm going to do, we have some simple steps. So the whole idea about social media is that, for example, and many of you might be managing directly social media platforms at your state level, or you might be overseeing whatever happening in the social media space. So three important aspects which we have to look on social media is how to create awareness about your social media handles. Many of the times we create handles, but we don't advertise, we don't promote in our communication collaterals which you are producing. So it's very important that you highlight your handles, social media handles, be on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. It's very important that whatever collaterals which you are creating, communication materials creating, you start putting it there. So that's the one thing. The second thing is about plan engagement. How you're planning your engagement on social media. So many of the times we end up dumping our content on social media without realizing the user is going to interact with it. And I think one of the few speakers, they also mentioned about how important to understand your target audience on social media platform and how accordingly you will produce content around it. For example, if you're talking about Twitter, so Twitter, you have a lot of policy makers, a lot of influencers who are on the platform, and they need certain way of information. Like, for example, if you're putting facts, numbers, infographics, works like magic on Twitter. But if you're talking about Instagram, it's more a visual kind of a platform, and you have to produce good visuals, captivating visuals. And because you're working at state level, you can invite a lot of young photographers from different university and content around the work which you are doing, because photographs gets our attention. So you should look at how this platform works. On Facebook, like Facebook, we have pages, you also have Facebook group, you also have Facebook profile, but generally when you have a state level presence, ideally you should be having a strong Facebook page. And now the other thing is also about management, because I know that it's very difficult to manage all these platforms, and that's why even these platforms have made our job easier. Like, for example, if you're using Facebook Creator Studio, it's a free of cost tool by the Facebook itself, where you can manage your Instagram account and Facebook at one place. And also, you don't necessarily have to log in every other day. Like for example, if you have a time in a day, in a week, you can schedule your content for the whole week. And most of the time, you should focus more on the engagement. And when I say engagement, like for example, someone mentions about you, someone have a comment about on your photograph, so do interact with them, because the more you interact, more the content will appear on the timeline of the user. And the third that what basically about is building a community, because until unless we don't build a community, it's very difficult to go to the last audience. And that's why, like for example, this allowed thinking that you create a water champion among young people. Now, who are the people whom you can create a champion in their locality? Then they start amplifying your messages in their own ways. So these are some of the popular platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and we also have WhatsApp and Telegram. And why WhatsApp and Telegram? So these two platforms can really help you in terms of amplifying your content. Like for example, on Telegram, you can add up to 1 lakh of subscribers. And you can imagine that how many users you can bring on your platform. So these three platforms is about sharing your content. And these two platforms is mostly about amplifying your content. So you should know, and sometimes what we do, we create good content, but we miss on the point of amplifying your content. So it's also important that you amplify your content. So these are some of the work which has been done on the existing official handle of Jal Jeevan Mission. For example, they are active on Facebook, they are active on Twitter handle. They also have a dedicated YouTube channel which are for videos. So you may also create a dedicated YouTube channel according to your state level. And also we have to ensure that you are producing content in your local languages. Sometimes we tend to create more content on English languages. That's why we miss on the larger sections of society. So do create content in local languages, because it does have a lot of impact with your audiences. So this is the 5 simple step. Create social media account. If you haven't, try to create a social media account and try to create the user handle is as similar as possible to each one of them. For example, I have my handle everywhere is same, like Kumar Manish 9. You go to any platform, I have the same handle. What it does, it basically have a good recall value. And a user doesn't have to go on different platforms. What is the handle of your state mission project? So try to create a unique username for your handle, and also plan social media monthly calendar. Many of the times what we do, we tend to do based on what content we are getting on our WhatsApp, and we start posting out there. So it's good if you create a social media calendar. I have an example which I can show to you. Someone mentioned about the analytics part, whether the content which you are posting is having any impact or not. So on social media platform, there are 2 types of analytics. One is called vanity matrix, which is about likes, comments, and share. That's a vanity matrix. You feel good that 100 people have liked your content. But like, for example, if you're integrating call to action, so whatever content you're posting on social media platform, is there a call to action for a user? And a call to action can be that join our water champion, subscribe to our Telegram channel. So that's why you got the interest of the users, and then you build them as a community, which you can utilize in terms of amplifying your messages. So, and these just have created a social media calendar, and I have taken the topics from the website itself on Jal Jeevan Mission. So like on first day, on Monday, every Monday, you talk about outcomes of JJM, success stories. Success stories can be of 2 formats. It can be video, it can be photograph, it can be very interesting infographics. On every Monday, you can produce, and there can be different formats of content. It can be photo, it can be infographic. And because if you want to capture the young audience, you should also explore meme, because memes are really got good attention. You can create memes according to existing pop culture. And if you're looking at the very young audience, if you're looking at Instagram, you have to experiment with good visuals, infographics, good memes. So that's why Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So you already have your monthly calendar prepared. And what it can do, it can also help in bringing diversity on your platforms. Many of the times I have seen that only the event content goes online. So it's good to have events content which you are doing on the online, but you also have to segregate your content in terms of what is educative content, informative content. It can your infotainment kind of a content also. How to use Twitter effectively? Like, for example, you have to have good Twitter bio of your state account. It can connect to your website. If you have existing website, you can build your traffic there. You can post photographs on Twitter. You can't put more than 2 minutes 20 seconds of videos. So if you're putting video, try to create video which is less than 2 minutes 20 seconds, because it's easy to share on Twitter. Again, tag the official handles, and because someone mentioned about, like, you have to focus on PM, CM, and also they all have existing social media handles. So whatever content you're producing, are you tagging them or not? So even if you are producing a very nice content from the field, so when you are sharing, do ensure that you are trying to tag, of course, the official handles of influential people. You can also look at who are the local influencers, because these days we also have to look at influencer. Like, for example, in Gujarat, where we have singers who have more than 6 million followers. They have 3 million followers, and when they share something, it does have an impact in terms of its reach, its impact, and a lot of engagement starts happening. So do try to map those local influencers to wherever the states you're working in. Local language, use the power of hashtag is very important. So, like, for example, there might be some hashtag for the event, and if you're sitting here and if you're sharing content using that particular hashtag, it has a larger audience to it. You can also retweet and quote content tweets from other handles. It can be from CM, other handles. You can use that quote on your own Twitter handle of Jal Jeevan Mission. Again, same thing here also. Now you have to keep experimenting with the content. Photographs, always mention the location when you're posting a photograph. Do mention that it's from your estate, so that also helps in the larger reach. And of course, someone mentioned about the algorithm. So algorithm is also important on social media platforms, and that's why echo chamber gets created, because it started showing that kind of a content to that same kind of an audience. So try to mention location where these photographs are coming from. You can also tag the official Facebook pages. So once you tag them, they will get notified that someone has posted, and they might share or they might comment on your handles. So it will also expand your reach. Instagram, I think if you're really capturing young audience, you have to be on Instagram. You have to tell your stories in photographs. You have like Instagram stories work like anything. And that you can again mention location where these photos are coming from. So in that way, what happens, the audience, those location also will be able to see your content. So it's important that you use also these features like Instagram stories, reels. If you have really young team and they want to experiment, we can also use reels, because right now Instagram algorithm supports reels like anything. Again, it's a very short video content. If you have the mandate or if you have the budget, you can also create very specialized filters, campaign-based filters, which a user can use on Instagram Reel. Again, these two are basically, I look as amplifiers. So these two are basically amplifiers. Like, for example, even if you're creating a content on Twitter handle, you can share that tweet link to your amplifier on maybe on Telegram or a WhatsApp, so that the people who are on Twitter, they can amplify the content or expand. Because generally what is happening, whatever content is producing on one platform, people take a screenshot and it travels from Twitter to Instagram to Facebook page to a screenshot on your WhatsApp and Telegram also. So content also flows in that manner. Social media do's and don'ts, because you're mostly working as a government representative, so very cautious what you are posting and in what format you are posting. So my simple suggestion is that you should never post anything when you have doubt about it. So try to avoid those content when you are not very sure. You have to be doubly cross-check whether the person speaking is the right facts and figures, whether the person is represented well. So that kind of a thing. Avoid sharing unverified content, avoid commenting negatively or on abusive manner. Doubly cross-check if you're posting something very important on your social media channels. Tool and tricks, like for example, I know it's sometimes very overwhelming to manage social media platforms like Google Drive. Like for example, if you have a distributed team, you might be working at the state level, but you have team at different districts. So you can use Google Drive to get content on a dedicated folder. You can segregate your district wise so that at one place you have all the content. Canva is a very powerful tool, very simple tool. If you are not a good designer, you don't have limited budget for designing, Canva is the best tool. You can create content for Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, like cover image, everything you can create on Canva. It's a free of cost, and you can use your free tools. You can upload your own logos already on the platform, so it's very easy to manage that. FB Business Suite is basically again available on Android and iOS. And basically what it does, like for example, if you're managing multiple pages, so this is the best tool which you can utilize. So you can put your content directly from this handle. And other is TweetDeck. TweetDeck is again a very interesting tool, mostly for scheduling your content. And if you have, it can use the same Twitter login which you have for your Twitter platform. You log in there and you can schedule your all content through TweetDeck. Now that feature has also come on the Twitter, but TweetDeck, what it does, you can also have a column dedicated using your state hashtag, or maybe if you have a dedicated hashtag at the state level. So you'll be able to see all the content which other users are also posting. So one thing, create social media handles. If not, try to create ASAP. Try to have a unique same social media user handles for all the platforms. Again, post relevant content based on Jal Jeevan Mission objective, and one has to be consistent. Many times we create social media platforms, but one day we post and then after a week or 2 weeks we are posting. So try to be as consistent as possible, because generally people do unfollow you if you're not very consistent on the platform. Again, create, curate and compile content from fields and user. Like we have a session who talk especially about how to create stories from the field, how those stories can be utilized on your social media channels. The other is keep the focus on behavioral change, sustainability, access to clean drinking water, among other JJM goals. So your content you can distribute in these fields so that you are very clear what kind of a content will go on your platform. Again, and social media also is an integrated approach. So whatever you're doing on the ground level, it can come on the social media platform. So you have to also look at an integrated approach when you are dealing with social media. I have done a very fast forward social media sessions. I hope I have made sense, but I'm available on these platforms. I'm very available on Twitter. You can DM me, you can ask any question. I'll be prompt to reply each one of your queries. Thank you, and I over to Swati.
Before Mr. Manish goes, actually, so I know that a lot of us spend a lot of time in meetings. These meetings are very important, like the one we're in today, but posting about meetings tends not to be very interesting, right? People don't really engage on that. Do you have tips for how you can talk about a meeting and talk about how important it is, and make sure that people actually see it as an interesting product?
So there's a thing called live tweet. So generally, whenever I go to any event, I do live tweeting. Unfortunately, I'm not getting my Vodafone network here, so I'm not able to tweet. But live tweets is a really good, a very empowering way. One, what you do, you can share the content which have been discussed here with your followers, and many times I have made good connection by sharing content from the live events. Like for example, I have taken notes. When I go back, I was going to do live tweeting from that particular event. One, it builds connection. What is amplify messages? And it showcase what kind of work you are doing. We have very interesting sessions where people talked about some kind of interesting example from Karnataka, Punjab, Gujarat. So these are some of the good examples, and basically people want to know about it. And so instead of this 50 or maybe 60 people who are sitting here, suddenly it goes out in public and it has a larger outreach. So generally I do prefer to live tweet events because it does give a lot of value. Like for example, if I tweet something mentioning editor-G handle, and if he retweets, it might reach to the 10 lakh or 15 lakh of followers, which he is having. So we try to do that because it certainly makes our content reach to that larger place.
Thanks again to Mr. Manish. Really appreciate the concise presentation. Okay, so today we've spent a lot of time telling you, right? So talking to you, telling you important information. My session is about asking you. So I want to get some feedback from all of you about where you see the future of IEC and social behavior change in JJM. So I'm just going to open up my thing. But actually first, can I have everyone hold their mobile phones up? Just like take your mobile phone, hold it up in the air. Don't act like you don't have it. Okay, good. Awesome. Okay, so you have your mobile phone up. So I just need the screen shared to the guys. Perfect. Now in your mobile phone, open up the internet and type in menti.com, MENTI.com. Some of you are familiar with this platform. If you're not, it's going to be very exciting. All right, so you guys see at the top, sorry, hopefully we can get that code moved. But if you go to menti.com, so MENTI.com, it'll ask you to enter a code. So please enter 42156830. 42156830. So this is also for people who are following along on YouTube. You can also participate. I think we have about 100 or so viewers there, so the more the merrier. So 42156830. Great, someone's already doing it. Where is everyone from? So we have someone from Delhi. I'm from Delhi as well. So please do enter where you're from. Okay, Delhi. Delhi people are really fast, it seems. Yes, sorry, I can say the code. Sorry, I'm not able to move the screen on top, but the code is 42156830. One last time, 42156830. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we have 36. I feel like I should have actually made this a poll. We have someone from Mizoram, from Raipur. Great. Itanagar. I hope I'm saying that right. Bhopal, India. Wow, I like that. So a lot of people are from India. Yes. Someone is from very good. I like that. So whoever said very good, they're in a really good mood. I like that. Okay, good. So this was just to make sure that we're all kind of on this platform and paying attention. Now we'll get to the real questions. So one thing that I appreciate about that Mr. Chandra had brought up was actually climate resilience, water conservation. So some of the questions coming up will be about that, and it's good that he got everybody thinking. But first, let's actually start with what we know. You guys are the implementers, the key drivers, the leaders in your communities. So we're wondering, do you know at which levels of programming have you integrated and implemented IEC plans for JJM? This is anonymous. We're not tracking who said what. So please respond. I've hidden the results so that if we get at least 30 people responding, then we can see the chart all together. You know, honestly, you guys are responding faster than most of my audiences, so this is fantastic. Okay, great. We have about 32 responses. I'm going to unhide the results. Awesome. Okay, good. So we can see that mostly people are saying that we have IEC plans integrated at the state level, less so at district, and even less at local Gram Panchayat. I think today we had a lot of messaging about making sure that everything is devolving to the local governance level. So maybe this is a good check for us to say, okay, are we translating state level IEC plans into local governance levels? Or maybe it is happening and you just don't know. So you can go home and check with your teams. Okay, great. 44 responses, 45. We're just going to quickly move to the next one. All right, next question. What areas of Jal Jeevan mission do you think community members are finding difficult to understand? So, you know, we've been going on for about 2.5 years now. You guys have tried a lot of different things. I really appreciated the presentations on IEC here, like lots of states like Punjab, like Karnataka. They've done so many different things to engage community members, but there's often some barriers that keep coming up. So what do we feel these barriers might be or these challenges might be? So this is again about community level engagement. And also just to let you know, we'll obviously share all of these answers, all the presentations made today. They'll all be shared with you on an online Google Drive. So we're going to use one of Mr. Manish's suggested repository tools. And so everyone will have a link to all of these results. Okay, we're at 28. If we can get, yes, 30, perfect. So let's see what people said. The fact that water has contamination, that's a really interesting and important feedback. The person who submitted that, would you like to say a few words about this, why it's been challenging? You don't have to, but if you'd like to. Anybody? Is anyone else experiencing this with their community members? Are they struggling to understand what contaminated water is and how it looks like? Anyone else? Yeah, please come in. Oh, sorry, can we get her a mic?
As I explained it to the previous presenter, that some things which are not visible hardly have any effect, because in order to have an impact, you need that visual, visual in front of you. So when it comes to water quality, especially, I can only give the example of West Bengal because I'm representing the state and we have a lot of contamination there. Because except for iron, where it precipitates and gives a visual coloration to the water, other than that, most of the contaminants do not impart any color to water. And even if it's in the case of microbiological contamination, until and unless you see or you smell that there's an awful odor to water, other than that, it hardly imparts any taste or color to the water. So in most of the cases in rural parts of India, people are still not very much bothered about water being contaminated, although they experience diarrheal cases, gastrointestinal, discomforts everywhere in the country, and it happens more often than not, like especially monsoons and early summers. But it is very difficult for the rural population to make them understand that this is not normal. Because they have normalized this experience of having, diarrhea of children, and people get it because of this. This is something which has become quite normal to them. So how do we make this normal into something which is not normal?
That's a really great point. If I can give an example, air pollution in Delhi, right? Everyone in Delhi is like, it's just 500. It's just 600 ppm. That's really toxic, but we get used to it and we normalize it. And so it's not just about teaching people what water contamination looks like. It's about changing the level of normalcy and saying that actually, we're at a place right now. Which state are you coming from? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative from West Bengal. So I'll just scroll through to see the other answers. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. I'm pretty sure Mr. Yugal will stop me at some point. So O&M, someone had mentioned contribution. That is a big challenge, right? Getting people to start realizing that paying for water is worthwhile and necessary. Monthly tax collection, ownership. So some people wrote ownership. Maybe just one more comment from someone who wrote ownership. It's a very general feedback. Would you like to elaborate on what ownership means? Anyone? Okay, no worries. We can keep going. Water tariff, contribution, congratulations. Wonderful, thank you. O&M again, water quality, as the representative from West Bengal had said. Hilly areas in J&K, that's a really interesting one. I do think, if we're laying down pipelines, it's very important to understand geographic areas and access there. And then someone wrote a really long one, which we shall read because they put a lot of effort into it. So under activities, the most difficult activity is to prepare people for undertaking water supply infrastructure to look after and run distribution system by themselves in the future. Sustainability, the biggest challenge of all. So thanks for this. We will definitely share this with everyone so that if you ever want to reflect on this later, you can. Just a couple more questions. So this one is a ranking one, so you don't have to write anything, but I'd like to see how you rank yourselves. So again, you've been implementing for a couple of years now. So how much of your communication material right now that you've helped develop, IEC materials, posters, radio shows, booklets, whatever else out there, campaigns, focuses on issues of sustainability and climate resilience? So I'm going to hide the results. I don't want you to be biased. So Mr. Chandra raised a lot of important questions about climate resilience, about water conservation, recharge, things that I think are part of JJM, but perhaps in some ways we haven't managed to had time to focus on it as much. But maybe you have, and you need to tell us. Yeah. So select one if you feel that, no, not a lot of my communication material has talked about this yet, but I will. Or select 5 if you're like, oh yeah, almost everything I do is about climate resilience. It's very important to my community and I reflect it. All right, 20 responses, good. We're waiting for about 30 before we can move on. I'm sure you guys have noticed that there's no plastic water bottles here today, so. That's step 1. All right, great. About 30 responses. So I'm going to show the results. This is pretty good. I think this is really, really, really great. I think, I generally, because a lot of the communication tends to be about drinking water supply, I think we often underestimate what we are actually doing on each of these areas. Operation and maintenance is a huge part of building resilience in communities. Obviously, you guys are the experts. Would you guys like to explain why, or do you see this? Is this something that you connect with climate resilience? Would anyone like to come in, share their thoughts? Yes? Did you raise your hand? No, you were just clapping your hands. So close. I was like, I almost had one. Would anyone like to talk about O&M and how it contributes to climate resilience? And yeah, say it louder. Yeah, say it louder. Exactly. Perfectly, beautifully done. I think one thing I love is the metaphor. It's really great. Thank you. It's like having a car and then having a person drive it. And also doing tune-ups on the car, right? Getting oil checks, making sure the brakes work. It's much more expensive to buy a new car. So regular investments in O&M is actually a big part of building climate resilience in communities. So I saw that the presenter, I think from Karnataka, had spoken about the grievance mechanism that they had, which is a beautiful system because it helps respond quickly and address O&M needs. And that way you are building resilience. So climate resilience is about reducing the impact of disasters or natural disasters or the effect of climate change on a community, helping them and also helping them recover quicker afterwards as well. So with good O&M, we're making sure that there's less destruction if there's cyclones and floods. And then also if you have a good O&M system and grievance mechanism in place, you can respond afterwards as well. So yeah, this is great. Obviously, the weakest area that we have as a team is climate-informed data on water availability, but this is something I think we can all work on. We do have the groundwater board. We do have the Ministry of Earth Sciences. All of these entities are expert institutions at collecting this information, and I think there's potential for partnerships in getting this information and using it to determine how we talk with our communities. All right, just 2 more questions, I promise. Okay, so last one is, second to last one is, can you share examples of types and formats of messaging that should be amplified? So in your wildest dreams, if you could run JJM the way that you wanted to run JJM, what are some messaging that you would put in there that you think could use some more focus? All right, we're almost done. This is the last. Okay, we'll make this the last question. Yeah. So again, this is an IEC workshop. UNICEF is here to support you. This is why Shalini is here. Technical expertise going forward. So tell us what type of messaging support is needed. This one's a thinker. I'm almost done, Davina. Don't push me off. Don't push me. All right, just like maybe a couple more responses and I'll show the answers. All right. Okay, great. So someone said conservation and rainwater harvesting messaging. Water is not finite. That's actually, I mean, it seems sensible, but it's actually a really important message because I think we always assume that it'll come, even if there's a disruption now, somehow I'll get it somewhere. But it's true, you know, water is not finite, and maybe that's messaging we need to put in there. Conserve water, memes. I actually wanted to ask if someone wanted to talk about memes, but we didn't have time. Peer messaging, yeah, having also youth more involved in talking about water conservation with each other, pictures and illustrations, word of mouth, focus messaging on stakeholders, water conservation. I don't know if I biased everybody. Safe water at doorstep, yes, good service. This is all great feedback. Thank you. I'm just going to leave this screen up while Davina talks. This is the last question. You can continue to respond to it, but Davina can talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swati, for this entertaining session. So now I would like to invite Shri P. Vishwakanan, Director NJJM. He'll speak on the KRC's training and capacity building. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Namaskar. So I know that from morning you have been fully engaged with various sessions. Have been very, very useful to you. Since I talk to an audience who are already familiar with this mission, who are involved in this mission, so I'll not take much time with introduction and all those things. I would directly be coming to my topic. So I'll be basically talking about the capacity building initiatives which this mission has taken. आप लोग में कितना लोग National Jal Jeevan Mission ने KRCs, how many of you are aware that the National Jal Jeevan Mission has impaneled key resource centers? How many of you are aware? Please raise your hands. I think that's so good. So my job is very easy. How many of you know how do this KRC is being engaged? What is the system we follow? हम लोग कैसे कर रहे हैं presently? Yes. They are coaching. Okay. So how many of you know that? How do we do that? How do we implement? Okay. First of all, sorry, I'm late. How many of you are convinced that this capacity building is very important in the sense various training programs? How many of you, strongly believe with conviction that this capacity building training programs are very important for this mission? Because we talk about changing in mindset, we talk about changing from, infrastructure creation mindset to service delivery. So is there anyone who differ from this view that capacity buildings are very, very essential, very fundamental in this whole program? Do you differ from that? Okay. I understand. So you want WSSS also to be part of this one. I think there should not be any restriction in that, but I have to see basically. So since you are all aware, so I'll not take much time. So my job is easily done. So I'll just run through certain basic frameworks. You all know that these are the various components, because I think this mission has been, very well structured. We have operational guidelines. We have guidelines for, that's for Gram Panchayats, I think for PRA members, and also we have various documents ready. Usi type ka, for information, we also have a guideline for KRCs also. The same, the website it's available. So in this, I'll be talking basically about the support activities, what initiatives have been done by the department, and how are we taking it forward. So basically this is for information. These are the support activities. I think all of you must be knowing that 5% of the central allocation can be utilized for support activities. So that is again 60-40 is the ratio between the state and central government. So whatever the fund is been allocated or fund released, 5% of that can be utilized for the support activities. So in that support activities, we have, of course, let me also clarify that there were some confusions in the beginning. KRCs are completely funded by the central government. The NJM funds them. Unko sirf aapko participants, you may be, the support we require from the states is that timely nomination of participants, number one. Number two, especially for KRCs, we will require level 3 KRCs, because for people, let me say that level 1 is for senior management level, level 2 is for middle management. Level 2, we look at engineers and all those people, technical people at the middle level. So level 3 is for community level. Community level means maybe BWC members, ISAs also to be in the part of level 3, maybe Panchayat secretaries. Unka training ke liye we require the support of the states. I think we have been communicating with the states people for how to go about it. So uska bhi I'll also try to briefly explain that also how we are doing it. So this capacity building is an important component of support activities. So support activity, as I said, 5% of the central allocation, central funds can be, as you must be knowing, that 2% can be spent for water quality management, water quality monitoring and surveillance. Similarly, 5% is allocated for support activities. So these are the support activities, right? From this IEC is also an important support activity. The conference being organized today is about IEC. So it's again a very important support activity. Yes, these are the purpose: spread awareness, building capacities, long-term sustainable institutional mechanisms, build skills, and which you must have heard, responsible and responsive leadership at every levels, and importantly at the community level. Yes, how do we go about this capacity buildings? Yes, we have, I think we have centers. We have a national center at Kolkata. There are some professor chairs which are coming up, various institutions, IITs, IIMs. Uske baare mein, I think you must have been told. And one such mechanism is KRCs. So who are these KRCs? For information, this is basically, we had gone for an expression of interest. We had basically empaneled. It's a selection process. We had, a due diligence process. It's a long drawn process, which we have selected these KRCs. KRCs can be some are universities, some are training institutes, some are reputed organizations, NGOs. So it's all this one. Some are government, some are non-government organizations. So all these organizations have been resources. So for yes, this is what I was talking about. We have around 104 KRCs across the country. So we have empaneled separately for level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1, as I said, it's senior policymakers, state and district officials. Level 2 is basically for technical people, maybe engineers, lab personnel, representatives of local bodies. And level 3 is at community level for PRA, Gram Panchayat officials, VWS members, and ISAs. So yes, to develop soft skill awareness, organize field level exposure visits, creating contents, learning contents, high quality video contents. Sometimes, yes, they are also expected to create case studies, success stories for wide dissemination. And yes, to promote implementation on scale and with speed. So these are the expectations from the key resource centers. Yes, the same thing. Nothing. I'll go ahead. Yes. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go back. So for this would be an handy information for you. It's not. Okay, I want to just go to the JJM portal. JJM portal. JJM portal. JJM portal. JJM portal. Okay. So what we have done is level 1, level 2. You can see this topics.
Hello.
Yes, documents. Yes, we have this documents. So you have this training calendar. It's a training calendar. Yes. So in this we have placed all the trainings. L2 click करना. So this is the portal. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that they can always they'll be sharing. So this one click करना.
So you share.
It's not being shared. Acha, the screen. Okay. So yes, click on this one. So what we have done is click करना. So all those training programs, इस साल जितना भी इस financial year का training programs है, we have placed it. So right from the date, you can now know what are the current training programs. If there may slight changes, we have put the organization, contact details, everything. So in case, apart from this also, we send mails to every state telling them these are the programs organized at this level, kindly nominate officers. So this is the method we follow for L1 and L2. But so you can always have this. We have the portal, we have this one, all this information is available. So yes, only thing is, yes, you have to nominate officers because you might understand because of restriction. This year we don't have a lot of residential programs. We have very few residential programs because of COVID and all those reasons. Because this being the first year, we have less residential programs. So we have everything. Last week we can have all those institutions we can see. And let me also share. This year, we had applied our wisdom. We had some discussion. We had our committees and decided what would be the topics. So next year also, what we are planning is we'll have a wide consultation. We'll know from various stakeholders, maybe the field functionaries, the senior officers, and what would be the kind of training, what would be the kind of topic. Because what we are observing this year is kuch training ke liye, for few trainings we get very good response. If you have 60 capacity, we are getting very good nominations. But some training we have issues. So next year we would have a wider consultation before finalizing these topics. That is one thing here. So this is for L1, L2. So L3, which is community level, what we are doing is we have around 8 institutions. I think you can have it anytime. You can find out from this JJM portal. Yeah, go back. So yes, this is fine. Yeah, this is. I just wanted to show you what are the various topics. You can always see this. So L3, level 3, we have 87 institutions. 87 basically key resource centers. So what we have done, because they don't have so much of capacity to design a very good program or so. So what we have done is we have had a consultation process and we have designed some 4-day training module. It should be 1 day a field visit and 3 days a program. And also we have indicated them the tentative kya ho sakta hai. Based on the guidelines, based on the field requirements, we have given a basic framework. How should it look like? So number one. Number two, what we have done is many KRCs in some states, the KRCs are very less. So we have asked them which are the states you would like to work. Based on that, we have assigned them also states. Number two. Number three, now to begin with, what we have requested is to begin with, we have asked all these KRCs to do 2 programs this year because many may not have capacities to conduct. The level 3, we have also one more thing is because they are community level people, they'll not be able to travel, faraway places. So we have requested this level 3 KRCs as far as possible conduct the training programs in the district headquarters, maybe close to them, so that somebody can commute. It's not far away from those people. So that's how we are planning for level 3 KRCs. Level 3 KRCs, all these KRCs would be doing 2 programs. So, so that is the basic framework. So yes, for your information, the level 1, level 2, I've shown. We have notified the programs. What are the training programs? It's mix. One is general program, like how to implement this program successfully. We have technical programs like tendering process. There are reputed institutions. Many of you must be knowing there is some institute called Engineer Staff College of India. Hyderabad is there. Center for Science and Environment is conducting. A lot of such institutions are the Institute of Public. A lot of such institutions are there for conducting programs. We also have technical and slightly generalized kind of programs also for this, especially L2, where it include all this lab analysts, engineers, and all those people. So that's how we do this level 1 and level 2. And level 3 is basically a generalized kind of training. That's for people to sensitize them. In fact, yes, till date we have 70 programs being conducted. Many of you or your state colleagues must have already taken part in this. 2,500 people have been this one. So L3 we are in the process. Shortly, L3 programs will also start from this one. So, any clarifications do you have about this KRCs? Because you should also have an important role to play in this KRCs. Because L3 KRCs, one more important thing is we have requested them since being at headquarters at Delhi, we will not be able to fully judge the training requirement. So what we have done is, for example, certain state, for example, take Karnataka, if there are 10 KRCs, we have also requested the state to identify one nodal officer for various support activities. So those KRCs, in consultation with the nodal officer of the state, they have distributed the districts. For example, maybe in consultation with the nodal officer, they have also submitted as our program. So that is how we are proceeding with L3 KRCs. So L1 and L2, we know generally we are now thinking of having no boundaries. Like they can have participants across the country. If the topic is relevant to them, they can always have people from across the country. So that is the thing you have. So if you have any queries, if you have any suggestions, I would be happy to take. Yes, please. I think some of you can.
There are 11 KRCs. We have allotted 3 days. But now one of the point which I wanted to bring to your notice that there are 4-day sessions properly planned. Whether the individual module is similar from each KRC, we don't want a different module to go to in the same state. There should be some.
Yes, that's a very good question, because this is a basic framework, and we have told the KRCs in consultation with the nodal officers for the capacity, they are free to change the program, because we understand some states have already 100% they have achieved. So there is no point in teaching them about how to engage them, how to about village action plan or laying of pipelines, how supervision is required. So more emphasis is required for them on O&M, how to sustain on source recharge, source sustainability, functioning of this village gram panchayats as utilities. So those are the areas where they have to concentrate. So there is no restriction from our part. This is not rigid. I'm going to say that this framework is for a basic understanding. With our understanding in consultation process, we have done that one. So that's a basic framework. The KRCs in consultation with the state governments, especially the PhDs and the implementing department, they're free to modify that.
Now, as per the recent circular, you asked them to conduct only 2 training
sessions. Yes, because we thought
initially,
yes,
we have given approval for many of these 4 or 5 KRCs.
Yes.
Now we want the other 6-7 KRCs to come back with their plans.
Yes.
We had given them sufficient time. We have not yet received. Now the time frame for them to conduct these 2 sessions. Second one is what is their plan of action till March 2022, and what is their further plan for the subsequent years?
Yes. So good you have asked this question, because level 3 KRCs, we believe they may have some constraints. So as a pilot, this is a pilot as a kind of to have an approach which is cautious. I want to say that it's a cautious approach. We have suggested them to start with 2 programs. So we'll see the feedback. How are they able to arrange the programs? Based on that feedback, maybe we'll also consult you. Based on this feedback and response, how successfully they were able to arrange the programs, we'll proceed further. So that was a decision, conscious decision taken, so that let us see how it's working. Where they be able to successfully deliver. Did they get appropriate content delivered? Did they get proper resource persons? Where their the training objectives were fulfilled or not? Once that is ascertained, then we'll go ahead with that. There is no restriction. We also can sanction some more programs for this. So next financial year we'll have a full-fledged program for them drawn.
So in our each district, we have a district project manager hired for this entire JJM purpose.
Okay.
We have asked them to visit the place where they are conducting. Some districts we found that they are not conducting in a session facility which is not apt.
Okay.
So
So I think, sorry for interruption. We have this KRC guidelines also. We have also notified them. We follow these guidelines. Can you please come show this one? Now, total. This one, yes. See, because I am saying this also makes relevant sense. For even
this is not shared.
Guidelines, I just show you. So,
See, multiple organizations are coming with in the L2 level, especially different organizations come with the same module. Now it is very difficult for us to select A KRC or B KRC. Which one is better?
That's maybe a little this one, because we thought, because we have a large pool of trainees, stakeholders to be trained. So that's why you are right. Many organizations maybe have the same kind of this one. So that is your choice. Maybe you have to see that how much. Because initially we thought we restricted the states, but because there was some states response, some states no response, some KRCs are getting training, some are not getting participants. That's why we have now decided to actually see, the state can see, and then that's what we also have a strong mechanism of feedback.
Yeah, what had happened is some organization KRCs came back quickly with their modules, and we gave them the participants. Off late, a month later or 2 months later, other organizations are coming that see with the same module. Now, since we have completed the session,
since if you feel that your participants, your training officers, engineers have done that participation, then you need not respond. I think, but one thing is that this should be still come last that amount hoga usme dekh lo.
6,000, 5,000, 4,000.
Yes. This all the notified.
Online program.
So everything is notified. This now amount, everything is been notified. So this is all very transparent. Based on this, I think for K3 also it is per day is, I think 4,000-5,000 rupees.
6,000 rupees.
Yes.
Offline program.
Yes. For a residential program, it's which they can do in a very good manner. So that's also an important. You should try to this one.
Mera aur ek nivedan hai sir, last.
Yes.
Skill development is missing in the KRC's aspect, like plumber training.
Yes, that's also I want to talk to them about that. So you can, everything is given here. It's very transparent. Everything is given here. Based on this, we approve the rates for KRCs. So it's very back to the PPT. See, regarding skill development, what we envisage is the JJM authorities in the state have to liaise with the skill development department, and we have national skill development missions, various Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. So we would expect the state to tie up with them and initiate the skill development initiative. So these KRCs are not mandated to develop the skills, of course. Yes, please. Yes. I think that is a question. Yes, they have a lot of questions. Yes, please. Yes. Three. Okay.
There is a stakeholder, our prime consumer is PRI members, BWSC members, and other agencies, IEC. IEC is also responsible for training capacity building of the BWSC and PRI members.
I would be happy if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, myself Vijay Jadon. I am from Madhya Pradesh. So there is a repetition of training. One question. IEC also provides same training to BWSC member, and your KRC member is also providing same training. And another question is, there is two area to area training need is different. For example, in multi-village rural water supply scheme, training requirement is different. For single village water supply scheme area, training is different. So our KRC has a same module. There is no difference.
That's what I explained. That's what I explained. Yeah. This module जो दिया गया है, it is not fixed, it is not rigid. जहाँ जरूरत है उस हिसाब से उसको बदल सकते हैं. मैं पहले स्पष्ट कर दिया. Number one. Number two, जो आप KRCs IACs का बोल रहे हैं, since these KRCs are through an empanelment process they have been selected and we handhold them, we expect a better organized training. What has been envisaged at National Jal Jeevan Mission is these KRCs, level 3 KRCs are expected to train IACs even. So IACs are in turn, देखिए जो IACs जो KRCs हैं, this 87 KRCs, see the whole country we have 6 lakh villages. आप सोच रहे हैं कि ये 87 KRCs will they be able to reach all those things? This is actually a multiplier effect. What we envisage is KRCs should train IACs, of course. Sometimes wherever possible, some places कर सकते हैं.
Up to IAC is okay, but below ISA for PRI members level,
PRI members जहाँ पर maybe head of this BWSC, sometimes wherever possible, who can in fact act as there is a concept called TOT, training of trainers.
Yeah.
So these PRI members who are influencers in the community, they should be selected and they should be trained so that they in fact go and sensitize their people, do community mobilization.
So means KRC providing TOT.
Yes. Yes, that is what we expect, because 87 KRCs, if you take, there are 6 lakh villages in a country, and 87 KRCs will not be able to reach all those villages. Finally, ISAs have to take that mantle, not the KRCs. So KRCs, we expect a kind of one step higher level of training. Okay, maybe this one. So in fact, this is again a combined effort. I don't agree or subscribe to the view that there is a duplication, because our target is huge. We have a huge audience, a huge stakeholders to train with. Because 6 lakh villagers, we have BW members. It goes many-fold, which 87 or 100, for example, even if you take 100, they'll not be able to reach all those things. It's a multiplier effect. They are expected to give a quality training to the ISAs. ISAs, in fact, are expected to take it forward. That is our yes.
Sir,
yes, please.
it means the states are totally flexible to select first of all this subject. Basically, you are given the 4 days.
Yes, that is what, especially for level 1, level 2. As I said, this year, because of shortage of time, we had done. Next year, they are going to have a consultation process with the states, state chief engineers, all those technical people. What kind of training you want? What are the topics in which you want training? Then we'll ask our KRCs to see which area is a forte, which area are comfortable with. So then we'll ask them.
Because as per the state's DNA,
yes, exactly. So that's what we'll be approaching this time. Maybe December, January, we'll be having that webinar conference with the states.
And besides, initially you has given 2 trainings for judgment of these KRCs. And these, suppose for Rajasthan, we are having 21 KRCs.
Okay.
Out of the Rajasthan also, 6, 7 from the state and the other side. But now these all are coming to Rajasthan. But you have restricted only they can cover one state for these 2 trainings.
Yeah, there's 2 trainings. I have not stated that states. Wherever they are comfortable, 2 trainings. Because this I said, he has a cautious approach. We not let them have how the capacity.
It means they are applying.
Yes, for information, yes, we have selected the course that was during the COVID process. So we have actually not physically inspected the infrastructure, what kind of facilities they have. So based on the documents and the we have selected them. So we want to have a cautious approach to know how good they are performing, how good they are able to deliver their goods. That's what the objective is.
Right.
So if they are doing well, we can go ahead with that. I think that should be a problem. Yes, please. I think hope I am not shooting my time because again we have presentations. So because this is yes, please. Yes. Yes.
Just coming to that action plan and
Yes.
pilot
I think you have sent a message also. Yes,
submitted for level 3, sir. I just wanted the Odisha, sir, the Panchayat elections are approaching. We'll be having a code of conduct from mid of December. So if we start submitting the annual action plan and the pilot workshop for KRC level 3, sir, it won't help out much because the situation may change in the villages. So will it be okay if we send it after the elections for the level 3?
I don't know. Once, okay, panchayat elections, of course, community level people will have an important role to play. But it's up to you because if you feel the training will not be effective or not be able to conduct, they are not be.
In the phase for the code of conduct in the case and then the election. So it will be just submission of documents, but we cannot actually do it in the field.
Okay, so that we have to look because this financial year will end by March. When will the elections are expected? But that's okay. Maybe we can do one thing. You can submit it. You can get it approved. The programs can be connected to this one. I think it's last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks of first 2 weeks of March, they can do that. It's your plan. You can plan. What I suggest is forward us the documents. Your approval consent can be given. We'll get the things approved and ready, and you can give the dates. You should mention that the programs will be conducted in the second fortnight or first fortnight of March 2025.
Secondly, coming to the costing of 6,000, sir, actually we do not have a breakup of what that 6,000 is. What the KRC proposes, we are accepting that.
Okay. See, the process, financial part is we expect them to get a good, decent training so that the applicants are fulfilled. In the sense, be it accommodation, be it fooding, all those things, they have to maintain that standard. That's why we have, we have also devices and feedback mechanisms so that we know how they are performing.
So my question is there a flexibility of this breakup of the 6,000? Like level 3 are basically this PRAs and BWSC. So there would be a question of loss of pay if they come for training and a 2 of training. So can those be included in that budget?
Okay. So that is one. That's, I think it's an important question. I understand. We were also thinking and discussing about this program because L3 is a lot of people who will be attending the program by losing their job, in the sense their employment, which they should be compensated this way. I think we'll look at this. We have already thinking that because I've heard that some other schemes they are compensating with some schemes. We look into those, and this is again a policy decision to be taken for this Jal Jeevan Mission programs. This is already in our in the process. We are aware of this program. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Acha, maybe yes, please. Last one.
Sir, in case of West Bengal, lately a lot of training programs have been planned for PRIs and block level and district level functions.
Maybe close. We are not able to hear you properly.
So, sir, in case of West Bengal, the Panchayats and Rural Development Department has already issued orders for training PRIs, block level officials and district level officials on various programs that are operationalizing under the PNRD department. And in order to engage the PRIs for 4 days under L3 training program, so we were actually having a discussion that the 4 days training program, can it be reduced to 3 or 2 days depending on the revised course content, or is it like 4 days is a must in case of L3?
What you would like to know?
So my question is that in case of L3, since we need to involve PRIs and other GP level functionaries, and they are already engaged in a lot of other training programs right now under PNRD department, which is currently in progress in West Bengal. And because the guideline says that for L3 participants, 4 days training is a given, including 1 day of field visit. So my query is that instead of 4 days, can the state decide on the number of days for which the training program can be conducted? Is there a flexibility on that?
See, if the state government, this is based on our wisdom by the consultation process. We have arrived at a program that once there should be field visits and to reasonable time period to cover all the aspects of JJM. That is what we have decided. If the state government strongly feels that it's to be modified, I think we shouldn't have any problem. But it's to be communicated with us. This is how we require it, and it's to be.
That means the proper justification.
That shouldn't be any problem. This is nothing. This is not based on this again, and a decision taken by a consultative process that this is how the time period takes place. There is nothing hard and fast that it should be only 4 days or something like that. It's not part of the guidelines. Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'd finish. वो तो आप ही को करना है, ट्रेनिंग तो आपको देना है ना बाकी लोगों को कैसे करना है करके. See, basically, let's say, let us try because it's you have done it innovatively. I know that आपको बहुत अच्छा coverage भी मिला है. But you have to tell us, you have to share your experience. You have to talk to your people. Maybe if you have any good resource person, we can have it. We can have this one for all those people. You can get it done. That shouldn't be a problem. If you feel that because it's based on the local experience, field experience, that is to be shared with all. That's basically the. Yes. Yeah. Basically, I think it's all improvisation. Your field level knowledge, wisdom, sharing of experiences. If anything specially required, we can always do that. We don't have any issues, of course. Thanks to this, virtual platform where we can easily interact with people. That can very well be done. There should be any problem with this. I think I'll.
Simple question.
I think it's all in website. You can.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, but fine. You can hunting. They also have application that they come back. Yes. I think maybe we can have. We can communicate.
Just a simple question, sir. Just a simple question. Recently, I'm Nitin Kumar from Jharkhand. Okay. Recently, we have selected ISS, and incidentally, 3 of our ISS are KRCs selected from this. Okay. So, will this KRCs, will this ISS, in our term, will provide training to other ISS?
See, simple is this is basically a support. They have a dual role. हम लोग का प्रोग्राम जो डिजाइन कर रहे हैं और आपके साथ कंसल्ट करके जो प्रोग्राम हमारा इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे which we approve. Ours is a very clear process based on guidelines. We approve their programs, annual action plans, amount we'll pay them, everything is clear. Based on that, they have to conduct the program and we'll pay for that. The programs you get conducted for your ISS will be handling that. There are 2 clear views. You can handle no issue. There is nowhere I think.
Since the budget is being provided by the.
Which is an ISS should not function as CRC. They have the capacity of doing it. Both the roles, you don't have any objection there.
Sir, since the budget is it's centrally sponsored, centrally funded.
Yes.
For KRCs, they are going to conduct
KRCs. Yes.
I'm talking about KRC, not IS. So we are only supposed to nominate the participants.
Yes. See, for level 3, we request you to handhold them. Level 3, we expect them to handhold because I think because we sitting here may not be able to manage the 87 KRCs. What is the field requirement? किस districts में उनको training जरूरत है और किस type of training जरूरत है और what is the present level of implementation of JJM in your states and whose districts, whose regions, we have various regions. What is the requirement there? Maybe water conservation may be important for Rajasthan.
So is the budget
not this one? So we request जो भी concerned officers, they have to have little application of mind in the program which we have devised. That's all. And I said that it's flexible. And if the state government says this is essential, we accept.
Okay. So, sir, was it uniform for all the KRCs, or it depends, or it varies? The budget for a single training program is same or uniform for all the KRCs?
No. I said no. See, this year, this financial year, we are doing it 2 programs for every KRC we ask them to do. Next year, we'll see that we'll consult the state governments that will they be able to do so much of programs. If some KRCs has better capacity, better capacity, they have reach, and they are able to do better. Maybe it's not necessary that all should have same amount of budget.
Fine. So we have devised a calendar.
I think I'm personally Alex. Yes, that would be great. So I just finished with this. One important thing. हम लोगों का 2 चीज है. This skilling is very important because this Jal Jeevan mission is not only providing making a provision of tap water connectivity, but also local skill development is very important because pump operators are there, plumbers are there, motor mechanics are there. So, but unfortunately, this is the development. None of the states are paying attention. Only barely 5-6 states have done some skill development. This has to be looked into. This has to be paid attention. So that is one important message that I would like to convey. Similarly, I have a lot of things. Yes, this is the fund utilization. You can see under support activities. So support activities, the main purpose for which we have come. This is IEC है, बहुत सारे activities है. This is the kind of fund we make. Many of the states have not all. Maybe this is the data we have taken from IMS. You can see that many of the states, maybe Arunachal have done some booking, something. This is percentage expenditure because we have almost in the 3rd quarter, we are end of the 3rd quarter, but percentage is so. So I would request you that this fund is to be effectively utilized. Many states have not even booked, maybe they have booked it but not shown the IMS. But this is the status. The performance is not up to the mark. So that's also a message I would like you all to carry from here, that yes, the support activities to be taken seriously, and all these activities which have been enlisted, including this training, are to be. Even the ISS training can be booked in this. You can have conferences, you can have all IEC materials, everything can be done from this. So thank you so much. I'm happy that you have a lot of queries. It was not a monologue. Thank you so much, and I wish you all great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for a very engaging session. So now we have Shri Pradeep Singh, Director, NJJM. He will speak on the technological interventions under JJM. He'll be joining with us online.
Yeah, very good afternoon to everyone. I hope I am audible. I'm just sharing the screen.
Yeah, Pradeep sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just sharing the screen. Can I start, Ravina?
Sure, sir, sure. Please start.
So, screen is visible. Can someone confirm? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So, very good afternoon to everybody. I think this would be the last presentation, and I'm sure you had a very eventful day. Especially, I was listening to the post lunch session, and you have very good speakers as well as new tools you have been introduced to. I'm sure this presentation that I'm going to make will also interest you a lot, because it will help you in carrying the message forward of Jal Jeevan Mission. Today you have listened about how to use AI and other tools to really make your message very effective and target the message very effectively. You saw the approach they are adopting, Editor G and all that. And I think it was very well conveyed that the content, consistency of the content, as well as accuracy of the content, and how you target and how you approach and how you create those content becomes very important for you all. And since you all are from WSSOs, so I am sure that you know what community involvement is means, how to involve community, what are the benefits. So I will just quickly run the presentation, and I will try to empower you whatever we have done under Jal Jeevan Mission, and what are the tools that are available, and how you can take community on board for ground truthing, for verification of data, for implementation, making sure that no one is left out, things like that. So, so I'll try to finish my presentation in 25 minutes, and then we will have a question answer if we can have. So friends, सुबह से हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं जल जीवन मिशन में मेन फोकस है ग्राम पंचायत और पानी समितियां हमारी लोकल पब्लिक यूटिलिटी बन जाए, लोकल दिल्ली जल बोर्ड, लोकल अहमदाबाद जल बोर्ड बन जाए, है ना। किसी को कनेक्शन देना हो तो एक एप्लीकेशन लें और 2 दिन में कनेक्शन दे दें। किसी से अगर यूजर चार्जेस वो ले रहे हैं, जब भी ले रहे हैं साल भर में, तो उसका एक रिकॉर्ड वो रख सके ऑनलाइन। कोई भी नया सरपंच आए या कोई भी मेंबर आए, तुरंत अपने मोबाइल फोन में लॉगिन करे, उसको दिख जाए, और ताकि ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस बेसिकली बहुत ईजी हो जाए। तो टेक्नोलॉजी एज अ टूल, एज अ इनेबलिंग टूल हम बहुत प्रमोट कर रहे हैं जल जीवन मिशन में। और जैसा आपको पता है कि अंडर जल जीवन मिशन द फोकस इज नॉट ओनली ऑन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएशन। सामा साहब ने सुबह बात की थी कि जल जीवन मिशन एंड है, मतलब जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएशन और जो भी हम सोचते थे कि भाई ये होना चाहिए, उसका एंड, मतलब हम सारा जो भी एडिक्वेट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम क्रिएट कर देंगे जल जीवन मिशन में 2024 तक। इसको संभालना है 30-40 साल तक। जो भी स्कीम्स बनेंगी वो 30-40 साल तक रन करें, उसके लिए तैयारी करनी। और हमें पता है कि हम चाहे जितना कीमती तोहफा हमें मिल जाए, अगर उसे हमें चलाना नहीं आता है, सुबह भरतलाल सर ने कहा कि अगर हमने ऑपरेटर मैनुअल नहीं पढ़ी है तो हम उस कीमती खिलौने को भी यूज नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो जल जीवन मिशन में हम जो सोचते हैं कि जो डिजिटल टूल्स आप यूज करेंगे वो प्लान से ही स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। कि जब स्कीम प्लान हो रही है, एडिक्वेट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट हो, फालतू की टंकी ना बने, ऑलरेडी टंकी है तो यूज हो, किसी भी स्कीम में टंकी बनी हो यूज हो। हमने IMIS के डेटाबेस में सारा जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट हुआ है उसका डिटेल्स रखा है। अगर आप फिर भी कोई प्रपोज कर रहा है तो उसको चेक किया जा सकता है ना। हालांकि प्रोसेस में है कि जब भी डिपार्टमेंट स्कीम बनाएगा तो ग्राम पंचायत के साथ डिस्कस करेगा। तो अगर उसने डिस्कस किया नहीं किया, हमें पता चल ही जाएगा कि स्कीम कैसी बनी है ना। जो भी स्कीम पे खर्च हो वो प्रूडेंट हो, मतलब अननेसेसरी दूर दूर से हम पानी न लाएं, लोकल पानी उपलब्ध है तो उसको यूज कर लें, है ना। लोकल सोर्सेज हैं तो उसको स्ट्रेंथन कर लें। और सबसे बड़ी बात, कोई छूटना नहीं चाहिए। कोई गांव में एक आध हो सकता है, मोहल्ला हो जो मार्जिनल सेक्शन का हो, जैसा कि कई सारे स्टेट्स में, कई सारे हमारे कंट्री में हम देखते हैं, तो वो मोहल्ले छूट ना जाए, वो लोग छूट ना जाए। तो ये प्रोसेस हमारा प्लानिंग में हम चाहते हैं कि ये हमारा रहे शुरू से। इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में, मॉनिटरिंग में कम्युनिटी का यूज हो, उसको हम डैशबोर्ड से दिखा रहे हैं कि साहब कहाँ पे नल दिए जा रहे हैं, कैसे प्रोग्रेस हो रहा है, कौन आगे है कौन पीछे, ऑल दोस थिंग्स वी आर डूइंग। वी आर आल्सो मॉनिटरिंग द सर्विस डिलीवरी। एक तो काम हो गया मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पाइप जो पड़ रही हो कैसी पड़ रही, टंकी जो बन रही कैसी बन रही। दूसरा कि जहाँ पे टंकी बन गई है, हर घर जल हो गया है, वहां पे पानी हमें सही मिल रहा है कि नहीं, शुद्ध मिल रहा है कि नहीं, रेगुलर मिल रहा है कि नहीं, इसकी मॉनिटरिंग हम जल जीवन मिशन में प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, मैं बताऊंगा आपको। और ये सब अगर हम कर रहे हैं तो बेसिकली पर्पज है कि हम ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस में पानी समिति को एक ओनरशिप के साथ इन्वॉल्व कर सके। पहले वाले सेशन में हमने देखा कई सारे लोग कहते भाई ओनरशिप नहीं है इसकी, तो ओनरशिप तब तक नहीं होगी जब तक हम सजेशन इन्वॉल्व नहीं लेंगे नहीं किसी न किसी स्टेज पे। तो जो भी डिजिटल टूल्स हैं, 5 मोटे तौर पे मैं समझता हूँ हमारे विजन है कि कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव स्कीम डिजाइन हो, कंटिन्यूअस मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ प्रोग्रेस हो, ट्रांसपेरेंसी इंप्रूव हो, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ लोकल वाटर यूटिलिटी हो पाए, और इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ डेटाबेसेस। तो आप सभी जल जीवन मिशन को इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, तो ये सब चीजें आपको लगभग पता है। मैं बहुत क्विकली रन थ्रू कर देता हूँ, पढ़ देता हूँ एक बार, जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ कंप्लीटनेस। कि IMIS जल शक्ति पोर्टल है जहाँ पे बहुत सारी रिपोर्ट्स उपलब्ध हैं, हाउस होल्ड इन्फॉर्मेशन उपलब्ध है, टैगिंग की इन्फॉर्मेशन उपलब्ध है, खर्च की इन्फॉर्मेशन उपलब्ध है, जो हम रिपोर्ट्स के रूप में लेते हैं। नॉर्मली ये हमारे जो स्टेट के कोऑर्डिनेटर्स होते हैं, और जब हम पार्लियामेंट्री क्वेश्चन आंसर करते हैं तब हम उसका ज्यादा यूज करते हैं। दूसरा, एक बहुत ही यूजर फ्रेंडली रिपोर्टिंग सिस्टम है हमारा डैशबोर्ड, JGM डैशबोर्ड, जो काफी अट्रैक्टिव बनाने की कोशिश की गई है, और उसमें काफी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन जो रेलिवेंट है लोगों के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, वो हमने यहाँ से पे दिखाई गई। फिर उसके बाद एक नया पोर्टल GMWQMIS का है, वाटर क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम, जिसमें हम वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग रियल टाइम में हम ले रहे हैं कि भाई जहां जहां टेस्टिंग हो रही है और जहां जहां कंटेमिनेशन हो रहा है, वो रिपोर्ट, टेस्टिंग और रिपोर्टिंग दोनों कर रहे हैं। जैसे कोविड प्रोटोकॉल में हमने किया था कि टेस्ट, ट्रेस और ट्रीट, वैसे ही यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं कि भाई पानी जैसे ही सारा हमारा सैंपल रजिस्टर हो, सारा का सारा सैंपल हमारा टेस्ट हो, और इमीडिएटली वो उस पर रिमीडियल एक्शन, अगर कंटेमिनेशन है तो रिमीडियल एक्शन लिया जा सके, और नहीं लिया गया तो उसको मॉनिटर कर सके। मैं दिखाऊंगा अभी थोड़ी देर में आपको। फिर एक IoT प्लेटफॉर्म हम बना रहे हैं जो मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ सर्विस डिलीवरी के लिए हमारा होगा, और जो सर्विस डिलीवरी अप्रोच को और हमें बल देगा। और इन सब को कंज्यूम करने के लिए एक मोबाइल ऐप भी हम विकसित कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हर एक ग्राम पंचायत समझिए एक मोबाइल ऐप खोल करके उस पर अपना लॉग इन करेगी, और 4, 5, 6, 10 डिटेल्स उसके पास दिखाई देंगे, और उसके बेसिस पे वो अपने गांव के जो वाटर के एसेट्स हैं उनको मेंटेन, मैनेज कर पाएगी। एनालिटिकल टूल, क्योंकि इतने सारे अलग अलग तरह के डेटाबेसेस क्रिएट हो रहे हैं, तो उसका उससे यूजफुल रिपोर्ट जनरेट हो पाए, इसको हम प्लानिंग में यूज कर पाए, AI ML एल्गोरिथम्स का यूज कर सकें, इसके लिए हम एनालिटिकल टूल भी प्रोक्योर कर रहे हैं, जो हमें यूजफुल रिपोर्ट्स बना करके देगा, जो हम JGM डैशबोर्ड, IMIS और मोबाइल ऐप के थ्रू कंज्यूम करेंगे। PFMS सिस्टम जो लोग इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं जानते हैं कि हमारा कोई भी खर्च जो है, सारा का सारा खर्च PFMS पे उसको रिफ्लेक्ट होना ही है, होना। इस विलेज में कितना पैसा खर्च हुआ वो हमें सेग्रीगेटेड वे में IMIS में आ रहा है, और उसको हम उस डेटाबेस में डाल भी रहे हैं। फिर एक हमारा RJJ के पोर्टल है और JGM वेबसाइट है, जो हम कम्युनिकेशन के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं। काफी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन है वहाँ पे। और राष्ट्रीय जल जीवन कोष पोर्टल है, जहाँ पे हम डोनेट कर सकते हैं, जिसके थ्रू हम डोनेट कर सकते हैं अपने विलेज के बारे में। तो ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए जब आप कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं। आपके जो कम्युनिकेशन स्ट्रेटजीज हों, जब आप बात करें तो इन सब चीजों का आप बिल्कुल यूज करें, इन सब हैंड। इस पे मैं बहुत टाइम नहीं लूंगा, बट मोटे तौर पे 1 सेकंड जल्दी से बता देता हूँ कि ये 3 तरह के हमारे डेटाबेसेस बन रहे हैं जो आपस में इंटरैक्ट करके हमें रिपोर्ट्स देंगे। IMIS में वाटर सप्लाई की सारी जो स्कीम्स हैं उनकी इंफॉर्मेशन है, जो भी बेनिफिशियरीज हैं उनकी इंफॉर्मेशन है, और इसके ऊपर हमारा डैशबोर्ड चलता है। इनफैक्ट ये डैशबोर्ड का मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट लिया है और मैं अपना प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे कर रहा हूँ और डैशबोर्ड में प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। I hope dashboard is visible. तो आप सभी ने ये बेसिक डैशबोर्ड देखा है। मैं आपको केवल इसका बहुत ही क्विकली एक बार रन थ्रू कर देता हूँ कि यहाँ पे आपको कनेक्शन की इंफॉर्मेशन है, कल कितने कनेक्शन दिए गए ये पता चल रहा है, कैसे चेंज हुआ ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज, स्टेट वाइज। हम दोनों व्यू में, डिस्ट्रिक्ट व्यू में हम देखना चाहें तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट व्यू में भी देख सकते हैं, और स्टेट व्यू में देखना चाहें तो स्टेट व्यू में भी देख सकते हैं। फिर किसी भी स्टेट की भी प्रोग्रेस हम जान सकते हैं, स्टेट वाइज कैसे, ये सब आपको पता है मेरे ख्याल से। आई शुड नॉट रिपीट इट, बट मैं आपको जल्दी से एक फीचर दिखाऊंगा कि विलेज लेवल पे ये डैशबोर्ड जो आपके लिए बहुत यूजफुल रहेगा जब आप विलेज के लिए कम्युनिकेशन डिजाइन करते हैं, तो उसके जो बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन वो आप कैसे। ये स्टेट की देखिए इंफॉर्मेशन है, हरियाणा का है, तो इन्होंने कितने कनेक्शन दे दिए, 100% हो चुके हैं, सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट हो गए, यहाँ पे डिटेल्स आ गई। स्टेटस ऑफ प्रोग्रेस ऑफ विलेज यहाँ पे दिख रहा है, टैप कनेक्शन कहाँ पे काम चल रहा है, कहाँ पे काम शुरू होना बाकी है, पानी समिति कितनी बन गई है, विलेज एक्शन प्लान, ग्रे वाटर मैनेजमेंट नहीं हुआ है अभी, फाइनेंशियल प्रोग्रेस, ये बेसिक डिटेल्स आपको मिल जाएगी, किस तरह से प्रोग्रेस है ना, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज ये पता चल जाएगा। मैं आपको थोड़ा और लेके जाना चाहता हूँ डिटेल डिस्ट्रिक्ट और विलेज लेवल पे। जैसे ये झज्जर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है यहाँ का, हरियाणा का, और झज्जर में हम कोई भी एक गाँव ले लेते हैं, ये हम अब विलेज लेवल मैप पे आ गए, है ना। तो ये मैं विलेज पे आपको दिखा रहा हूँ। तो जब हम विलेज लेवल में आते हैं तो यहाँ देखिए बेसिक डिटेल्स हमें दिखाई रही है कि कौन सा ब्लॉक है, पंचायत कौन सी है, फलाना पंचायत का है, हैबिटेशंस कितनी है, क्या पॉपुलेशन है वो आ गया बेसिक, कितने SC है, कितने ST हैं, और 986 घरों में से 986 घरों को दिया गया है। अब यहाँ पे देखिए, ये हम जब क्लिक करते हैं तो आता है हमें कि किन लोगों को कनेक्शन दिया गया, 986 लोगों को कनेक्शन दिया गया, उनका नाम और नंबर। ये हमारा हर घर जल का पहला स्टेप कि भाई हमने सबको डिक्लेयर कर दिया। किसी को कष्ट है तो इसी में ग्रीवांस पोर्टल पे जा करके वो ग्रीवांस रेज कर सकता है, खुद रेज कर सकता है, आप रेज कर सकते हैं, आप उनको बता सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे रेज किया है। लेकिन इसमें आप देखें तो सबसे ऊपर वाली जो लाइन है, नंबर ऑफ हाउस होल्ड कनेक्शन विदाउट बेनिफिशियरी डिटेल्स, अभी भी एक घर है जिसके बेनिफिशियरी को टैग नहीं किया गया है। हमारे जल जीवन मिशन में हम एम कर रहे हैं कि जो भी हम कनेक्शन देंगे घरों को, all the households that are provided with the tap water connection, the head of household of that household should have the tagging will take place with Aadhaar number of the head of household, ठीक है ना। तो इसमें इन एक लोगों का यहाँ पे नहीं था, तो इसको हमें ठीक करना है। तो इस जो अगर हरियाणा से कोई हो तो इसको नोट कर लें, और अगर कल ठीक करा लें तो आई विल बी वेरी हैप्पी। फिर देखिए एक और यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रहा है, ये घर जो है, गांव है, सर्टिफाइड है, दिस इज सर्टिफाइड हर घर, मतलब जैसे ही हमने 100% कनेक्शन दे दिए तो 100% हर घर जल हमारे हिसाब से डेटाबेस के हिसाब से होता है। लेकिन वो सर्टिफाई हम तब मानते हैं जब ये 3 चीजें जो देख रहे हैं, सर्टिफिकेट, ग्राम पंचायत का रेजोल्यूशन और वीडियो, ये तीनों चीजें जब अपलोड हो जाती हैं तो हम उसको कहते हैं हर घर जल। जैसे यहाँ पे इन्होंने अपलोड किया हुआ है, बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी का नहीं किया है, सूरज मल जी ने किया है, सरपंच ने डिक्लेयर किया है कि भाई ये जो गांव है ये हर घर जल सर्टिफाइड है, ठीक है। रेजोल्यूशन में देखें तो इसकी भी क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं लगी, तो ये सब हमें इंप्रूव करना है। जब हम बात करें, कम्युनिकेट करें, तो इस तरह का आउटपुट नहीं रखना है कि कोई पढ़ ही ना पाए, हालांकि ये तो पढ़ पा रहे हैं हम लोग, ठीक है ना। ये देखिए इसमें पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट ने सर्टिफिकेट दिया है, सबसे पहले उन्होंने सर्टिफिकेट दिया। इसके बाद एक और रेजोल्यूशन इन्होंने नहीं अपलोड किया है। रेजोल्यूशन में ये चीजें हैं, मैं नीचे अभी डैशबोर्ड दिखाऊंगा, कौन लोग हैं जो आइडेंटिफाइड हैं यहाँ पे टेस्टिंग के लिए, कौन लोग हैं जो आइडेंटिफाइड है यहाँ पे पानी समिति को चला, मतलब पानी समिति के कौन लोग हैं, वो कौन लोग हैं, तो ये सारी डिटेल्स भी आएंगी। ये अधूरा रेजोल्यूशन है ना। फिर इसमें वीडियो भी है, हमें ऑडियो इसका बहुत हल्का ऑडियो आ रहा है कि पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई आपके यहाँ सभी लोगों को कनेक्शन दे दिया गया है। तो वहां से आंसर आना चाहिए हाँ जी। और अगर कनेक्शन किसी का कनेक्शन रह गया नहीं रह गया, पब्लिकली हम ग्राम सभा में कर रहे हैं। इसको थोड़ा सा अभी भी ये ऐसा समझा जा रहा है जैसे कि ये कोई काम है ना, इसको एज अ प्रोसेस नहीं समझ रहे हैं कि भाई हमने काम कंप्लीट किया, तो कंप्लीशन सर्टिफिकेट हम दे रहे हैं लोगों को। पीने का पानी उपलब्ध हो गया, वो बोल रहे हैं, ये बैकग्राउंड में चल रहा है, ठीक है ना। तो ये हमको इसको जरा सा और अच्छी तरह से करना है ताकि हम इसको कर सकें। फिर आगे नीचे आते हैं, इसमें स्कूल आंगनवाड़ी। एक मिनट में इसको वीडियो को बंद नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, चलिए मैं आगे प्रेजेंट करता हूँ। एनीवे, वाटर यूटिलिटी मैनेजमेंट टीम का यहाँ पे डिटेल्स है ना। VWSC पानी समिति की यहाँ पे डिटेल्स आ जाती हैं, ये उन्होंने दे रखी है। ऑपरेटर एंड मेंटेनेंस, ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस के लिए कौन है, इसकी डिटेल्स हैं। वुमेन आइडेंटिफाइड कौन है, ये सारी डिटेल्स यहाँ पे हमें मिल जाएगी। स्किलिंग जो अभी बता रहे थे कन्नन साहब, स्किलिंग बहुत कम है तो नहीं इन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किया। वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग का डेटा नहीं उपलब्ध है। और सर्विस लेवल यहाँ पे है, ग्रीवांसेस किसी को है तो यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। तो ये जो विलेज लेवल का हमारा डैशबोर्ड है, इसका खूब प्रचार प्रसार होना चाहिए, गाँव में लोग देखें को यूज करें। इस तरह से हम अगर कम्युनिकेट करते हैं तो आई थिंक दैट वुड बी वेरी यूजफुल। इसमें बाकी के फीचर्स हैं, मैं अभी थोड़ी देर बाद आऊंगा वापस। तो अभी मैं वापस से प्रेजेंटेशन की तरफ जाता हूं। लेट मी जस्ट शेयर द प्रेजेंटेशन अगेन। आई होप प्रेजेंटेशन इज विजिबल। तो हमने देखा कि डैशबोर्ड में क्या क्या चीजें हैं, ये चीजें आपको पता है, जस्ट कीपिंग। हाँ, एक चीज छूट गई थी वहां पे मुझे बताना कि जो हम टैगिंग कर रहे हैं, स्कूल्स, बालवाड़ी, ग्राम पंचायत, कैटल ट्रफ, कम्युनिटी बेदिंग एंड वॉशिंग ब्लॉक्स, CWPP, सारे जो वाटर असेट्स है उसकी टैगिंग भी हो रही है। तो अगर उस विलेज में टैगिंग नहीं हुई है तो हमें ये बताना है कि इसकी टैगिंग हो, है ना। इसके लिए हमें बहुत ही फोकस्ड अप्रोच, क्योंकि जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम क्रिएट कर दे रहे हैं अगर ये पब्लिक रिकॉर्ड में नहीं आता है, पब्लिक को हम बताते नहीं है, देन देयर इज सम प्रॉब्लम। मतलब वी आर नॉट बीइंग एज ट्रांसपेरेंट इनफ एज वी वुड लाइक टू बी। तो इसको हमें बहुत फोकस करना है, क्योंकि ये हमारे स्मॉल प्रोसेसेस हैं बट ये हमारे लिए बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है। दूसरा, कमिंग बैक टू अनदर थिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इज वाटर क्वालिटी। तो वाटर क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग एंड सर्विलेंस के लिए हमने WQMIS पोर्टल बनाया है, जिसमें हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हर एक वाटर सैंपल जैसे ही लिया जाता है उसका हम टाइम एंड डेट स्टैम्प ले लेते हैं, कब कहाँ से लिया गया उसकी डिटेल्स नोट कर लेते हैं, और कब लिया गया इसकी डिटेल्स नोट कर लेते हैं। फिर उसको हम लैब में ले जाते हैं, तो लैब में कब सैंपल पहुंचा उसका टाइम एंड डेट आ जाता है। लैब में टेस्ट होता है, ऑनलाइन अपलोड होता है। जब अपलोड होता है तीनों चीजें, कब सैंपल लिया गया, लैब में कब मिला और टेस्टिंग रिजल्ट्स कब आते हैं। इससे अपने आप में एक प्रोसेस चेक हो जाता है एंड ये हमें यूजर को उपलब्ध है। फिर अगर कंटामिनेशन है तो सीधे सीधे DWSM के जो मेंबर सेक्रेटरी हैं उनको SMS चलाया जाता है। इसके बारे में बहुत अभी काम करना बाकी है कि DWSM के मेंबर सेक्रेटरी इन कंटामिनेशन अगर कहीं भी मिलता है तो इस पर एक्ट करना चालू करें और रिमेडियल एक्शन रिपोर्ट करें। अनलेस अंटिल हम ये करते हैं देन वी आर नॉट इनटू द सर्विस डिलीवरी मोड, वी आर नॉट इनटू द we will not be able to ensure the potable water quality, है ना। फिर तीसरी बात जो है, लैब टेस्टिंग हो गई, इसके अलावा लोग खुद भी अपनी टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं पानी की सैंपल की थ्रू FTK टेस्ट। तो वो जो खुद टेस्ट कर रहे हैं उसको भी हम रिपोर्ट करें, है ना। आप सभी, मतलब बहुत ही सिंपल, थोड़ा डाइग्रेशन है बट अलाउ मी, कि हम सब लोग अपने घर में कोई ना कोई वाटर प्यूरिफिकेशन प्लांट यूज करते हैं। क्यों यूज करते हैं? क्योंकि पड़ोसी यूज करता है, इसलिए नहीं यूज करते हैं कि वाटर में कुछ कंटेमिनेशन है या कोई इश्यू है। कई बार हम RO यूज करते हैं इवन इफ हमारा TDS 200 से नीचे है, 500 से नीचे। तो क्या दैट इज ओनली बिकॉज एक तो इग्नोरेंस है, दूसरी बात है कि भाई प्रेशर रहता है कि भाई पानी की शुद्धता के बारे में चिंतित है, लेकिन लैक ऑफ टेस्टिंग और लैक ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन की वजह से अननेसेसरी हम 5,000-10,000 रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं। तो एक अगर हम कम्युनिकेशन स्ट्रेटजी ये डिजाइन कर सकें कि ड्रिंक फ्रॉम टैप, जो हमारे टैप से पानी आ रहा है वो इतना शुद्ध है कि आपको कोई प्यूरिफिकेशन की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। अगर हम वो उसको फोकस करें तो दो चीजें होंगी, एक तो अपने आप क्वालिटी के बारे में अवेयरनेस हो जाएगी, दूसरा जो पब्लिक इतना सारा पानी आरओ की वजह से बर्बाद करी है वो बचेगा, पब्लिक का पैसा बचेगा और क्रेडिबिलिटी हमारे जो वाटर सप्लाई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं, पानी समितियां, उनकी बढ़ जाएगी, प्लस उनपे जिम्मेदारी भी बढ़ जाएगी। और अगर कंटेमिनेशन कहीं है तो उनके ऊपर तुरंत वो लोगों का प्रेशर बढ़ेगा भाई कि हम टैप से पानी पी रहे हैं, हम अपने यहाँ नहीं लगा के रखें। तो ये इस डायरेक्शन में हमें जाना है ताकि पानी की बर्बादी कम से कम। इसके लिए जो हमारे लैब्स हैं उसको हम चाहते हैं कि NABL एक्रेडिटेशन हो जाए, तो वो भी हम WQMS पोर्टल पे भी रिप्रेजेंट दिखा रहे हैं कि कितनी लैब्स हमारी हो गई। ये हमारा पोर्टल इस तरह से दिखाई देता है। 2013 लेबोरेटरीज है हमारे पास, 20 लाख टेस्ट आज तक हुए हैं, उसमें से 1,78,000 जितने कंटेमिनेशन टेस्ट पाए गए हैं। और नीचे देखेंगे तो जैसे आंध्र प्रदेश है तो 112 लेबोरेटरीज हैं, उसमें से 2 लाख सैंपल उन्होंने टेस्ट किए हैं, कल 413 सैंपल उनको मिले थे, उसमें से 2,15,000 की टेस्टिंग हो चुकी है, कल 978 सैंपल उन्होंने टेस्ट किए। कंटेमिनेटेड सैंपल जो उनके मिले 51 कल मिले थे, टोटल 8,700 कंटेमिनेटेड सैंपल है और रिमेडियल एक्शन उन्होंने 7,000 मिला। बट ये सब जगह ऐसा नहीं है ना, सब जगह ऐसा नहीं है, इसको हमें इम्प्रूव करना है, ठीक है। तो नाउ कमिंग टू द थर्ड, हमारा जो डिजिटल एप्लीकेशन है वो मोबाइल और वेब एप्लीकेशन है, इसको अंडर डेवलपमेंट है, सम पार्ट्स आर ऑलरेडी देयर। तो इसमें हम ये कर रहे हैं कि हर एक पंचायत के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिटेल, बेनिफिशियरी डिटेल और जो केमिकल स्टॉक कितना क्लोरीन है, कितना एलम है, इसकी इंफॉर्मेशन उसके पास है, फाइनेंशियल डिटेल्स हैं, और वो कनेक्शन दे सके, ऐड कर सके, है ना, डिलीट कर सके, ऐड कर सके, मतलब एज अ यूटिलिटी काम कर सके, ये सब फीचर्स हम इसमें देंगे। प्लस अभी के लिए जहाँ पे काम चल रहा है, नहीं शुरू हुआ है, तो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग वीडियो, गाइडलाइंस, ये सारी चीजें हम एक जगह ऐप में रख रहे हैं। तो आप प्ले स्टोर पे भी एंड्रॉइड यूजर्स अभी डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। IoT में हम रजिस्टर कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक वेरी सून इट विल कम फॉर iOS आल्सो, इट विल बिकम अवेलेबल। और इस ऐप के माध्यम से पानी समितियां और जो हमारे मेंबर DWSM है और SWSM है, उनके लिए भी बड़ा उपयोग है। तो अभी उसमें हर घर जल सर्टिफिकेशन, टैगिंग ऑफ असेट्स और टैप कनेक्शन डिटेल्स और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, इतनी चीजें ऐप में आ चुकी हैं और बाकी चीजें हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं, ग्रीवांस रिट्रेसल, है ना, रिपोर्ट्स, वार्निंग्स, पानी समिति की जो फाइनेंस और स्टॉक की इंफॉर्मेशन है, सब हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं। ये छोटा सा वीडियो है ऐप का, जो बहुत ही कम शब्दों में जल्दी से बता देगा कि ऐप में क्या क्या है।
लोगों की सुविधा हेतु इस ऐप में जल जीवन मिशन से संबंधित सभी जानकारी एक स्थान पर उपलब्ध है। जल जीवन मिशन में हो रही प्रगति, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच एवं निगरानी, वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम का विवरण इस ऐप से सभी लोग देख सकते हैं। हर राज्य, हर जिले तथा हर गांव की प्रगति भी इस ऐप में देखी जा सकती है। ग्राम पंचायत, पानी समिति के सदस्यों, पानी की गुणवत्ता की जांच के लिए चिन्हित महिलाओं के नाम इत्यादि भी देखे जा सकते हैं। जलापूर्ति संबंधित शिकायतें तथा दान भी इसके माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। इस ऐप में क्षेत्रीय इंजीनियर्स तथा पानी समिति लॉगिन करके अपने गांव के जल स्रोत तथा पानी की टंकी इत्यादि की जियो टैगिंग कर सकेंगे तथा हर घर जल का प्रमाण पत्र जारी कर सकेंगे। इस ऐप को ggm.gov.in से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है।
So this was all about app. तो इसको आप करिए डाउनलोड और इसको मैक्सिमम जब भी ग्राम पंचायत या पानी समिति में आप जाते हैं तो मेक यूज ऑफ दिस ऐप। इसमें काफी सारी चीजें हैं जैसे दिखाया गया था, गाइडलाइन, वीडियोस, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग चीजें स्टेट से जो आ रहा है उसको हम कोशिश करते हैं कि इस ऐप के माध्यम से सबको पहुंच पाए। जो लाइव फीड्स हैं ट्विटर और फेसबुक की, उसको भी हम इस ऐप के माध्यम से देख सकते हैं। दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, आई थिंक यू शुड ऑल बी अवेयर कि हमारा अप्रोच सर्विस डिलीवरी का है। सर्विस डिलीवरी यानी कि जो पानी हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं अगले 30-40 साल तक सफिशिएंट पानी दे, एडिक्वेट पोर्टेबल क्वालिटी का पानी दे और रोज पानी दे। तो उसके लिए हम सेंसर टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके गांव में एक कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम गांव में कितनी पानी की सप्लाई रोज हो रही है, किस क्वालिटी की हो रही है, इसकी इंफॉर्मेशन हम रियल टाइम बेसिस पे देख सकें, जान सकें, डैशबोर्ड पे आ सकें, ताकि हम उसको मॉनिटर कर सकें, उसमें कुछ दिक्कत आ रही है उसको हम देख सकें, पैटर्न को स्टडी कर सकें एंड ऑल दोस। तो इसके लिए हमने कमेटी रचित की थी। कमेटी हैज सबमिटेड द रिपोर्ट, स्टेट के साथ हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं। इसमें मोटे तौर पे 3 चीजें कही गई हैं कि भाई बेसिक, इंटरमीडिएट और एडवांस डिजाइन जो है हमारी कि भाई अगर छोटा गांव है तो वहां पे केवल पानी की टंकी पे हम सेंसर लगा दें, क्लोरीन सेंसर लगा दें, और ग्राउंड वाटर बेस्ड स्कीम है तो एक ग्राउंड वाटर सेंसर लगा दें, ताकि कितने स्कीम जो चल रही है कब तक चलेगी तो उसकी हमें वार्निंग्स मिल जाए, अप्रोप्रिएट हम एक्शंस ले सकें उसके बेसिस पे। इंटरमीडिएट थोड़ा सा बड़ा गांव है, 50-60 लाख के रुपए की स्कीम है, तो वहां पे हम इस टाइप का कि हर एक मोहल्ले के लिए भी हम अलग अलग वाटर मीटर लगा देंगे और पीएच सेंसर लगा देंगे और ऑटोमेटिक पंप ऑन एंड ऑफ कर देंगे। तो ये सब चीजें सुविधाएं हम कर सकते हैं। एडवांस है कि भाई अगर हर घर पे हम कनेक्शन दे, हर घर पे हम मीटर लगा दें और अगर वो सहमत होते हैं तो उनसे डायरेक्टली चार्ज। जैसे गोवा ने इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया है, उनके हर घर में मीटर लगा हुआ है, सबके घर में बिल आ जाता है, सब लोग पे करते हैं। तो दिस इज वर्किंग वेरी वेल। जो पेरी अर्बन एरियाज हैं, शहर के बिल्कुल किनारे के गांव हैं, बड़े गांव हैं, 10,000 की बस्ती है, वहां पे इस तरह का सिस्टम वर्क कर सकता है ना। यहाँ पे पेइंग कैपेसिटी है, लोग काफी अवेयर हैं और थोड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स। तो ये जो हम कर रहे हैं इसको हमने इम्प्लीमेंट भी किया है। हमने अभी तक लगभग 80 जगहों पे इस सिस्टम को किया है और इस तरह का हमारा डैशबोर्ड दिखाई देता है। इस डैशबोर्ड में आप देखेंगे तो गांव की बाउंड्री विलेज है जेतपुर, और यहाँ पे हम एलपीसीडी की लेवल, पीएच की लेवल, प्रेशर, नाइट्रेट, ये सब हम मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं। कौन पानी समिति का मेंबर है, ये सब डिटेल्स हम एक डैशबोर्ड पे देख पा रहे हैं। और ये हम चाहते हैं कि हर एक विलेज लेवल पे उपलब्ध हो, हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे उपलब्ध हो और हर एक स्टेट लेवल पे। स्टेट लेवल पे भाई कितने गांव में पानी सप्लाई गई नहीं गई, काम एक साथ देख लें, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे देख लें। तो हमारे जो एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर हैं, हमारे जो पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियर्स हैं, उनको बहुत इजी हो जाएगा एक्शन में। और गांव के लेवल पे जो पानी समिति है उसके लिए बड़ा इजी हो जाएगा कि कैसा चल रहा है। इस सप्लाई ट्रेंड को अगर हम स्टडी करें पूरे एक साल, एक सीजन, तो कौन से सीजन में ज्यादा डिमांड है, कौन से सीजन में कम डिमांड है, उस पर भी बात हो सकती है। फिर अगर हम देखें कि भाई जहाँ पे ग्रीवांसेस ज्यादा आ रही हैं और उस समय डिमांड भी ज्यादा है, उस समय अगर पानी की सप्लाई इंश्योर करें तो कहाँ से करें? तो क्या गांव में कोई ऐसे सोर्सेज है जहाँ पे इस समय ऑगमेंटेशन कर सकते हैं, या हमारी एग्जिस्टिंग सोर्स को अगर हम ऑगमेंट कर दें 3 महीने उस पानी को अगर हमें मिल जाए वो ग्राउंड वाटर, तो हमारा पानी का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा। तो क्या हम क्रॉप पैटर्न में चेंज कर सकते हैं? तो ये सब डिस्कशन पॉसिबल हो जाएगा डेटाबेस जब हम इसको ग्राम पंचायत के लेवल पे खूब पॉपुलराइज करें और यूज करें, है ना। तो इसके लिए जो हम लोगों ने स्टेट से बात कर रहे हैं और काफी इसमें हमने प्रगति भी की हुई है। तो लगभग 17 स्टेट्स में हमारा बेसिक कंसेप्चुअल डिस्कशन हो गया है। काफी स्टेट्स ने, जैसे बिहार ने, गोवा ने 100% पूरे स्टेट में उन्होंने ले लिया है कि वो IoT सिस्टम लगाएंगे। गुजरात ने 500 में किया है, हरियाणा उन्होंने 1-2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट कर रहे हैं, JNK ने डिसाइड किया है पूरे स्टेट का वो करेंगे बहुत ही जल्दी। SLSSC की मीटिंग बैठाने जा रहे हैं। पंजाब ने कुछ विलेजेस पे पायलट शुरू किया है। ये सब हम कर रहे हैं, इसको हमें बहुत प्रचार प्रसार करना है। और हमारा जो पायलट का जो डैशबोर्ड पे उपलब्ध है, काइंडली शेयर, सबके साथ शेयर करिए ताकि रिमेडियल एक्शन, क्विक रिस्पांस, ये सब चीजें हमारे पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग ब्लड में आ सके, लैंग्वेज में आ सके, है ना। कि भाई आज 5 कंप्लेन आई थी, इसमें से 4 साल हो गई, एक तो बड़ी मुश्किल कंप्लेन थी। इस तरह का डिस्कशन होना चाहिए, रादर दैन कि मेरा 500 का मुझे इतना रुपए का बजट मिला था और इतना खर्चा हो गया। ये बात अब बंद होना चाहिए। PFMS पे मैंने बात की कि जो भी हमारा खर्च हो रहा है वो विलेज वाइज सेग्रीगेट होकर के हमारे डैशबोर्ड पे दिखाई देगा, और सारा जो खर्च है वो ऑनलाइन हम उसको रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। तो माय ओनली पर्पस वाज कि भी खूब पॉपुलराइज किया जाए। मतलब ये है मेरे कहने का कि अगर किसी गांव में किसी एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर ने, ये आपको कम्युनिकेट करना पड़ेगा जो मैं कहने जा रहा हूँ। सपोज एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर हैज प्लान्ड ए स्कीम वर्थ 1.5 करोड़ फॉर द विलेज, जबकि वहां पे एक्चुअल 50 लाख या 75 लाख में काम हो सकता है, तो खर्चा भी हो जाएगा 1 करोड़ 50 लाख का, मान लीजिए उसने इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया। परंतु अगर बाद में भी किसी ने इसका ऑडिट किया तो जितनी स्कीम की उसका खर्चा हुआ है तो विजिलेंस इशू नहीं, लेकिन ये ऑडिट इशू रहेगा। तो वो रहेगा हमारे पास अगले 30 साल तक डैशबोर्ड पे कि भाई यहाँ पे 1.5 करोड़ की स्कीम हुई थी। फिर हम देखेंगे कि बिना मतलब की फालतू की टंकी हुई है, बिना मतलब के दूर से पानी लाया जा रहा है, जबकि यहाँ पे बहुत सारा ग्राउंड वाटर में ही पानी उपलब्ध है और लोगों के पास सरप्लस पानी है यहाँ पे। तो डिपेंडिंग अपॉन सिचुएशन, जल जीवन मिशन में सफिशिएंट हमारे पास फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्स है, वेस्ट नहीं करना है। और आपको ये कम्युनिकेट करना है कि जो भी आप प्लानिंग करेंगे ये अगले 30 साल तक दिखाई देगी। लोग कहेंगे कि साहब ये इंजीनियर साहब थे, इन्होंने चौपट की। ये कम्युनिकेट आप करिए, है ना, सो दैट पीपल डिजाइन द स्कीम्स विद रिस्पांसिबिलिटी, इंप्लीमेंट द स्कीम्स विद रिस्पांसिबिलिटी। फिर एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात है, कि जो डेटाबेसेस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, छोटी सी मैंने एक स्लाइड दिखाई थी आपको पहले, WQMIS का, IMIS का और IoT और मोबाइल ऐप से जो डेटाबेस क्रिएट होगा, जो फीडबैक आया एडवांस का, क्वालिटी का, फिर सप्लाई का, है ना, तो इसको अगर हम डिजीज डेटाबेस के साथ हम इंटरेक्ट जब करेंगे तो हमें ये भी पता चलेगा कि वाटर क्वालिटी और डिजीज में कोई रिलेशन है या नहीं, है ना। अगर कहीं पे डिजीज हो रही है और वाटर रिपोर्टेड नहीं है वहां पे, तो पहला तो यही होगा कि भाई क्वालिटी ठीक से नहीं चेक हो रही है। दूसरा होगा कि अगर क्वालिटी भी बहुत अच्छी है और हमारी लैब्स अच्छी हैं और काम बहुत अच्छा होगा, क्योंकि अभी हमारा सिस्टम प्रोसेसेस WQMIS में दिखाई देंगे कि कितने सैंपल लिए गए, कब लिए गए, कहाँ से लिए गए, है ना। तो वो सब जो पहले हम उसमें थोड़ा बहुत मैनिपुलेट कर पाते थे, वो सब संभावनाएं धीरे धीरे खत्म हो जाएगी। और प्लस डिजीज तो झूठ नहीं बोलेगी, अगर वहां पे अच्छी क्वालिटी का पानी मिल रहा है तो डायरिया नहीं होना चाहिए। हाँ, तो और दूसरी बात, बहुत अच्छा हमारा अगर टेस्टिंग है फिर भी डिजीज हो रही है, इट्स अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ रिसर्च, भाई पता करें वहां पे कुछ नया वायरस तो नहीं है, कोई नया बैक्टीरिया तो नहीं है। तो हम सोसाइटी को एक कदम आगे ले जाने के डायरेक्शन में उसका हम एक बेस तैयार कर रहे हैं, थिंक फ्रॉम दिस पॉइंट। दूसरा जो मैंने वाटर रिसोर्स का एग्जांपल दिया कि सपोज एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 4-5 बड़े वाटर रिजर्वायर्स हैं और उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सर्टेन पीरियड में ही किसी पर्टिकुलर रीजन में पानी की प्रॉब्लम होती है, तो पाइप तो कैसे उसका मैनेजमेंट करें कि ताकि ग्रीवांसेस कम हो जाएं, ताकि उस लोकल प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व किया जा सके। फिर मैंने दूसरी बात की कि किस तरह से क्या मतलब कहने का मतलब था कि वाटर रिजर्वायर्स में किस टाइप के रिजर्वेशन हम कर सकेंगे, डेटा ड्रिवन डिसीजन मेकिंग हो पाएगी। तो फ्रेंड्स, ये बहुत, मैं कहूंगा कि बहुत एक्साइटिंग टाइम्स है। हम लोग बहुत ही नई नई चीजें कर रहे हैं और जो कर रहे हैं वो इस लंबे समय तक के लिए कर रहे हैं, जो हमारे देश को एक बहुत ही बेसिक जो नीड थी, हमारी बहुत ही बेसिक जो समस्या थी, उससे एक तरह से कहें कि वो प्रॉब्लम हमारी डे टू डे की प्रॉब्लम नहीं, वो हमारे लिए इशू नहीं बनेगा भाई पानी के कोई इशू, वो हमारा जीवन का हिस्सा बन जाएगी, भाई पानी तो मिलेगा, ठीक है ना। तो हमारे लिए ग्रोथ के लिए लिमिटिंग फैक्टर नहीं रहेगा, हमारे हेल्थ के लिए लिमिटिंग फैक्टर नहीं रहेगा। उस तरह का हम सिस्टम और अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए डिजिटल टूल्स। एक और तो हाँ, जैसे मैंने कहा कि जो पायलट्स मैंने आपको दिखाए, इस तरह से हमने 14 पायलट से शुरू किया था, जो हमने 80 तक हमने स्केल अप कर दिया है। दूसरा हमने क्या काम किया था, ये आप बताएं कि जो IoT का इकोसिस्टम है, जो हमारे नए नए स्टार्टअप्स हैं, उनके अंदर एक एक्साइटमेंट और उनको इस सोच में ले जाने के लिए कि भाई 6 लाख गांव में आपको सेंसर बेस्ड सिस्टम खड़ा करना है, तो हमने एक IoT चैलेंज लॉन्च किया था। काफी एक्साइटमेंट हुआ, 250-300 आए थे, जिसमें हमने वेरियस स्टेजेस के बाद 10 फाइनलिस्ट को सेलेक्ट किया था, जिनको POC करने के लिए हमने सीडैक फैसिलिटी बेंगलोर में थी, वहां पे हमने एक टेस्ट बेड क्रिएट किया, वहां पे उनसे टेस्ट कराया। फिर उसके बाद 4 फाइनलिस्ट ऐसे थे जिनको हमने कहा कि आप 25-25 गाँव लेकर के आप जाइए, गाँव में करिए, तो वो अलग एज पे हैं, काफी सारे लोगों ने कर दिया है। तो हमने ये 9 स्टेट्स में इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया था और लगभग 60 गांव से ये आ रहा है, तो 60 ये और 14-15 हमारे, और जो पहले के पायलट चल रहे थे, ये मैं जो कह रहा था कि हमारी पायलट्स ऑलरेडी रनिंग। दूसरा जो हमने एक इनोवेशन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो वाटर क्वालिटी कि अभी हम FTK टेस्ट से करते हैं, उसमें थोड़ा सा रिएजेंट डालना पड़ता है, टेस्ट करना पड़ता है चार्ट के साथ, थोड़ा कम्बरसम, और मतलब जैसे सर बोलते हैं कि हमारा खून का टेस्ट करना आसान है, पानी का टेस्ट करना मुश्किल है ना। पानी का हम टेस्ट उतनी आसानी से नहीं कर सकते। आज मैं बुक करता हूँ तो आके मुझे सारे मेरे पैरामीटर्स बता सकता है, लेकिन पानी का मैं टेस्ट बुक नहीं, और लेकिन मैं RO लगा लेता हूँ। तो इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए हमने एक टेक्नोलॉजी चैलेंज अगेन स्टार्टअप इंडिया के साथ किया कि भाई आप एक ऐसी डिवाइस बनाइए, बेसिक वाटर क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स तो हमें टेस्ट करके बता दे, थोड़े 10-15 पैरामीटर्स बता दे हमें, जिसके बेसिस पे हम तय कर सकें कि पानी हमारा पीने लायक है कि नहीं, और फिर जरूरत पड़े तो लैब में लेकर जाए, और वो FTK बेस्ड अप्रोच ना हो, एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट में हो जाए। प्लस हम ये भी चाहते हैं यहीं से डेटा हमारा WQMIS पोर्टल पे भी चला जाए। तो ये प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट के साथ हमने कहा कि एक पोर्टेबल डिवाइस बनाइए जिसका डिजिटल फॉर्म में आउटपुट हो, इजी टू कैरी हो, टू कैलिब्रेट हो, बिल्ट इन पावर सप्लाई हो, मतलब पावर ना लगानी पड़े, फील्ड में भी हम ले जा सकें, माइक्रोबियल कंटेमिनेशन को डिटेक्ट कर सके ऐसी डिवाइस, मतलब उसको अगर उसके लिए कोई पर्टिकुलर फीचर देना है तो वो भी फीचर रहे उसमें, लो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस हो, ऑब्वियसली डेटा ट्रांसफर की फैसिलिटी। तो ये करके हमने किया, तो कुछ हमारे पास डिवाइसेस ऑलरेडी आ गई हैं, जो हम लोग जिसको डेवलप कर रहे हैं और सोच रहे हैं कि शायद मार्च तक हमें कुछ डिवाइसेस मिल जाएंगी। एक ये डिवाइस का एक डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन है जो आपके साथ मैं शेयर कर सकता हूँ, ताकि आपको पता चले कि फ्यूचर हम कैसा सोच रहे हैं। ये डिवाइस में मल्टीपल पैरामीटर्स एक साथ ये टेस्ट कर सकते हैं। केवल ये ड्रॉप्स उन्होंने लिया और उसको स्ट्रिप पे लगा दिया, थोड़ी देर तक स्ट्रिप को वेट किया। 11 पैरामीटर्स इस डिवाइस से वो टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, पीएच, कार्बोनेट, टोटल हार्डनेस, रेजिडुअल क्लोरीन, है ना। 10-12 सेकंड तक इसको पानी को उसमें सोक इन होने दिया और फिर इसको ये रीडर पे उन्होंने माउंट कर दिया और फिर उसके बाद अब रीडिंग्स ले रहे हैं। अब रीडिंग्स आपके मोबाइल ऐप में दिखती जाएगी। इन्होंने एक मोबाइल बगल में रखा है, अब ये ऐप इन्होंने डेवलप कर रखा है जिसमें डेटा सारा एक साथ आ जाए। तो इसमें देखिए टोटल हार्डनेस, नाइट्रेट, फ्रेश डेटा ये कर रहे हैं। तो उसकी वैल्यूज आ गई, नाइट्रेट 1, नाइट्राइट 1, क्लोराइड 1, 10, पीएच 6.4। तो इस तरह से ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज स्टिल अ स्कोप ऑफ इम्प्रूवमेंट, इनके साथ हम वर्क कर रहे हैं। तो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट जो हम जल जीवन मिशन में करना चाहते हैं। इसका जो कम्युनिकेशन है, जो सर्विस डिलीवरी वाला पार्ट है, कि अब हम फोकस करेंगे कि हमें सर्विस मिल रही है कि नहीं मिल रही। जैसे मोबाइल नेटवर्क में हम आज जब हम मोबाइल खड़े करते हैं तो मोबाइल कंपनी से ये पूछते हैं कि साहब आपने कितने मोबाइल टावर्स खड़े किए हुए हैं, कितने रिपीटर्स हैं, उसके बारे में हम बात नहीं करते हैं। हम ये देखते हैं भाई आपका कवरेज कितना अच्छा है, आप ये डेटा की सर्विस कितनी अच्छी है, स्पीड कितनी अच्छी है, बस उससे पूछते हैं। जिसकी सर्विस होती है उसका सिम कार्ड ले लेते हैं। तो पावर में भी हम देखते हैं कि पावर में हम अब ये पूछते नहीं है कि भाई कितने पावर प्लांट्स आपने लगा दिए। तो हम वाटर सप्लाई में अब ये नहीं पूछेंगे भाई आपने कितनी पानी की टंकियां लगाए, कितने नए स्टैंड पोस्ट लगाए, वो सब खत्म हो जाने वाला है जल जीवन मिशन में, क्योंकि वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वाला पार्ट पूरा करता है। सर्विस डिलीवरी तो पहले इसकी बात कि लोग सर्विस डिमांड कर सकें, लोग समझते भी नहीं है। मैं छोटा सा एग्जांपल लद्दाख का शेयर करूंगा। लद्दाख में 3 महीने पानी नहीं आता, मतलब ये दिसंबर से चालू होकर के 3-4 महीने जब बर्फ पड़ती थी और लोग भी खुश थे कि भाई नहीं आएगा पानी, कहाँ बर्फ में पानी, पब्लिक हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट देता है। लेकिन हम जल जीवन मिशन में गए, यही डायलॉग जो हम कर रहे हैं आपके साथ, उनके साथ डिस्कशन किया। कम्युनिटीज को एक जगह पे हमने 2 दिन की वर्कशॉप एक कारगिल में और लेह में की, और वहां पे कहा कि भाई हम जल जीवन मिशन में एक बात कह रहे हैं, पानी रोज आना है और क्वालिटी का आना है और भरपूर मात्रा में आना है। और 3 महीने पानी जो नहीं आपको मिलता है वो मिलेगा पानी। तो लोगों में पहले तो डिमांड ही नहीं करते थे क्योंकि सोचते थे कि हो ही नहीं सकता। फिर डिमांड उन्होंने क्रिएट की कि साहब नहीं, हम हो सकता है। फिर उन्होंने बताया, हमने ये टेक्नोलॉजीज है पानी की, हमने डिस्कशन किया तो कई गांव में बताया साहब हमारे यहाँ तो पानी नहीं जमता है और हमारे यहाँ तो पानी मिलता है। सारे गांव में एक जैसी स्थिति भी नहीं थी। तो सब डिस्कशन शेयर हुआ। फिर उन्होंने खुद लगभग ज्यादातर लोकल इनोवेशन करके इंश्योर करके, कि पानी की सबसे अच्छी प्रॉपर्टी ये है कि अगर वो बहता रहता है पानी तो जमता नहीं। इवन जो लद्दाख में नदियां थी तो ऊपर की एक पपड़ी जम जाती थी, नीचे से पानी बहता है, और कई जगह ऊपर तक पानी बहता रहता था अगर स्पीड वहां पे जाती। तो इस प्रॉपर्टी सबको पता थी। तो उन्होंने श्योर किया भाई कि अगर जहां पे हम पाइप को नहीं दबा सकते हैं 5 फुट नीचे, तो हम ऐसा स्लोप और ऐसा एंगल रखेंगे जो क्रिटिकल वेलोसिटी है उससे ज्यादा ही उसका वहां पे फ्लो मेंटेन रखेंगे। तो ये सब बातें इंजीनियर्स ने करना चालू की। इंजीनियर्स ने ऐसा चैलेंज लिया कि साहब हमारा पानी जो चलेगा वो सर्दियों में भी चलेगा। अब हम फंक्शनलिटी असेसमेंट करने जा रहे हैं जनवरी में, वो जनवरी में कर रहे हैं। तो लद्दाख में अगर वो जनवरी में पानी नहीं चलेगा तो उनका फंक्शनलिटी 0 आएगा। तो ये हमें कम्युनिकेट करना है कि now it is a time that we drink directly from tap. The tap water is good, है ना? And it is your right to demand that kind of quality service from the service provider. So with that, I thank you all for listening to me, and I know it was a long day. So yeah, the floor is open for questions if any.
Thank you very much, Pradeep ji. If there is any question, kindly mic take.
has its own disadvantage, like color blindness or color differentiation by the women who are using this FTK. This product actually helps to avoid all the human interference and interpretation of the color, and further avoiding any confusion in terms of, because 0.5 to 1 there is a difference, arsenic or any of these. So it will be helpful if this product comes into field and GP members or VWSC members start using this product. Thank you, sir, for this product demonstration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pradeep ji. It's a very insightful. I hope everybody Pradeep ji, we will be sharing this presentation to all the participants here as well. And in future, if they have other queries, then we will respond to them. Thank you very much for having with us and joining with us online. Thank you very much, Pradeep.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Recording in centuries. So this Jal Jeevan mission is once in a lifetime opportunity for all of us. If we are able, which we certainly believe that we will be, if we are able to, provide every household tap water supply by 2024, this will be a miracle. So if all of us are involved in this pious mission, so this itself is a huge motivation. Why not we should, involved in all these IEC activities, how to take the mission forward. So in Thanksgiving, I would like to thank first all those states who presented their beautiful presentations. IEC is all about sharing and learning from each other. We will be sharing all these presentations with all of you. And my earnest request will be that kindly, whatever happens, whatever innovations you do in your state, please share with us. We would also like, to have some kind of linkage where all the states can share. We at national level can translate them or send directly to states so that they can also get benefit from them. Emails or IEC material, we will share the emails on the group, because now we have email IDs as well as WhatsApp numbers of all of you. So we will be sharing, Samvad, where you can find YouTube. In fact, if you go through those 2 years booklet and others, so everything is given there. And if you visit Jal Jeevan Mission website, dashboard, everything is there. So you can go through. Only make it a habit to see Jal Jeevan Mission dashboard daily. So thanks to all those states who participated and who presented. Thanks to all those who send us presentations. They are very invaluable, very valuable, and we will be, getting benefit from that. Normally it happens, many times creativity comes from a village, from a block, from a district, from a state. So people are very creative. So everybody has to learn here from everyone. I would be giving big thanks to all of you participants. You sat throughout the day with a lot of enthusiasm. Questions were wonderful. In fact, you matched, every speaker by whatever they were saying. So big thank you to all of you. My big thanks to all my colleagues in Jal Jeevan Mission here. Every team member, they work day and night very hard to make this workshop very successful. Thanks to Team UNICEF, who often we take as our brothers. In fact, many times all of them are present here. Nicola was here also in the morning. He is Boss Chief India. Shalini and his team, Manishji, everybody here, there are many. And without them, this workshop would not have been this huge success. Finally, my thanks to all directors of National Jal Jeevan Mission who participated, who came here or online, who gave you the valuable inputs, knowledge, their experiences and all these things. These all are learning points. Kindly take these all things with yourself, percolate them down. If you have now this knowledge, you know where to find the link, you know where to look for the resources. Please percolate it down, forward it to your, districts, blogs and other people. So that this knowledge in this age of social media, as Vikram Chandra was saying, the information travels so fast. Please make it a point that whatever you receive, you send it down or you send it up if you are receiving it from the down, so that everybody knows what's happening in country. Then only if everybody knows, we can make it a Jan Andolan. Finally, thanking to all the speakers here, from Libby Johnson's to Swati to everybody who presented, who in fact give their very valuable inputs. Thanks to Mr. Sama, R.K. Sama, who despite his age and busyness, very agree to join us. And finally, very big thank to our AS and MD. He has been soul and body and everything behind this mission. Everything you see in Jal Jeevan Mission is the reflection of what he thinks, how much he is dedicated towards this mission. So a very big thanks to ASMD for leading this Jal Jeevan Mission from the front. Finally, once again, thanking you and wishing you have a safe flight back to your home. And please stay in touch. We will be sharing all the details. Many speakers have given their email IDs as well. So we will be sharing them all. Anytime you can contact any member of the National Jal Jeevan Mission team if there is any need. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would request all of the state representatives to please submit the IEC material to me. I'm here, sitting here. And these 15-20 minutes, we will have the networking. We will introduce ourselves to each other. And we can have an interaction with each other. Whosoever is not added in the IEC group, I would request to please submit your mobile number, so that we can add you in that IEC group. Thank you. If any questions, if anything is there, you can ask and edit us.